Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them.
And there it is right there. Ipade Dojobo. So we thought that was how an election ended. Ipade Dojobo. So Ipade Dojobo, for the non-Yoruba speakers, it says the meeting will meet at the ballot box. So that's what that song is saying. If you are the more favored, if you are the more popular if I am the more popular, we will meet at the ballot box. So that is what that song was saying. So we thought that was where the election, traditionally, that's where an election ends. But could you believe that the last, at least at the presidential space, or they had the governorship elections on the 18th of March, but the presidential run through, it ended on the 25th of February. Could you believe that we're on the 9th of September 9? We are on the 9th of September now, and people are still, they're still contending an election that happened in February. But then, of course, even in America, 4 years later, they're still contending it. But there it is. Here we are. So matters wrapped around that, very much in discussion. So the news cycle has been somewhat a bit spartan today. So we'll be feeding on scraps somewhat, but that gives us then the chance to review the goings on Arise TV. So we'll be featuring some of that, and then we'll be also discussing some of the fallouts of that Mohbad space, which is threatening to turn into an NSAS narrative, with shots now being fired, not shots, but tear gas rather now being fired, and narratives with a chasm between them. So all of that up for discussion. And then the Emefiele era has now come to an official end at the CBN. And Yemi Cardoso, he now assumes that office. So he tells us what is going on there. So we discuss that as well. So it's still somewhat plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, and let us see that reflecting in the numbers. As the numbers increase, we want to see that like button increase as well. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. So if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So click on it, and as soon as it turns gray, then you're a member of the in crowd, or whatever that means. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come share thoughts on the screen. If you want to come engage in a conversation, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's an open microphone space. The platform is, I'm not sure if you have a pub culture wherever you live, but here in the UK, sometimes on a Friday, they just put a microphone on a small rostrum, and anybody can go to that microphone and give whatever rendition they want to give. So they call that an open mic. So that's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's somewhat an open mic too. That's an open microphone. So that's your open microphone to come share your thoughts on the platform. So if you want to come join us, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then you fulfilled all righteousness. So as I said, still picking up the remnants of that Mohbad space. So Mohbad procession, why we fired tear gas at Lekki Tollgate. So actually, let me do this. Let me do this actually. So let me do this. Yes, so let me do this. We're going to be spending some time with this particular Arise program. So we're spending some time with that particular Arise program, but let's pick up the story from here. Why we fired tear gas at Lekki Tollgate, Lagos Police. So should we pick it up from here? Or yes, let's pick it up from here. Yes, Mohbad procession, why we fired tear gas at Lekki Tollgate, Lagos Police. So so they fired tear gas. Lagos Police Command has revealed reasons for firing canisters at some residents at Lekki Tollgate who stormed the location to demand justice and pay tribute to singer Mohbad. The candlelight procession, organized on Thursday, September the 21st, to honor Mohbad, was tragically, let's do that entirely all over again. Lagos Police Command has revealed reasons for firing canister at some residents at Lekki Tollgate who stormed the location to demand justice and pay tribute to late singer Mohbad. The candlelight procession, organized Thursday, September the 21st, to honor Mohbad, who tragically passed away, was graced by several fans, friends, and fellow artists. However, reportedly escalated into chaos following police intervention to disperse the crowd. Speaking on the development in a post on Twitter on Friday, the police public relations officer, SP Benjamin Hundeyin, described the report as false narrative. According to him, the organizers of the candlelight procession was instructed to end the procession at 8 p.m. latest and should terminate at Muri Okunola, Victoria Island, adding that it became disconcerting that after the procession duly ended at Muri Okunola Park, as agreed with the police providing optimal security all through, some persons started gathering at the Lekki Tollgate with the intent to manifest objectives extraneous to the Justice for Mohbad initiative. Being a clear violation of the laid down agreement, the Lagos State Police Command invited the procession organizers, who came back and joined the officers on the ground in persuading people at the toll gate to disperse peacefully. The organizers equally sent out messages on social media asking everyone to go home, clarifying in clear terms that it was not a protest but a procession which had been successfully concluded. This persuasion and appeal went on for hours, to which the police this persuasion and appeal went on for hours, to which the police and organizers met defiance, both in words and action. At this point, all lanes in and out of Lekki had been totally blocked. Vehicular movement on the ever-busy expressway had been brought to a total standstill, leading to traffic buildup. Having gone down this road before, having learned from previous similar encounters, and having studied the pattern in the crowd, the red flags and early warning signs of total chaos and anarchy were discernible. Therefore, in fulfillment of our mandate to protect life and property, maintain law and order, and prevent crimes, we adopted the least harmful method of crowd dispersal. Following the failure of verbal persuasion, the use of tear gas, not a single live ammunition was fired. The police adopted crowd management best practices in engaging the unruly crowd. No life was lost, neither was there any injury, he added. So no life was lost, neither was there any injury, he added. So there it is right there. The intention of that space, of course, was to try and escalate that what was meant to be a procession into NSAS Mark II. So what was meant to be a procession into NSAS Mark II? So let's take these commentaries that are downloaded. Let's take these commentaries. So a lot of people are not actually buying into the intentions of people that were looking to escalate that space. And here are some of the responses from people.
We can all agree that every country has its issues. Every country's police have their issues, and Nigeria is not exempted. But what I will not agree with you people is trying to gaslight me and every other person on what happened yesterday, on the event of yesterday, trying to change the narrative. Now let me ask you guys, What was the whole reason people left their houses to come out yesterday, right? Everybody came out for Mohbad's candle night procession, yes? Where was it located at, or where did it happen? It happened at the park at Via. Now tell me, how did people leave the park to Lekki Tollgate, right? We can all agree that the organizer said you can all go home. Everybody saw when this event ended yesterday. You saw the celebrities leaving. You saw everybody going. But no, some people decided to pack themselves to Lekki Tollgate. Now, let me tell you, if you want to protest, it's not an issue. But a lot of people did not come out yesterday for protests. If you think you dey vex, a lot of people they vex for this Nigeria. I'm sorry, but if you want to protest, pick a date. Get the date approved from the government, and then you can go out to protest. Like, stop changing the narrative. They started early and they ended early. They told everybody to go home, but no. You people just want to bring up issues where there's no issues. And you see these people on Twitter, all of these so-called activists, let me bring it to you guys. Some of them don't have the heart of Nigeria to heart. They don't care about you people, they care about themselves. That is why once in a while they'll come on Twitter to come and add pepper where there's no pepper, to come and add salt where there's no salt. Because I will not understand how you will see everything that happened yesterday and you will still come online to run with the wrong narrative. Kudos to the Nigerian police on a trial, because I have seen videos of the Nigerian police begging you people to dispatch yourself, but no. But no, people want to hijack a candle night procession for a brother of ours that died. And people should come online and support you people. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Now people are getting injured. They said, oh, they threw tear gas. They said, oh, this happened. This happened. Why will all of those things not happen? If you had only gone home, do not hijack a movement. Everybody came out yesterday for Mohbad. We didn't come out for no protest. We did not come out to continue answers or nothing like that. Adhere to the rules. That's all we were saying. What was the police supposed to do? They were not supposed to come out. What is the duty of the Nigerian police? To protect lives and properties. And if people are going to the toll gate to cause chaos, or to threaten chaos, what are they supposed to do? They are supposed to disperse you people. So kudos to the Nigerian police and justice for Mohbad. We need no distractions. I'm sorry. Now justice we they ask for. We need no distractions. So next time when they call people to go one place, you will go there for the aim of what they called you for. You will finish and you will go home. You will go home. Look at the fight, we will come online on Twitter to trend hashtag with on. As he said, we don't know what happened yesterday.
All right. So it's quite clear that the obedient movement, I have to say that because this thing often narrows to the obedient movement. It's quite clear that the obedient movement were looking to leverage that Mohbad space to foment trouble, especially in Lagos State. And of course, the epicenter of troubles in latter times is Lekki Tollgate. So it's quite clear. But what is more heartening is that people were not buying into that space. So it looks as though people are starting to see through what is going on. People are starting to see through what is going on. But the take of Arise TV especially surprised me. So let's watch this.
We came for a peaceful protest. Oh, Jesus. Jesus.
See, such people the road. See. They are pressing the
So, Rufai, apparently the protest at the vigil was over. They told everyone to go home and they asked, the people to leave the scene. But then protesters gathered at the Lekki Tollgate. The police says they were not sure what they were doing. I think that you said that there was a statement that the police released saying that, there were people taking some drugs, hard drugs, Indian hemp at the tollgate, and that's the reason. But I mean, what is there a curfew in Lagos? I mean, what is this reason? Were they doing anything harmful? You could hear that lady saying, we came for a peaceful protest, and they tear gas us.
So I think to a large extent, we have not.
They were clearly doing something harmful because what they had agreed with the police was to have a peaceful candlelight procession, which the police agreed with them and provided security for. And they agreed that the procession will end at a particular park at a particular time of the day, 8 p.m. So that was all agreed. And in fairness to the organizers of that procession, they abided to the agreement with the police. But after that procession, because of course you had now that mass gathering of young people, the obedience space infiltrated that narrative and they decided to take it to Lekki Tollgate. But let's hear from a senior member of the OB space to for the obedient. And by the way, yes, the obedient space, which is the OB space. So let's hear from a senior member of that space what is making of it, Rufai Hussaini.
Not solve the problem of relationship between community, society, and the police. And we must work on this. If we don't work on this, we don't have a society. The police claims we told them. In fact, I was also seeing a video where the police was telling them to leave, to leave, to leave, to leave. Because if we have this police, society, community relations, and there is trust, I don't see any reason why it should degenerate into this. Because I've also seen a video where somebody was hurt in the leg.
Yes.
Where they were scampering for lives.
All right, let me pause it there. Let me just insert this clip. Because the police did do all that they could to get them to disperse peacefully. Watch this.
Love him, Wale, go home. Let us spoil this. Let us spoil his legacy. Please, if you love him, Wale, go home.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So that was the police then, along with the organizers of the procession, doing all they could to get them to disperse peacefully. But then, of course, they had other intentions.
It's supposed to be a peaceful procession. I know the police will say, okay, yeah, the Lekki Tollgate and NSAS bring back all the memories. But should it get to this extent that people are now beginning to scamper with tear gas and all of that? That's always the challenge. Even if you look at it, the memorial for NSAS, this was what it degenerated into. You remember the case of that taxi driver that was manhandled, that somebody went to court on his behalf, that even police were told to pay compensation. Should we need to get to this level? So what is the mechanism of management of situations like this, that it will not degenerate into scampering and tear gas and injury?
Yes.
Because this just blights all the person. And the question is, why Lagos? We had processions in other parts of the country, didn't we? Did it get up to this level?
Yeah. I'd like for you to quickly read out that statement you were trying to read.
It's a very long statement.
Just
I'll just pick out some points from there. What he had said was that they had an agreement with the organizers of the procession, and they had agreed that they were going to use Muri Okola Park. Now, after the procession and the concert was done, which we saw videos and a report by Ikenna, we saw that some people then decided to go and protest at the Lekki Tollgate. And of course, because of the history of the place, and what it looked like unruly behavior there, the police said that. Let me read what Benjamin Hundeyin said. He said that in fulfillment of their mandate to protect life and property, maintain law and order, and prevent crimes, they adopted the least harmful method of crowd dispersal, following the failure of verbal persuasion, the use of tear gas, and not a single live ammunition was fired. They said that they told the people at the toll gate to disperse peacefully. They had mentioned that they were met with defiance, both in words and action. At this point, all lanes in and out of Lekki had been totally blocked. I experienced that traffic because I was out last night. Okay. So they explained themselves and said we should, people shouldn't push out the wrong narrative. I think it's important to say that some of the organizers have come out to say that yes, indeed, they had an agreement with the police, and that the police provide protection for them in the procession, and then finally arriving at Muri Okola Park. But also to say that some people wanted to then take it a bit further, do a peaceful protest. There is no law against a peaceful protest. Yes. However, there is, the police will respond if they feel that there's a threat to life and property, which is what they said they do.
Well, let's continue on what's trending. Investigative journalist David Hundeyin, who has been critical of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's emergence as president of Nigeria, made a passionate plea in a video posted on X, claiming that his asylum in Ghana has been revealed, and as such may become a target to extradition by the Nigerian government. Well, let's take a look before we come back for a discussion.
They wrote a letter to the Ghanaian government accusing me of apparently aiding terrorism by supposedly revealing the locations.
All right. Let me pause it there for a moment before we go into that. Actually, let's go into that guy's space because we can then add that onto the conversation. So let's have a listen to this bit as well.
Soldiers, and apparently I was also guilty of treason, whatever that means. The latest tactic apparently is to lean on the Ghanaian government and accuse me of having apparently sabotaged an ECOWAS mission, and in so doing, basically compromised the bloc security of the ECOWAS region, in which case Ghana, being itself an ECOWAS member, is then obligated to cancel my asylum, to revoke my refugee status, and to revoke my Ghanaian passport. I want to urge the Ghanaian president to resist the temptation to allow the Nigerian president to push Ghana into breaking international law. I obviously don't need to mention that there's a law called the Law of Refoulement, which forbids the illegal repatriation of political refugees back to the country that they fled from, where they are going to face, persecution. It's very well known that if for whatever reason I were to be returned to Nigeria, I would not survive it. This is not a secret.
Well, all right, the story is out there. We all know that David Hundeyin has been quite critical of the Tinubu administration. And, he has made a plea about repatriation. We can't talk further on this, but I know that the story has been trending on social media. So I thought it was good to highlight that. But we'll take another story. Reactions have trained President Bola.
Okay, we'll end it after this next story. It's the Tinubu space being caught out on a lie, not a lie, but a misrepresentation of the truth. It's going back to that narrative, and I think we discussed it yesterday as well. I was even trying to poke fun at a man of prestige, but it looks as though the joke might well be on myself. Thanks to Ajuri Ngalale. Watch this.
Ahmed Tinubu's statement, in which he appealed to Nigerians in the diaspora to return to Nigeria, emphasizing the nation's current state of growth and progress. Tinubu made the appeal while speaking during a presidential town hall meeting in New York, organized by the Nigerians in the Diaspora Commission on the sidelines of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. Tinubu highlighted the need for a change.
The situation at home is leadership, better talents to thrive. And if President Tinubu has made that commitment, then when people come here, return to where they came from. So you have to give the people.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu rang the closing bell of the Nasdaq stock market on Wednesday. Renowned for its large selection of technology stocks, the Nasdaq stock market is ranked second globally on the list of stock exchanges by market capitalization of shares traded, behind the New York Stock Exchange. Well, special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngalale, in a statement on Thursday, said the Nasdaq invitation was in honor of Tinubu's determined global push to aggressively attract foreign direct investment into Nigeria, and that Tinubu was the first African president to ever receive the honor.
So off the back of that's maybe I should have fact-checked as well. So off the back of that off the back of that assertion that Tinubu was the first African leader to ring the bell in that space, Ajuri Ngalale, he made a big deal out of it, and I was using that big deal to poke fun at a man of prestige just as early as yesterday. But apparently the joke is on me.
Well, the presidency has come under fire as another African leader. Former Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete rang the Nasdaq closing bell 12 years ago on September 21st, 2011. Also coming closer home, celebrated pharmacist Professor Issa Odidi rang the Nasdaq opening bell in October 2010. Well, former Nigerian president Goodluck Jonathan rang the New York Stock Exchange, which is ranked first globally on the list of stock exchanges in September 2013. While DJ Copy, the famous daughter of Nigerian billionaire Femi Onte.
So this one is the one that really got me, because Man of Prestige did mention this yesterday, and I just laughed at him. That DJ Copy, some airhead, just happens to be the son of the daughter rather of a rich man, that she rang the bell at a stock exchange. I just laughed at him, but apparently it is so.
Also rang the New York Stock Exchange opening bell in September 2019. What can I say? The presidency, we have to find a way to do some research before, putting out these statements online.
You see, we should stop embarrassing ourselves. This is bad. How can somebody go and write such a thing without even fact-checking?
Of course, Rufai was saying he will milk it out for every juice that he has to offer. He will milk the life out of this one.
And the thing is that, and you see the way everybody is tooting the own. This is something DJ Copy has even run, even a higher stock market and all of that. What is that? Just like we did with the Dubai something. Yeah. That CNN has now come out to say that the Dubai authority didn't say anything around that. And they say with immediate effect. Till today, they've not refuted CNN story. What is happening? What's happening?
What's all this?
What's all this?
I think it's quite unfortunate that the misrepresentation of facts is now blighting what should have been a glory moment.
Propaganda.
Yes, what should have been a glory moment for the president. Ringing the NASDAQ bell for many.
Would we describe it as a lie, or just a case of somebody not doing his job properly, not fact checking? Is it because it's it's an easily disprovable thing, and you see how easily they have disproved it and how they are mocking at them. So is it a case of an outright lie, or somebody just too eager to put something out in the public space and not doing his job properly? And then to the wider question, I think Ajan Lekoko actually queried this guy just a couple of days ago, and Tinubu said to us that if anybody is not up to the task, he would have no qualms about getting rid of them. So is this going to be the first test then of just how ruthless a leader Tinubu is? Because it is fast imagined that a jury in Galali is not fit for purpose. So this is too big a faux pas in the cut and thrust of the heat of people trying to demarket this particular guy's presidency, and then you go and do this. But let's watch it on to the end.
CEOs, leaders, an opportunity for immense brand exposure. And for the president in his first, a little over 100 days in office, it's a statement for him to also ring that bell. That statement ought to have just ended there. We're proud to, the fact that the president was invited by NASDAQ to ring the closing bell, and that's a win for him in many instances. So I think, like you mentioned, the task of a presidential.
Yeah, I think this your lady, I think she is right. If we had just ended it, the narrative on Tinubu ringing that bell, that is sufficient. It's a minor win, but it's a win anyway. But by embellishing it to say that this is the first time an African leader has ever been honored, so that is to deify and put Tinubu on some sort of a pedestal, which they've now knocked him off. So it should have just left the story where it is, which is a good enough, decent enough good, positive story. Just Tinubu ringing the NASDAQ thing. It's sufficient. It's a positive, not a negative.
Spokesperson is an arduous one indeed. And before statements are put out there, there are so many platforms that you can use to fact check that everybody will check your statement.
Yes.
But congratulations anyway to the president and to Nigeria.
Fact check, Google, the oracle, that's what you call it.
Anyway, much ado about the ringing of bells.
Yeah, I know.
But the main concern, of course, is that, okay, Ajuri Ngelale got it wrong there. But as who was saying that, Simon Lalong, saying the government is just trying to settle down. Allow the government to settle down.
Oh, should allow them, okay.
So, because I see some people have been saying Ajuri Ngelale.
And that's quite a point, actually, because we must always remember that this is an administration that is just about 100 days and a bit in situation. So no matter how prepared they are, they will they'll falter a little bit. There'll be a little bit of missteps along the way. And it looks as though the big missteps now that they're having to contend with is information management. So this is really the key. And by the way, that's probably the most important thing in governance, information management, but it's Ajuri the person to straddle that seat.
Is now like Lai Mohammed, baby. I mean, let's cut him some slack.
We should.
Yes,
I'm
sure he got your message.
Well, I mean, it's not me. We're just we're here to report the facts, isn't it?
I'm sure he got the message. You'll be more careful going forward.
Well, all right.
I plead on his behalf.
Okay,
As an ancestor.
Please. We also like to plead on Ajuri's behalf.
Okay, no problem.
He was asleep.
And we're not
But get
attacking
the facts right next time, pure and simple.
I'm sure he's watching, or he knows he's
all right. So that's that. They clearly got it wrong, and they did get it wrong. So before we continue, the CEO wants to make a board announcement. Alexander Gomez.
Good evening, y'all. Good evening, woman. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me. This Ajuri or Goro or whatever his name is, what's his name? President Tinubu needs a heavyweight spinner, someone who has done his homework when it comes out to talk to Nigerians, because Tinubu is not your most popular president. So we need someone who would help him with his image, the information being passed out, and he has to be on top of his game. And this guy to me, he's a lightweight, and I think that he might be the first casualty in the Tinubu administration.
This is strike two, isn't it, Alexander? Because
yes.
he mismanaged that visit to Dubai, which there was enough positives for him to have spun it as a positive storyline, but he over embellished, and then it was cut out somewhat. So now
over embellished at his peril. Yes, he did that.
And again, he's done it now. There's no room for this sort of thing.
No, there isn't. Simply because Tinubu we need an Ofanagolo. We need someone who would call, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, but that's his job. We need someone who would tell you that 3 o'clock is 10 o'clock and justify that. And this guy is just, he's got a command of the English language. He's as good as your one man in using synonyms and semantics and all that. But that's not what we need in a person of this capacity. We need someone who can disseminate information and do it accurately and succinctly, without necessarily exaggerating and calling night day and day night. It doesn't make any sense.
I think the job is just too big for him. I think he's playing at it, and it's not really a whip.
He's learning on the job effectively and essentially. Yes, you are right. I'm not very happy. 2 strikes. The 3rd strike, definitely he's out. So let me let you continue with the show, but I'm not happy. Because Tinubu is not your most popular president. So whoever's going to be...
Especially at this phase of his presidency, it needs to be on the dot with everything,
Yes.
on the dot,
Yes.
on the spot. Yeah.
Yes, it really does, and I'm not impressed. It was actually the young man, my son Fatai, that actually first pointed it out, and I remember because when I listen to this platform, I listen to everybody attentively, whether they're making silly submissions or they're making wonderful submissions like Baba would always do or make. So it was Fatai that first said that this man is not fit for purpose. He's not representing Tinubu's interests well. And I think he's absolutely spot on. And I think if there's a slight mistake again, he needs to go. So, Wama, let me let you continue with your show. Thank you for having me.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander. So a pit stop with the CEO. So let's rattle through then what is left. Let's rattle through what is left, and then we'll open up the space to conversation. CBN confirms Emefiele's resignation as Cardoso assumes office. So at the end of what the king is dead, long lives the king. That's usually the form. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has confirmed the resignation of Mr. Godwin Emefiele as its governor 3 months after being suspended from office by President Bola Tinubu. Olayemi Michael Cardoso, who was nominated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will act as governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, pending his confirmation by Parliament. A statement released by the Apex Bank says Cardoso's assumption follows the resignation of the immediate past governor of the bank, Godwin Emefiele. The statement added that the deputy governors designate of the bank have also assumed duty in acting capacities sequel to the formal resignation of Mr. Fola Shodun Shonubi and Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, Mr. Edward something or the other, and another straggler as deputy governors of CBN. So here is the statement. Dr. Cardoso and his colleagues subscribed to the relevant oath of office at a brief ceremony held at the bank's headquarters in Abuja on Friday, September 2023, and have since settled down to the task of administering monetary and financial sector policies of the federal government. An economic and development policy advisor. So it goes on to give us the CV of Cardoso. So that's Cardoso assuming office, and this is what Cardoso met when he assumed office. So this is now Cardoso making his first official pronouncement as the CBN governor. Our forex crisis, $6.8 billion overdue forward payment responsible for Naira's decline. So yes, is debt owed essentially what is responsible for the hemorrhaging of the Naira, according to the now new CBN, not the CBN governor actually, this is from Wale Edun, the finance minister. Nigeria's finance minister Adebayo Olawale Edun has attributed the Naira's incessant decline to approximately $6.8 billion in overdue forward payments within the foreign exchange market, according to Bloomberg. He insists that addressing this issue is crucial to stabilizing the local currency. He clarified that the resolution of these unpaid contracts could fortify the Naira's value and open avenues for additional foreign exchange inflow. So the monies being earned is being used to pay the monies looted by Buhari and his team, essentially is what he's saying. Over the course of several months, the Nigerian Naira has been on a consistent downward trajectory in terms of its value. In the currency exchange parallel market yesterday, it neared the threshold of 1,000 Naira per dollar. This depreciation can be attributed to the insufficient supply of dollars by the central bank to this particular market. The issue we have now is that the market is not liquid enough. We are committed to encouraging liquidity based on reforms that have been made at the moment. on the fiscal side and on the monetary side. And together with the restoration of trust and confidence, we think the forex flow will return. Edun, who accompanied President Tinubu to New York for the United Nations General Assembly, said in a recent interview. So essentially, it's a forex crisis. Monies or $6.8 billion overdue forward payment. That's what's responsible for the dollar hemorrhaging. So that's what's responsible for the dollar hemorrhaging. All right, I think that's sufficient to be going on with. So that's sufficient to be going on with. So let me just play you a couple more clips. One from the two from the not NSA, so two from the Mohbad space and one from Charles Soludo. So now, the first clip that I'm going to play you, it just tells you who the average Nigerian person is. But watch this.
We are black and black. What did happen?
Sure. Oh, guy, we die.
What is the name?
Sure, Mohbad.
Mohbad?
Yeah.
Who be Mohbad?
I want Calabar guy when they say he work for your Ghana, Mali. You know, settle and I can send people go kill him.
The Calabar boy work for your guy?
He work for your guy, and your guy don't work there, and he don't want to settle land. So the boy don't come out, now he send people go kill him.
And there it is right there. So he just hears that there's some chaos going on somewhere. He picks up his Igbo and goes to join them. Doesn't have the beginnings of a clue as to what is going on. But now, this next clip, he has somewhat of a, I say he, but I say he advisedly, but he has somewhat of a clue as to what's going on. Watch this.
I do not understand, though. I don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, is it that Nigerian you don't understand English, or there's a problem with the English and I don't get it. Because first and foremost, they say go home. I'm seeing the video, I'm like, because yesterday when we were all seeing him, like, what's going on? From candle night, not to protest. Why does Nigeria use like wahala? One fish in they do on now. They do on now. One fish in she one fish. They didn't do on any. They say go home. You start down there. You now pick another location like a club. Is it a club? Are we celebrating party? It is not a party. It's not a club. You guys will now carry mouth. Now start looking for who does not talk, who do not talk, who do not come outside. You just start talking rubbish. You guys are disappointing me.
So there it is. So nobody bought into that that plan to turn this thing into somewhat of a riot, of a protest. So that's that space. So now, anybody that spent any amount of time here know that how much I like to eulogize about Charles Soludo, and this is one of the reasons why.
But what we are launching today, beginning this term, and so far as I am on this chair as governor of Anambra, now public school owned by government and run by government. What open now from nursery to primary 6 to JSS 3. Nobody, none of them will be required under any circumstance to pay 1 kobo to anybody. Nobody. Okay? Yeah. Come on, I'm even there, bro. What are they doing with our plaza? What are they doing with our plaza?
So, right, so there it is. Just one of the countless reasons why a lot of people gravitate towards this guy. So, if the Southeast was to put its best foot forward, it should have been this feat rather than Peter Obi. So, this guy, a practical guy who look at what he's doing. It says all the way from nursery to JSS3. So that's quite a so that's essentially is they're able to read, write, and comprehend. So it creates a base level of education which their parents then can build on if they want to progress them. So they will certainly not be illiterate by the time they complete GSS3, and they're not going to it's not going to cost them a kobo. So that's governance, and that is why people gravitate towards Charles Soludo. Let's play the Kegite music. We bring the panelists on, and then we launch into the conversation. But then, of course, I know how much you all love to listen to the Kegite. So here it is, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikukoniru Agbeche, the Kegite. So may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is right there. Ikukoniru Agbeche. So Ikukoniru Agbeche, as I bring on the panelists, doctor in the house, Babati, and if the doctor injects you the wrong way, the lawyer is in the house, Ogbeni. So the lawyer in the house, Ogbeni, and to keep things 100, Just Emeka joins us. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, of course, you come here to listen to Ajanle Koko. The one with the posh voice, the Wale is here. Ola joins us from Canada, and to keep things 100, Thomas in the house as well. So still a few spaces for anyone that still wants to hop on. But we kick the conversation on. We'll start it off the way we've been starting it off, 5 to 7 minutes, maybe longer, maybe, yes, a monologue, because the room has not fully filled up yet. So we'll kick it off with a 5 to 7 minute monologue and spread that round, and then we go into the meat of the conversation. To kick off the monologue, Babati. Babati, good to see you.
Good evening. Good evening, the great host of the platform, of course, and to the panelists tonight, and to our General Thomas from Australia. Showed up early today, and to everybody in the comment section. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. First, to address Soludo's free education. I'm not sure I'm impressed, to be honest with you, one month at junior secondary school 3. You just go all the way. Unless you're gonna, in my opinion, unless you're gonna attach that to some kind of skills program like we had back in the days in secondary school, like a woodwork or tailoring or plumbing or whatever. So if somebody, unless let's say the parents cannot afford to send them to senior secondary school, or they feel like the skills that they've acquired does not require them to further their education, I think the government should then find a way to prop up the technical schools, depending on what the student wants to pursue after that. But I would have preferred that he also pay for the senior secondary school as well.
Yeah,
3
but
years.
I don't think the budget allows for it. Is the thing,
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I think he just wants them to be because at JSS3 you can classify them as educated somewhat
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
a baseline education, yeah, sort of.
Yeah, back in the day, we did an exam. Once you finish your first 3 years, you then test, and based on your test scores, they determine where they should put you. Art, science, or commercial. That's the way it was when I was in secondary school. But I'm just saying that if the individual, let's say it was not due to financial reasons, maybe you felt like, man, I just don't need to further, then there has to be some kind of jobs program for them to transition into the workforce at that age. They will be 13 or 12 at that time, 13, 14, right? After Jesus 3, 13 years old, they're about 14. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I actually came up to talk about the lumping element that found their way to the bridge. I mean, it's so despicable. That is just how low can an individual or group of people go to hijack?
Do you mean the run on Lekki Tollgate?
Yeah, the Lekki Tollgate. Lekki
But
Tollgate.
am I right in saying that Mohbad space is being hijacked by the obedience?
Obviously, no, you are on point. One man, you are on point. And for people to exploit a candlelight event in a different location, it wasn't like that thing was happening at on a toll gate. It was a separate event. They had the police involved. Kudos to the Nigerian police force, by the way, for being thorough. By the way, oftentimes we don't give them credit, but they did a good job.
They managed the situation very well.
And I listened to
go on.
I listened to their PRO on TVC, who is also named Udain, by the way. The same.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, he broke it down. But the clown on Arise TV, he has to find a way to defend those clowns. But I don't care about Arise anymore at this point. I don't. But for it's the exploitation of a tragic event because I know you're on your platform tonight. Some people are going to come up on your show. We know who they are. They're going to find a way to justify the need or the reason for people to go on the Lekki Tollgate. They're going to find a way. I already know your show. They're going to find a way. But to exploit the dead for political reasons is shameful and despicable. And those people, they should be ashamed of themselves. That was just terrible. And our David Udain, I think that guy, can I call this guy a son of perdition? Because I think he's going to self-destruct eventually. You can clearly see this is not going to end well for this guy. I think he's going to self-destruct. He's desperate.
I think after the Supreme Court judgment, the obedience space will abandon him, and suddenly he'll feel very naked. That's what.
Right. I think he's going to self-destruct. I think he's a show where they want to be. In my opinion, I think he believes he's the next guy. He's the next hour reporters. But I don't think he's getting enough traction or enough. I don't think he's the. It's going to self-destruct eventually. But the show of shame of this clowns. You know what they do, one man? They then come online on Twitter to make it look like they were being attacked by the police at the event for the dead artist. Because I've not been here.
There was a clip somebody sent to me, but it's too violent to show here. There was a clip somebody sent to me that was
Right.
that was showing somebody with a big gash on their knees. So
Right.
that which was to say that this was as a result of the police. But what actually happened was that as the police was dispersing them and firing tear gas, and they were running in panic, that person probably then that thing happened. You know,
Right.
but now they are bringing out injury sort of a thing to you know that sort of thing that they do, just using the optics to paint a narrative.
Right. But so that is why, I'm concerned about the communication department of the Tinubu government, because you have all these individuals like that can spin anything. Like you need something an innovative, very effective. I would have preferred that David Alake retain his position because it was very it's very effective during the campaign. So because you need him to counteract all this nonsense, you cannot have it was just terrible to watch. And I was asked about something. I was making late rounds about 1 a.m. this morning, and somebody asked me about something, the politics of Nigeria. And when they opened their mouths when that person said what he said, I already knew where it came from. Right? I'm like, God, I had to pretend like I actually give a damn about what he was saying, like just laugh it over. But like Baba Gomez said earlier, we need somebody to counteract this thing. But just to round it up, one man, I think we should also pay attention to what is going on in Ghana. I know we're talking Nigerian politics tonight.
Yes, they are demonstrating about their constitution or something.
No, it's not that. No. They had to. I think the IMF just approved their $3 billion loan. One man, they need that money to pay salaries and even funds to run the country. Is that bad? So the thing they gave them like 600 million today is a package for $3 billion to Ghana. So they are borrowing money to pay salaries in Ghana. Is that bad? So they are going through it. So Nigeria, I hope Cardoso, this new guy on your on your screen, I hope we don't cascade to that level where we have to borrow money to pay salaries and run the government. So I'm looking at that. I'm into trading and stuff like that. So hopefully Cardoso can do a good job and manage that space very well. I'm also looking at investment from the diaspora as well. I've not seen enough. Is Dabiri still in government, by the way, one man?
No, she's not been sacked as far as I'm aware. I think she was one of the performers of our Buhari administration by my reckoning. I think she did an okay job.
Right.
She's even in New York already with Tinubu.
Okay, so one thing I've proposed was there should be some kind of chamber of commerce for diasporans where they can have, but I'll chime in on that later on. But just to stay, let's pay attention to Ghana. It was despicable what these clowns did on at the candlelight procession, and David Uday is going to self-destruct eventually. Those are my 3 points, and I will. I'm looking forward to. I want to hear from the lawyer later on about
You said he's sorry to interject. You said he's going to he has self-destruct. It's not he's going to. He has self-destruct.
No. I mean, like it's going to be like you just okay. Let me just say it's going to get worse.
No, it's bad for him. Don't worry. I have my
right. So the Chicago case, that I don't know, but let me just leave it there for now. I'll be in the background and I'll chime in later. Thank you, one man, and thank you guys.
All right, brilliant. I'll circle back to you momentarily, but Emeka, you're up next. Opening remarks from you, Emeka.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know I was up next. Good evening, everyone, to the panelists, to the viewers, and also those who are commenting on the background. I just want to say, Woman, I think you leave the juicy topics for the weekend, and it's very good. I'll start off just like
what did I miss? What did I miss?
No, you leave the juicy topics for the weekend.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
Which is good. One would have to be very well relaxed to express their opinion and listen to others properly without thinking about the hustle for the next day. So let me start the way you presented the show. Mohbad procession. You see, if you monitor the obedience space, you will notice these guys are opportunists. Yes, many of them are activists, and 90% of these activists are not in Nigeria. You see how bad it is. They stay in the diaspora, wherever they are, maybe in their small um, um, homes or kiosks or refugees' houses, and begin to put fuel and fire to destroy the country. I term them to be the lovers of Nigeria. Why do I call them the lovers of Nigeria? They will never see any good news and be happy. Anything that is bad, they will try to add more fire into it, and spread it apart so that people can see and cry and wail. There's a special group on a different platform, the wailing group, where they go, they all gather themselves and start crying every day.
It's quite expensive. It's quite therapeutic. I watch them all the time. It's good, but
it's a therapy.
I really, yeah.
It's a therapy center for them. Who cries the most? They even fight each other on who has the better tears. And every day is saving Nigeria, and you're wondering what's going on with them. The therapy is good for them. But again, I've observed that this obedience. I even enjoyed the fact that you called them rather than just saying a particular set of group. We need to call them out. They are opportunists, and they try to look for a way to seize opportunities to see how to destroy the country. That is their objective. Because their principal didn't win the election, nobody else will be in Aso Rock. There've been calls for the military to take over. You can imagine. And it's sad. Many of them are quite young enough that they experience the military. If they did, they won't be saying this. And I hope their parents is calling their attention and letting them know that this what you guys are saying is not funny at all. Now, if you know Muri Okola Garden Center, which is a park currently now, it's how will I put it? Beside Lagos Law School, right? In Victoria Island. And if you know where the Lekki Tollgate is, why I'm doing this is to give a pictorial view so that people can understand, because some might say, oh, we went for a peaceful protest, oh, we came for procession and went for a peaceful protest. The distance between that place and Lekki Tollgate is a 5 kilometer, 3 to 5 kilometer drive. Then imagine people walking from Muri Okola in Victoria Island down to the Lekki Tollgate, and that place is prone with traffic. It's not somewhere that vehicles don't ply regularly. It's always short. The traffic there is on during weekends or even during, especially after work hours, rush hours. It's bad. Then imagine people now, lots of people on the road walking down to go to Lekki Tollgate to protest. And even one of the Arise TV presenter, which I think she was just being mischievous, she said she was in the traffic and you didn't call it for what it is, that this is a clear hijack. You were told, oh, go home after the candle procession. Please go home. Everybody were done for the day. Then some people decided to hijack the process. But again, don't forget, like I said, the activists within them, mainly in the diaspora, they've already been hinting on Twitter that there should be a peaceful protest immediately after the procession. That it will be a call for the Nigerian police to do justice as well as to shout on against the federal government, more specifically our loving president Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I love how the police, I think our police now are getting very experienced, and the Lagos State.
How do you think they managed this particular situation?
Awesome,
because yes,
awesome.
Babati was endorsing them, and I endorsed them too. Often
Awesome.
Yeah.
It came from experience, right? And not only experience, I think they were also monitoring the social media space. So they anticipated that situation to occur. You understand? That was why, you have to get approval. And when you get the approval, they came around to provide that protection. the protection cover to ensure things are going on cordially and peacefully. And if you know Lagos very well, once there's a large crowd of people, you cannot determine the kind of people that will be there. There will be miscreants, there will be professionals, there will be never do wells, and there will be those who are also doing well for themselves. So the miscreant and the never do wells will want to seize an opportunity to exploit, to steal, to look for something to eat, or their next day meal. So it's good the police were around, and they know. So they've been monitoring the social media space, especially Lagos State Police PRO, Hunde. And, they were begging them, please go home, this is over, go home and relax. And they refused to show you their intention, what they want to do. They wanted to use the opportunity to hijack the situation and start to protest. Before you know it, the miscreant may start to, and right there when they were protesting, you could see cars, you could see the traffic. They will start to see how to harm.
Even their rights TV lady, she attested to that she just couldn't get to wherever she was going to round about that space because they brought
that was why I said she was mischievous, right? She was right there in the heart of the situation, and yet you are still saying you're listening to one of your colleagues gaslighting and blaming the Nigerian police that why do they have to go to that extent to use tear gas? What do you expect the police to do after speaking to the crowd, pleading with the crowd, encouraging the crowd to go home, but the crowd do not want to go home? So it is part of crowd control. If you see that, okay, this is going to turn into a menace, then you elevate the security apparatus and the risks. You go from green to amber, from amber to red. It's about to get to red. Why should we allow it to get to red? Disperse the crowd as quick as possible, and that was what happened. Released tear gas, and everybody remembered their homes. Initially, they forgot their homes. They didn't know where their homes or the direction to their homes were. So once the tear gas came, the tear gas gave them factory reset, and they all knew where their homes were. And within a couple of minutes, they went to their homes to go and sit down and wash their faces. Also, I have to laud the Nigerian police for taking that measure, and you can see some few celebrities like Tasha, which you played. Was this guy on Dotu, who is a radio presenter, and a couple of, and even Faz, and a couple of them were like, no, this is not what we signed up for. And to let you know that people are now awake, they are now woke, or they've removed the scales in their eyes to see that some of these obedience do not mean well for the country. Some of these obedience are opportunists. And let me use this to let the innocent Nigerians, or those gullible Nigerians that they use regularly to exploit, that 90% of these activists, this obedience movement that are pushing you to go and do this, they are not in the country. They are pushing you guys to go and die. Why they themselves are not in the country with their family, enjoying themselves and enjoying the fame and the monetary gains that they derive from their activism. So be careful when you are listening to this set of people, and do not beat to their core because they don't mean well for you. Let me move on to the next one, which is Hunde, David Hunde. I termed it Hunde Asylum Outcry. I spoke on Wednesday about this because I knew where the guy was going to. And like I said previously, he did it with the Buhari administration, writing hit pieces about Buhari, fueling false narratives about Buhari, and use that as a means to run away from the country in 2020, right? So there are rogue journalists who do not want to go through the regular immigration route to travel, right? Everyone wants to better their economic situation. So these rogue journalists, what they intend to do, they will try to write hit pieces and see how they can scale out as refugees and claim asylum, and refer back to the hit pieces that the government is after their their life. They claim to be political refugees. So when you go and when the immigration officer is looking at their cases and they look at some of their publications, they're like, oh, okay, I think this guy has legitimate claims. But unfortunately for people like David Undain and the rest of these rogue analysts who are somewhere around West Africa and across African continent, the West is aware of their stupidity now. So what the beauty that the Buhari government did was to ignore David completely. They didn't even look at him. As he was writing, they didn't say a damn word. So when he got his travel documents through his connection from the journalists there and their rogue activities and the bribe they were paying to give him his travel documents, that he got that asylum passport illegally, and he traveled to the UK to file his claim. The UK did their job and they said, Chief, nobody is after your life. Please go back home. Now you can see again what he's trying to do. Like, was it not Tuesday or Wednesday?
Would you like to see Ghana give him asylum? I wouldn't object to him being in Ghana. It doesn't add or remove from anything if he was in Ghana.
Not at all. No, but he doesn't want to be in Ghana. He wants to be in the West. He tried the UK.
Yeah, he really wants America or the UK. That's what he wants.
It is a procedure that these rogue journalists do. So what he's currently doing now was what Sowore did, right? Sowore was a link, that you provide him with information and it goes to Sahara reporters and it drafts and the whole stuff. But the beauty about Sowore was not gloating about it. Sowore was just like, I want to provide information to the public. But immediately Sowore was incarcerated. They needed someone to be doing that job and they approached him. Now, his own situation, he now started gloating. Right, he's gloating about it, and his ego beclouded his judgment. So, but the Buhari government, they are probably many government administration, they are experienced with individuals like David Undain, and they just decided to ignore him. And I think the Tinubu administration will continue likewise and decide to ignore him. Now, what he did was, he, like I said on Wednesday, paying ABC to go to the eyewitness interview. It's a process. So he's establishing a case for himself. Now, the next move now was this nonsense he just released on social media through his Twitter feed so that they can package him and he will try to run through and go to the United States to see if he can file for asylum claims there. But guess what? Once the United Kingdom has refused your refugee claims, everywhere in the West, right? They do have they share information. The United States will also refuse him. Australia too will refuse him. Canada too will refuse him because he's a rogue journalist. What he's doing is libel and the nonsense he's going about there. You release military intelligence information out in the public, and you think the United States will grant you asylum. You went to disclose, and you are busy saying, "Oh, that I'm sponsoring terrorism and treason." If you know what that means, I was listening to this useless boy.
That thing he did, releasing classified military information, that is sponsoring terrorism and treason. Is exposing the army, the forces to win.
It is aiding and abetting terrorism. It is aiding, not even indirectly. That is, you are aiding and abetting. You are aiding terrorists to know the location of where, because that the militaries were the soldiers were actually there. You provided the geographical location, the longitude and the latitude. You also provided the number of military personnel there, the ammunition they have. My God, when I saw that, I shouted and I said, "Do this boy know what the hell he's doing? Is he that desperate for asylum claim that you will go ahead to be releasing this?" Now, I believe the military has written to Ghana. If they want to that, but he was saying that they illegally want to, if they want to pick you up, I hope he's listening. If they want to pick him up illegally, they will pick him up. He will be speaking from the cells of the DSS, not from the comfort of his stupid house in Ghana. No, they are not picking you yet. They are just only writing, making the government to be aware of you, that you are a silly little boy. That travel you are planning on, you will not get it. You will not get it. He will get it. That you are releasing military intelligence, you will get it. No serious government will grant you asylum. No serious government will do that because, number one, How did you get that information? Which means, and I think why the military might be a little bit interested in him is to find out which of the saboteurs within the military that gave this guy this information. How did this
Yes,
guy get this information?
that's really
Right.
the thing, though, because
Yes.
there's a rogue inside
Yes,
somewhere.
there's a military rogue that is within the military formation that will be providing this sensitive information to this useless boy. If they do their in-house cleaning and they find the rogue, they don't need David. They will continue to ignore David, and I want them to ignore him because so that his objective will not be, he can't get to his objective, which will not come to pass. Let him continue to write his hit pieces till he gets tired and his pen dries up, and then there's nothing for him to do. So I believe the Ghanaian government will look at him and say, okay, we have a stupid boy within our means. What do we do with him? So even himself, if he thinks that the Nigerian government are really out for him, when he was in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe, that they locked him up there.
Remember, they locked him up in a toilet for hours.
They contacted the
Oh,
Nigerian
God.
government.
What a life that guy has
They,
lived.
they contacted the Nigerian government. They also contacted the High Commission, the Nigerian High Commission in Zimbabwe, and they said they don't need him. He's a useless boy. They don't need him. If they wanted him, he would have been on the first flight plane down straight to Abuja airport instantly, and they will just pick him up. They don't want him. They don't need him. So he's just gloating and feeling very stupid with himself and thinking he's overestimating his relevance and importance, but he's a little stupid brat. And they will ignore him for forever. Then, sorry, let me proceed to Ajuri. Ajuri, you know.
All right, give us a little snapshot on Ajuri. I'll still loop around, but give us that snapshot, then I'll go on from you to Ogbeni.
Yeah, Ajuri is, I think, was it BT or I can't remember. He summed that up pretty much. Ajuri is probably learning on the job. I think this was one of the shortfall. I made mention of it the last time of the Buhari administration. The ability to communicate Buhari's achievements. They were very weak there, and a lot of these opportunities took advantage of it, and Buhari's the opposition party took advantage of that to say Buhari is really not doing anything when they were, pushing on with the infrastructural move, especially from Fashola's and Amechi Rotimi's area. They ridiculed him on that. So, and Ajuri was part of that team who were weak in disseminating information timely and accurate information. So we can see that trademark coming up again. And the president needs to be very wary about this. I know the Lagos State PRO spokesperson, what's his name, also drew their attention to Ajuri that you guys are not doing and living up to your expectation. And then not only are you not releasing information on time, then you are not even fact-checking the information you are releasing. This is the second time now. So I think he should be called and a stern warning should be given to him to get on his job and do the job properly. So I just want to, sorry, I might be taking that, but I want to speak on Soludos on this free education.
Let me come round to you on that one because we're still going to loop it round. So let's take Ogbeni's opening remarks. So Ogbeni, good to see you. So a lot has happened in the Nigerian political cycle. When I was harassing you with the phone, it was to speak on that petition filed by the appeal rather filed by Atiku and Peter Obi. But it looks as though events have still superseded that. But Ogbeni, good to see you. Opening remarks.
Thank you, Woma. An apology for not showing up on this program.
Yeah, it was sleep, wasn't it? Around me.
The university have resumed, so I have a lot of students to teach. So once I get back home, I'm always tired. So yeah, thank you, Woma, for another opportunity, and I greet all the panelists. Like the show, it's becoming more global and global every day, and subscribe, please. So, Woma, let me start by there is something on mockery observed. I don't know if you've also talked about it here. I think about 5 days ago, mockery observed that he was still expecting Peter Obi to talk about Mohbad, and that
yes, and Madam Obi is a question. Who has an opinion on anything that except
that they've not commiserated with the family and they have not gone there. That during election, they had the habit of jumping everywhere around. And but I think a day after Peter Obi had to do the right thing, he commiserated and told the police to try and investigate. But I think that we are still expecting Madam Obi to do her own. I think they are not. They should understand that they are not public figure for a particular part of Nigeria. They are public figure for the entire country. So if they need our support, we from other parts of the country, they should try to be nationalistic as they should be. Peter Obi should understand that he doesn't belong to just one region, except that's the way, because already it has his disposition so far has shown so, and he should try and correct that narrative if it's actually a wrong narrative. That is for that. Second area, I thought he said his introduction.
Yeah, it's introduction, but I will not let you go with this.
It's monolithic and it's introduction. So
yeah, it's monolithic, but I will not let you go with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm listening to.
Yeah, you only have a moment for that interjection because it's meant to be a monologue, but just make that micro interjection and then let Ogbeni carry on.
Yeah, because of his last statement that is not for a particular session. Do you know that even that particular session you are referring to are being accused of trying to hijack that space? And I'm like, why would my people get involved with a situation whereby you start to accuse them? That
sorry, Ekene. Do you remember during the elections when there was a flooding in Benue, and then Peter Obi turned up in his wellies, in his rain boots, and then he was carrying a baby in the middle of the flood. It was even in a canoe. That wasn't, So that's what they are talking about.
That's not the point. Even at that, people still accuse him. Even at that, but that's not my point. My point is in general terms that even that particular session, you think they're too tribalistic. They don't like the other tribes and all that. They're showing more concern than the tribe that the guy comes from. You can check it. The candle now you are talking about is holding I don't know whether they have finished it in Enugu today, both in Oka. So I don't know what will happen that will make maybe other tribes to also pay that such respect to the tribe you are referring to be so tribalistic.
All right. Thank you, Ekene. So address that, Ogbeni, and then carry on with your monologue.
Thank you, Ekene. First and foremost, it is not true that a particular tribe, the Southeasterners, are showing more concern. It is a big fat lie. If you look at states that have been that have done public procession so far, you see Lokoja, which is Kogi State. We've seen Ekiti, we've seen Oyo, we've seen Ogun, we've seen Lagos, and others. So if you've seen all those states, where do you get your own statistic or data that Southeast is showing more concern? I've not seen any possession from Southeast. Probably maybe today they will be having their own possession. But we are all in the public space. We all keep seeing what is happening. So for you to say the people of Southwest don't show concern as much as your people are showing concern, that is against what is in the public. But I would like to leave that space. And before I leave that space, mark you, I'm not only talking about Peter Obi, I'm talking about the obedient generally. Aisha Yesufu, I'm not sure that one has even talked about this Mohbad. I don't know. I'm not really in that space, but I'm not sure. And when
no, she didn't. She's yet to account for the funds, campaign funds.
So when you see Omokre talking, Omokre is not just talking about PO. He's just using PO as a figure. So what happened? Aisha Yesufu has not talked. She's
do you know Superman, the comic hero?
So the issue is just about the obedient space. The hypocrisy is just too high, and that's what people are complaining about.
Sorry, Ogbeni, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I was asking, do you know Superman, the comic book hero?
Yes, now.
You know the one thing that can stop Superman is something from the planet that he comes from called kryptonite. Do you know that?
I know that.
Do you think Reno Mockery is the kryptonite of the obedient space? Is it the kryptonite of the obedient space?
I
It's
think
always
so.
flogging them, always.
And you see, I am beginning to see Reno Mockery as someone who have a way of whipping these guys back online, which is also good for our space. And so calling out Ekwesili, calling out Aisha Yesu, calling out Oshunto, I'm not sure Otunko has talked about it. Kenneth Okonkwo, I'm not sure has talked about this and others. And during election, the guy going to visit XYZ. If they slap somebody in Okorodu, they will go there. If something happen in this, they are always everywhere in Lagos. But you can't find them any longer. But that is not even the major thing. That's just an appetizer for me tonight. It's not the major things I want to talk about. I just call one man's attention to that space. So let me go to people turning the candle procession to protest. You see, first and foremost, I won't really blame our youth. I think it's time now that government should try and get our youth busy. Tinubu promised us employment. I think it's time for him to start thinking deeply about all these things. Create employment, create job for people, let youth get engaged. One man, there is no way somebody will ask you and I, or an average person in the Western world where we stay here, to come for a candle procession and you won't put time on it. Because everybody work with time in this country. Time is money. You put time on it. Probably I'm going for probably going to work. The next morning, I've set the time to put children on bed. I know when next to quickly read against tomorrow lecture. My students also are reading. Everybody is doing one thing or the other. People are going for shifts, night duty. The security, they will be going for duty. The one going for care, and everybody get busy. So, for instance, in this country now, if you say, okay, you are doing candle possession, yes, people go, they ask you from when to when, okay, from 8 to 9. By the time it's 9, even if you waste time, people leave the place, So, but what is happening in our space is that we have a whole lot of youth that don't even know what they will do the next day. So the little time you get them engaged, particularly when you turn a candle procession even to music concerts. I don't know, I've asked this question, but one of my friends who happened to be a celebrity told me that is how it should be for a musician. A musician died, then you go there to sing. I don't know, but for me, this guy died in a very sorrowful way. He didn't grow that old. So I don't know why. Even his the nature of death is still very wrapped in a lot of mysteries, and a lot of questions we are still asking. So I don't know why we should go there to be singing and be doing music concerts. I don't know what triggers Nigerian youth a lot about.
Is that not fun? Is that not fundraising for the family though? Because I heard even MC Oluomo gave he gave the son 5 million naira. So is that
Whether you sing or not, people will raise money for the family. Celebrities are very concerned, already sending money. Those ones that don't even make noise at all, they're already sending money. I know some pastors are sending money to them and others. Yeah, but what do I think they should be doing? And I don't know why must you change candle possession to a protest? Why? Then I ask the question I keep asking: what are you protesting about? People have been speaking out. His wife has reached Femi Falana. Femi Falana has confirmed that his wife has reached out to him. And
that is the question though. What are they protesting about? That's the question. What is it? The guy died. The police are investigating. What are you protesting about?
What exactly are you protesting? The wife has reached out to Femi Falana. I suspect Femi Falana will be taking over that case because he has confirmed that the wife has, Mr. Lobada, the wife has reached out to him. police has exhumed the body for further investigation, and they completed their autopsy, and they have confirmed that they have completed autopsy. Then police have opened their window for volunteers to come and volunteer statements, and they've extended invitation to people that their names have been mentioned so far. They've interrogated the father, they've interrogated the mom, the stepmom, they've interrogated the wife, they're interrogating more people, and they keep us updated. It's not as if they are shielding this thing in secrecy. And the Inspector General has set up a committee. Someone said DSS should also join, in this investigation. And then a whole lot of celebrities are on top of this matter. Iyabo Ojo is one of major, and our gang. All those, so look at Amola and all those guys, all those ladies, Davido, Slanta, Keke, even Fast. Although I heard Fast talking some idiotic thing in that possession, saying they will all leave Lagos one day. I don't know who exactly is he talking about. But he said no, police
sorry, but when is Fast not talking nonsense? I'm a bit concerned about that guy. He just latches onto everything and he just says just some absolute gibberish.
When you have a spoiled brat that just that you probably don't caution while growing up, the delinquency will always reflect when they grow up. That's the way I see Fowles, and I don't blame him. So I expect much from Fowles, coming from a home where they engage more in serious things. So I expect more maturity from him. But that's by the way anyway. So everybody train his own children in his own way. So I can't say for his dad. But for you are expecting police to carry out investigation at the same time you are saying they are just doing activities up and down, and I don't know what exactly we really need. But my point is this: these steps have been taken, and everybody is aware, and you have celebrities who are keeping all these guys on their foot, their toes. Then what exactly are you protesting about? When you conflate this thing with NSAS, you realize that was all NSAS all started and went. People started complaining, government started responding, okay, we suspend this, okay, get leaders and let them come and speak with us, let's get engaged. But you continue to say, no, NSAS. And at the end of the day, some people came and hijacked this whole thing, and the thing went out of hands, and you still want to blame government for it. So I wonder, and I don't know why they must turn simple candle possession. What I expect youth to do in a sane society, reasonable people to do at this point, you start engaging, you start asking questions, you start promoting people to go to press, to attend more interviews, to ask more questions on what are policemen doing. You ask questions on if this is this, why not this? Why can't they do this? That's why I love listening to one man called Amsat Oriyomi, that guy in Oyo State. That guy will keep asking questions and probing, He will visit police station. He will ask them more questions. He will go there live. He will ask questions instead of going to.
Is he a radio personality? That's Amsat Oriyomi.
That guy, yeah. And also,
I've listened to him before. When he did something, I think I have his number.
He did. He was the one who pushed that Timothy death. That guy that was killed in this guy's hotel in Ife, in Ile-Ife. The OAU guy, the MBA guy that died in Ife. He was the one who pushed the thing out to public space and followed it all till they got that chief convicted. So for me, this is what I expect you to be doing. Fast and all these guys, Iyabo Ojo and all, start Arise TV, Channels TV, TVC, be getting space there, ask questions, mobilize to police station, ask questions, ask police questions, engage them, not to resort to protest. If you are resorting to protest, then how many people do you want to protest for in Nigeria? How you see, and you cause traffic, you oppress people that have been oppressed already, and you be complaining about government. So I don't understand why they are turning into protest, and I'm so happy with the leaders of these movements. They understand what can be the implication, and they started speaking out to say, see, don't turn this into protest. we didn't have any agreement like this to turn into protest. So that's for that in that space. Let me move to David Udein, and that's where I think I should stop for my intro. You see, I don't know why serious people pay attention to David. He's an opportunist. David, the little I know about him was he was dismissed from Cambridge. They said he made some statements, some misogynistic and some sexist comments, and then was dismissed. And but he still kept claiming that he's a fellow of that place or something like that, which is very controversial. And they said, we didn't give you gave me you sought asylum in UK, you were denied asylum, and you sent back home and become a fugitive in another country. You can't go to your own country. And we still rate this guy in a serious platform. One man, this is a very serious platform. I don't think we should be rating or even discussing David today any longer on this platform. Because what exactly is he saying? David Udein, do you know how many use David Udein are brought out that's proven to be falsehood, and nobody is saying anything about it now, and he keeps digging out more nonsense and people are paying attention to him? I don't know. I don't think we should pay too much attention to that guy. That guy is just a fugitive who is finding his way to travel back to America, and like somebody said on this platform, there's no way if they refuse you asylum from UK, forget other UK allies. Except you want to become slow biting somewhere, you are landing and they are picking you up. So and I agree with the person who talked about the information he leaked about Nigerian military, which we also discussed here robustly, that it's an act of treason against the state. And he understand, and I believe he understand that, and that's why he won't even move close to Nigeria.
What do you think? What do you think will happen, and what do you think should happen if he goes to Nigeria? So what do you think will happen? So that's one, and then separately, what do you think should happen if that guy goes to Nigeria?
They should pick him up. I've expressed my opinion about him here before. They should pick him up, particularly on that military information. A document.
You don't think it'll be better if they just ignored him?
No. They could ignore him if the guy remains outside the shore of Nigeria. But if he enters Nigeria today, why must they ignore him? And that was why one of the things I love about Buhari, if there is any, was because he picked Nnamdi Kanu. You don't keep that kind of person within your space, and because he become a menace, that guy will become another somebody like Naira Marley. See, when Naira Marley entered Nigeria, records show that Naira Marley has been was arrested like almost hundreds of times in UK on drug-related matters and others, and then move his base to Nigeria and started recruiting those guys, and then started getting them involved in drug and all these issues. And nobody was talking. Some people were even hailing him, saying he's another fella, Nicolako. After all, fella also live like that and that. And see what Naira and his gang have done to the music space now. I know, yes, the space have been having problem on its own, but the more havoc they've done to that space, see that young guy, see what they did to that guy, battered his mental health. The guy ran into depression, and so the same way I see Udein is going to be a menace. Some people will start copying him. If you don't do anything to him, some people will believe that you can do anything, and some freedom fighter will start coming and start making some noises, So for me, if it enters Nigeria, I've expressed my opinion before, it should be picked up. You should come and answer questions. Where did he get all those documents? Document marked as secret, military information. You release it, and you release it to precision. Every details, you publish them, and you want to hide under freedom of speech or expression. No, it's not done. It has limits. I keep saying it here. Freedom of expression is not the same thing as recklessness. You don't put the sovereignty and the integrity and security of your country in jeopardy because you are expressing your freedom of information. That is where the red line should be drawn. And it's even drawn in law. So that's the way I see it. And he understands that. I'm so sure he understands that. He enters Nigeria, they will pick him. DSS will pick him the day he enters. So that's on that one man. And I welcome everybody on board.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ogweni, just for as long as you can, because I still want to hear. We are still going to reverse back to the appeals to the Supreme Court by Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. But the opening remarks carry on, and they go in the direction of Fatai. So Fatai, a 5 to 7 minute monologue opening remarks. Fatai.
Hello,
the Igwe one of Cyprus Central. John Joye me ṣá wọn Joye me
wọn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń jẹ́ Igwe.
bóyá àgbé lọ́bẹ̀ new style.
Àbí o kọ́ recognition.
All right. Opening remarks are 5-7 minutes just of a monologue, Fatai.
Yeah, well, everything won't start now, sir. Anyway, sir.
I suspect you want to start from Kodoso, Wale Edun. That's more your area, isn't it?
Yeah, I know Kodoso. I will come down to Kodoso in the end. Cardoso in the end. But okay, let me. Ogbeni Alpha kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Baba ńlá, boy David. Mi ò rò pé òun lọ sí Cambridge o. Mi ò rò pé lọ sí Cambridge. Àwọn kan ọ̀nà ẹ̀ ni.
Yes.
Ó dàbí wọ́n fún ní ọ̀nà kan. One school.
Wọ́n lè dànù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o. Wọ́n jọ parí ọ̀nà yẹn o.
No, kò kàwé ń bẹ̀. University of Hull. Nígbà tó lọ.
So what happened was that ó tẹ̀lé bọ̀bọ̀ prof kan lọ bẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n fẹ́ lọ gba ọ̀nà yẹn náà ni. Wọ́n Yinka wọ́n provoke ọkàn máa pèrè ẹ̀ professor, but they chase him out because he made some comments tí ó yẹ kán make in a civilized environment. So we shouldn't let that.
Mi ò follow ẹ̀ lọ́bọ̀ ọmọ. Yeah, mi ò follow mo follow ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So I don't know. Although the guy David Udeyin. Creativity they keep person, you don't know say creativity they keep person. Yeah. Everything get limit now. Opposition is good now, but opposition is supposed to get sense now, you know. But anyway, ọmọ wa náà ṣe bàbá Tinubu wọn máa fi wo ṣe fún náà ni ọmọ wa náà ṣe. Make he repent, ká fún ní passion kékeré ká fi náà ń di kó dẹ̀ ọmọ ní lélele títí kalẹ̀ fẹ́ kún pàjẹ́. Ọmọ wa náà sì ni a máa fílẹ̀ gbẹ̀rẹ̀ náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ṣe rí sí ni I always have a soft spot for people. I don't know, but maybe I know they see well, but anyway, but what don't sound every way they talk no make sense. So you know, I don't really know so much about the military stuff. I know, the Niger situation. I don't know the impact of that. I don't know the secrecy or what is the law says regarding that. But other than that, all those rubbish when they talk now rubbish. Now one day I won't come tell and say make they calm down. Now that day I went to this one man's friend's show, but he left me in the. Oh, okay. Let me not say that. I was in the background. I couldn't get in until the show was finished. So, but I was just give my money, say, guy, calm down. But anyway, but now I just on the light side, you know. But anyway, they will know how they go do them now. They sabi each other. They go sabi fix all those things, you know. The thing that actually, you know, there's two things that is the pillar of the Tinubu's administration. You know, the subsidy and the exchange rate system. So, I didn't understand. Actually, I've tried today very hard to look for the writing about the back end subsidy removal or something. Subsidy reinstatement of subsidy by Tinubu at the back end. I don't think it's true. You know, there's no.
It has to be true, Fatai, because a few weeks ago they gave us the assurance that the the fuel prices, the petrol prices is not going to hike beyond where the NNPC has set it. They gave us that assurance. But then what the petrol is meant to do was to track the international crude and reflect at the pump prices. So the international crude has spiked up, but the price at the pump, it remains consistent. So who carries that differential if there wasn't a subsidy?
One man. I mean, I know they talk too much. I don't talk many times. One man, that thing has nothing to do with the petrol price. Okay, one man. In fact, to shock you, the petrol they are selling today, till today in Nigeria, they are still petrol that they bought with subsidy money. Okay, whatever is happening in international market, right? It's not. But I tried to talk about it many times, but I mean, I've given up on it. If I try to talk about it, people will be jumping in and all of that. And I leave everybody with their knowledge, and they can go. But I guarantee you one man, the petrol they are still selling, they are selling today in Nigeria. They were all bought with subsidy money. Doesn't matter. That whatever is happening has nothing to do with it. What about these spot price? I came here the last time, I was saying options and futures, and I don't know. Somebody
also, Tinubu did say that there will be interventions in that space to stabilize price.
No.
If they
No.
He said that. I'll go and dig it up if you want me to, but he did say it.
No, I know. I heard it was in his address. That was the day Babajani Koko was very angry like this, that Tinubu should speak to Nigerian people.
Sorry, I apologize. Fatah, did you say options?
Yeah, I say options and futures.
Do you trade SPY?
Tell me.
Do you trade SPY?
Do I trade what?
SPY. Don't worry about it. We'll talk later. All right.
No. Speak it up. There's no worry about it.
It was asking if you trade SPY.
SPY.
The SPY. A doctor by profession, but Babate's hobby is stock trading. So he wanted to know if you're in that game too.
Well, my financials, I would rather keep my financials close to myself.
All right, this guy. So we don't beg you for money, Abi.
Because you said you trade options, and I'm like just curious because we were trying to set up a show with this other guy on the platform, one man. So I'm like, that's why I asked. Okay, never mind. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
so sorry, Fatai. What does it add or remove from anything if we knew if you traded options or not? Does that mean we'll bring a begging bowl to Cyprus for you to throw a few pennies in? Well, Fatai,
it's not only my financial I don't talk about. Also, I don't like to talk about my CV, right? I don't like complicated story.
Your narrative. Your narrative speaks to your CV. Because when we have these conversations, you're so detailed and nuanced in specific areas that a lot of people already because people are not stupid, so they know that you have somewhat of a financial expertise.
It's not okay. There was only one time I mentioned that I did an MBA or whatever. Yeah, but I didn't do only MBA. I actually have specializations in the economic areas after my MBA. So, but I don't like to go too detailed into my CV and everything like that. So there's nothing. But I don't like to give. Okay, this is the only reason I don't give my CV. I enjoy conversation. I don't like to use my whatever I did or whatever it is to shut down conversation. I don't want to be taken on the credibility, on the force of my whatever. I want to be taken up on the force of my conversation. Okay, I think that I don't enjoy like I just speak and everybody accepts it. I don't have a problem. People.
No, we get what you mean. You don't want people to defer to you because of credentials. You want the logic of your.
No.
Yeah.
No, I never like it. It's never really my
Right.
thing. Like, I don't get enjoyment out of it. I'm just like
I'm in
sticking to
that.
my
I'm in that space too. Actually, I'm in that thought space too. I want what I say to present itself and to be accepted or rejected just on its own merit. But carry on, Fatai.
Yeah, it's freedom of speech. Let the opposition also speak their own. Let me speak my own. You know? But I don't like to be caged though. I like to speak my own. Speak your own. I speak my own.
You know, there's a James Hadley Chase novel called No Man Made Cage for Angie. But carry on.
Yes, one man. So yeah, there's nothing to do with it. And so this is the point, the reason I bring it up, right? A lot of people are trying to make Tinubu reverse the subsidy and also reverse the exchange rate system, right? So all these people, they are playing games, right? So the only thing I could find on the subsidy being removed was a piece by Daily Trust, right? So it was a piece by Daily Trust, and it speaks about how the subsidy and that 169.4 billion naira in August was supposedly paid as subsidy. If Tinubu paid $169 billion in August alone for subsidy, he has paid maybe doubled what Buhari was paying for subsidy. So Buhari was paying, so Tinubu will be paying almost double of Buhari's money for subsidy. But the petrol was selling under Buhari at less than 200. But Tinubu is so foolish, he's paying more than Buhari, and his petrol is sold for maybe 600 or close to 600. Doesn't make any sense.
Hello, have we lost Fatai or have you lost me?
Sorry, I was still on. Or what's going on? Am I?
No, I was speaking and then I didn't know I was muted. I was saying, have you lost me? Because I thought my system dipped, but I think Fatai's system dipped. Let's go on. And thank you for stepping in, Babati. So that's Fatai. I think system issue. So I'll come back, Fatai, to continue with your monologue. But we move the conversation on to Ajale Koko opening remarks. And then from Ajale Koko to Ola, and then we go around that way. So Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start with those young guys that went to Lekki. I see a lot of people chastising them and describing them as obedient. I think I don't want to describe them as obedient. I want to describe them as Nigerian youth that are very bitter that one of their own was as a result of police inefficiency died.
Ajale Koko, are you in a nightclub?
No, I have.
Are you booging? Are you booging down? Weekend record here.
Bàbá kílẹ̀ ṣe ní strip club lálẹ́ yìí. Lọ́mọdún mélòó? Lọ́mọdún mélòó?
Ṣadéwálé, ìbámu Ṣadéwálé.
Kò sọ́dún lórí strip club. You know, there was a headline that I was going to bring you. I'll actually show you it as you're continuing with your. You know that all these functionaries that went with Tinubu to New York for the UN summit, they all ended up in strip clubs, paying $5,000 a pop for extras, if you know what that means. But carry on, I'll find that headline for you.
Possession bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Possession wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Adéwálé ti dé. Wọ́n ti mọ̀ náà. Àbá oní street club ti dé.
Ọlọ́run kì í dùn sí.
Wọ́n sì rẹ́
Possession
obìnrin
bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
àti ọtí báyìí, ó máa yanjú ní ṣáá ni. Wọ́n ti gbóbìnrin àtọ́tí báyìí.
Adéwálé ti dé.
There's no crime in that. Kò bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́run nú.
Baba T, happy ending. Call him back in those days.
How do you know what is called one man? How do you know?
Well, according to Baba T, now this is me hanging around with Baba T.
I don't love me.
Confession and.
Happy ending. All right, back to Ajale.
I will sue you guys. You are stereotyping me now, so everybody will think, "Oh, this guy is just about women and all those things." No, I will sue all of you.
It's not a terrible thing now. It could be about a lot worse. So yes, Balogun behind them.
So I want to see them as Nigerian youth that are very bitter. Or police, should I call it misconduct or inefficiency, or how do I describe it? So, yes, they went to a light, how did they describe it? A candle night, or what did they say? Yeah, and from there
they went to what was meant to be a candlelight procession.
Yeah.
Which they agreed with the police will end for 8 p.m. And the organizers, after the candlelight procession, asked everybody to go home. But the obedient element within that gathering, let me actually just show you this again. Ajale Koko, I want you to pay attention to this. Then this tells you what went down there.
We are black and black. What did happen? Show. Our guy will die. What did the name? Show. Mohbad. Mohbad. Yeah. Who be Mohbad? I want Calabar guy. When they say he work for your Ghana, Mali, you know, settle and I can send people go kill him. The Calabar boy work for your Ghana. He work for your Ghana, and your Ghana won't be, you know, what settle land. So the boy won't come out. Now he send people go kill him.
So that tells you. They don't know what's going on. They've just turned up because, there's a promise of a riot and maybe to smash up a few things.
Yeah. So,
oh man, is it this guy you are calling? This guys you are calling obedient.
Look at that. Look at this. Look at this guy. This is Rudolph. He hears happy ending and he comes running in. So now we found out now what it's all about. So sorry. Carry on. Yes.
Yeah, I won't describe them as obedient. I describe them as Nigerian youth that are not happy with the system. The system failed them. The failure of the system is responsible for the death of that young guy. If the Nigerian police have acted early in response to the petition they wrote, maybe they will have prevented this death. So the system failed them. They are bitter, they are hungry, and the useful exorbitant.
Sorry, how did the system fail this guy? Because we don't actually know the circumstances of his death, and they've just done the autopsy now, and there's a very good chance, and I'm willing to stake money, that that death almost certainly as a result of drug abuse. It's a self-induced sort of a thing, ultimately what will come out. I don't know quite why they've turned it into all this raging and wailing.
One man, this system failed Nigerian youth. The system is responsible. The failure of the system is responsible for the death of this guy.
No, it is not. It's a privileged youth.
Let me tell you.
Okay, go on.
This guy wrote a petition, a strong petition to Nigerian police that some people are after him. Some people are out there to kill him. He mentioned the name. He mentioned incidences that where he was molested, abused, physically abused, mentally abused, psychologically abused,
And the police failed to act. Police did not act. In fact, the Attorney General of the Federation should form an investigating committee to investigate police.
Aja, calm down, calm down. Can I just put a perspective to it about the petition is sent to the police?
Okay.
Just for 30 seconds, 1 minute.
All right, sir.
His lawyer wrote a petition for and on his behalf, a very powerful petition. He mentioned name, incidents, and places in the petition. He gave it to them. Now, those that he mentioned were invited on a particular day, and they asked him also, as the petitioner, according to what Ogbeni always says here, he who alleges must prove. So he was called to come along with his lawyer to confront those whom he accused. He never showed up. Neither did his lawyer.
So the system worked for him, is what you're
exactly
describing. The
Thank
system
you,
worked
Aja.
for him, yeah.
If I may,
we're so quick to run down the system. The system is working. They've
Woman.
managed this procession, which was spiraling into a riot. They managed it excellently. And from what Baba just described now, they responded to his petition and he climbed up. The system works.
Is Baba, if you don't mind, did the police invited him the same day, the same time his accuser was also invited?
Correct. His claim later, when they got to him, was that he was afraid of them. So why did you write a petition when you know you can confront them?
How on earth a law enforcement would invite someone who said he's scared, who said he was molested or harassed, and then the same time the accused will be invited as well? That would be intimidation. You don't do that during investigation. No,
There's no hiding here.
You will not be able to
You
get
said I did this.
No.
Sit opposite me across the table. The police are there with their guns. It's a security area. Tell me what you said I did. Repeat it.
The presence
How do you want them to investigate?
The presence of the accuser, the abuser, is enough to intimidate the petitioner to succumb, to revert back to his shell. You can't do that when you investigate. Just like when you have somebody who says she's been raped, how can you bring the person perpetrator and the victim together? You don't do that during investigation. To me, it's just a way of saying, you know what, this is the right way to do it. Let them come in. I know he's going to go back to his shell. You can't do that during investigation. So Babandele Koko is right.
When you wrote a petition against me, for instance, and they invited me, so after they heard my own part of it, wouldn't they ask the two parties to come forward? And then
That is after you've established some facts. And this is supposed to go beyond that. If you want to take it further, to take it to the court. Police is not supposed to be.
I subscribe to that. If you are brave enough to write a petition, you must be ready to confront those whom you accused. Whether they are tall as a giant or anything, it really doesn't matter. The police will protect you.
The job of police is not to adjudge a case, is to investigate and present the fact if the petitioner wants to take it further to court. They have no business meeting each other.
That's my opinion, and that's the best way I think.
Are you a police officer, Dewale?
You can take it any way you want it.
Yeah, because if you are not a police officer, then you shouldn't really tell the police how to do their job.
And I said, you can quote me anywhere. That is the way it's been done when you're investigating. You don't bring them together. It's never done anywhere.
Woman.
Yeah, so when
Okay.
So I subscribe to what that last week I think Adewale said. So this is the way it's done. When you are alleging a crime that involve maybe bodily harm, property destruction, and criminal intimidation, and all those offenses that are not simple offenses. what the police should do is first, they will invite you, the petitioner, to come and adopt your statement. When you come, you adopt your statement that this is actually my statement, this is everything I have against these guys. You write the statement, you mention names. And the next thing is, they don't confront you directly with the person you are suspecting or the person you are accusing of that crime. Then they invite those guys to come. And that's why most times you see the lawyers, you'll be calling police to know if they have come or not. So they will invite them to come. If they show up, then you take their statements too. It is when you take their statement, you study both, and you realize there are things to iron out, then you could call two of them to come together. Somebody accused another person of intimidating him in several ways. And then you are now calling them, both of them, to come together at the same time, to come and do what? That's the way I see it. So I don't think, yes, the guy is dead now. Nobody could really speak for him. The reason why he didn't come, his lawyer is still alive. His lawyer will come out and speak. If I expect his lawyer to have even spoken by now.
Yeah, the lawyer wrote the petition for him, and he must have paid the lawyer some handsome money. So what did he do as a lawyer?
No. You don't say what did he do as a lawyer. You see, sometimes we just pick what police said and we run with it. Because the guy the police is accusing of not coming is no longer alive. That doesn't make it true. Initially, police denied that there was no letter. It was later when people started pulling this letter out on social media and said, oh, yes, we actually had a letter, but he didn't honor their invitation. Can you still believe that particular institution? We need more.
What about the lawyer who helped him forward the petition?
That was my issue. So I expect that lawyer to start talking.
Exactly.
Tell us why your client didn't go to the place and tell us what actually happened.
At least the lawyer can present himself if the person involved cannot show up.
No, I'm not even talking about presentation. It is a wrong procedure for them to bring the two of them together without adopting their statements. That's the practice I know.
But we don't know at what phase or stage of the investigation they decided to do that.
Yes, but they said the reason why they didn't go further in investigating is because they did not show up when they caught two of them. But my point on that is that you don't even call them at that stage. You first call them to adopt their statement. Then after that, you call the names mentioned. You keep investigating. That is your job.
But the investigative style of the Nigerian police is often two fighting sort of a thing. They do two fighting.
No, that's for simple offenses.
And too much frivolous petition in our country. Too much.
That's for simple offenses where they just call you, okay, you beat your wife, okay, come, did he beat you? And things like that. This is not a simple offense. Somebody is talking about threat to life. He's talking about arson, destroying his property, and he's talking about all these things. And a celebrity for that matter, and you say, okay, you call them and their lawyer, and two of them.
One man, please. Can I seek your indulgence, please?
Yeah. Carry on, Thomas.
Yeah. Good morning from Australia. So, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Ogbeni, is there anything like amicably settling in the police station that call number A, call number B together, and let's settle it? We are not taking it for court. Just tell them not to bully him. Or is there anything like that in the police station? Thank you.
Yes, Nigerian police do that. For instance, if you report and say, there's some gang there's some guys, for instance, in your street, you have offended them, and since then they won't allow you to rest. Sometimes police can call them instead of charging them to court and say, okay, sign an undertaking that nothing will happen to this guy. If anything happens to this guy, we'll pick you up, and they go home. Nigerian police do that in practice. So nobody will claim ignorance of.
So do you think maybe it could be what happened in this instance? That's why I brought up that thing, because I know it happens a lot in Nigeria. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it was,
Yeah,
but
it's
in
a
this
two
instance,
fighting sort of policing, isn't
yeah,
it?
in this instance,
Aja,
they
over
just
to you,
said,
sir.
yeah, in this instance, they just said they didn't show up. That's the issue I have with police. And for them to have even first denied that letter, I put a very big question mark on whatever police is saying now. I would rather trust the lawyer if the lawyer should come out and tell us what exactly happened than what police who has first denied the letter and now talking is saying. That's just my point.
All right, back to Ajanle Koko. Carry on
So,
with your monologue here.
so let me thank Adewale for his interjection and brilliant submission. You see, some of us.
What about me?
Baba Gari.
You're the best.
I thank you too. I thank you too, sir. Okay. Look, we mustn't jump quick to support Nigerian police or some of these our security agencies because they've not done us proud. There's no way you want to give it to them in any way that they have done well to protect Nigerian people. They have not. We have to score them low at all time. And one of their, what they did to this guy, their failure to respond quick and, acted quickly, carry out a quick investigation, get these abusers of this guy nipped down, take them to court. I believe that is what is responsible for the death of this guy. So when we see our youth, they are youthful exuberant, acted the way they did by going to what do you call it, the Lekki Tollgate. Though it is wrong, but we should recognize that, look, youth will surely act as youth. Yes, they will surely act as youth because of the energy they have in them. That energy is what took them there. How can we push this matter further so that the authority can know that we are serious about it? So they have done it. We shouldn't then condemn them in totality. Oh, they are obedient and rob them with obi and this thing. I think that is not fair. What we are doing is totally wrong. They are Nigerian youth. They are, they are bitter. The system failed them. You see this one that you just showed us in the video saying, oh, one Calabar boy. Is that guy a Calabar boy? So they are just there. They are unproductive. The system failed them. And when they see an opportunity like this for them to express their anger, they can go overboard. So this is one of it. So we just have to take it easy with Nigerian youth. The system are beating them down. And most of the time, they cannot even, psychologically, they are being defeated. And when they see an opportunity, they want to express the anger. They want to go. They want to express it in a very strong term. So I will not.
So you support the way they go around destroying our public infrastructures and all this.
They didn't destroy anything. They did not destroy anything at the Lekki Tollgate. They just went there.
Yeah, only because the police moved quickly.
Yeah, they just went there to demonstrate. They did not
protest. To protest. That wasn't the agreement,
which is in line with their constitutional right. They have the right to protest.
But a question: what are they protesting again? What are they protesting?
Yes, that is the question.
And this is the area where, police should do their job well by breaking down the situation to them. You understand? The police went there, tear gas them. We don't know what really happened. Maybe they're about to start going violent. Maybe that was. But police have responsibility of talking to peaceful protester.
Yes, they did. They asked them to disperse. They
can
did.
talk to them. They can talk to them peacefully. I mean, talk to them politely because they are your citizens. These are citizens you support. You are.
So hold on, Ajale Koko. Watch this.
Love him, Wale, go home. Let us spoil this. Let us spoil his legacy. Please, if you love him, Wale, please go home.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So that was the police. They were persuading them to disperse, and they did that for hours. And then they went and got the people who organized the procession to come and persuade them to leave, because that wasn't the plan. The plan was to have a procession to end at that park in Victoria Island, wherever, and then for everybody to go home. But they headed to Lekki Tollgate. And you of course, Ajale Koko, you know what the significance of that. So they did everything that was within best practice to disperse them, and they couldn't. And then they started to see signs. They were encountering resistance, and they were seeing signs. They said they were taking drugs. We saw that one in the clip smoking Igbo. So what do they do? They had to disperse them in some form. Otherwise, yeah, I think they did all that was expected of them. The Nigerian police, we have to say.
Well, if as described, it happened like that, I think yes, they did what they're supposed to do. But we on this platform should not condemn those young guys. They are doing what they're supposed to do too, in protest against one of them. In protest against one of them. I mean, look, we are passed through that stage before. We know the way we used to do when we were young. So we shouldn't be condemning our youth. We shouldn't be condemning them. That is totally wrong. And rubbishing them with that they are obedient, I think that is totally wrong. They are Nigerian youth. They are expressing their anger, and they have the right, according to the constitution, to do what they are doing. So, but we can understand from the police as well that, due to the past experience, I mean, particularly with, reference to, what do you call NSAS? Yes, they don't want to take any chance. They don't want such a situation to repeat itself. So they acted with tear gas. They did their job, but we shouldn't be, calling our youth this and that and that. Let's just take it.
So you don't think they should? You don't think they should have shot one or two just to make an example?
I don't think what?
They should have shot one or two just to make an example. Maybe in the leg or maybe in the leg or something. Just to...
Oh man, don't be too funny like that, man. So, but we have to thank God that, no incident of injury or killing. So they handled the situation well. Nigerian police handled the situation well at the same time. So everybody is happy, but we should not be rubbishing our youth. They are doing what they got to do, and I give credit to them for doing that. I hope the youth can start believing in themselves and can do, come out very strongly when it comes to the time of election to kick out all these fit for no purpose politicians out of the day. That is where I will expect them to come out in strong, come out strongly,
do what they're supposed to do, kick out this politician that fits for no purpose. That is what we are expecting from them, and not line up behind any politician or be Atiku, Tinubu, and all the rest. They should believe in themselves. They should believe in somebody that look like them, that they believe can take them to the promised land. So I hope they can start having that confidence in themselves. So what they did, I'm proud of them. Nobody knew that this guy can come out, in this large number for this young star that incident happened to. I give kudos to them. They have pushed up, their protests. They hit where they're supposed to hit in terms of, letting the authority know that what happened to this guy must be investigated. They are not happy about it, and the authority is investigating this situation. So I'm happy about that. So let me mention what is the next thing.
All right. Give us a that was the main that was the main one, and then we spoke about the forex, etc. With Wale Edun telling us. Let me actually put the headline up. Wale Edun telling us that $6.8 billion dollars overdue forward payment responsible for Naira's decline. So essentially, it's essentially a narrative of no liquidity in the economy because of the debt that Buhari left behind. So that's really the squeeze on the Naira. There's not sufficient enough Naira to satiate the market, essentially what you're saying.
That is it, one man. We don't have it. And who are the people? How do we get it? How do we get that enough forest to run the economy as fast as possible? How do we get it? No other way.
You get it by what Tinubu is doing now, opening up the economic space.
Yes, except investors brings in that hard currency. Except the Russian bring in their money, that is the only way out now. And Tinubu is doing a good job traveling, talking to them, marketing Nigeria, telling them all the opportunities that are available. Look, one man, you need to show a video I sent to you when this guy was in a meeting with American Chamber of Commerce and stuff like that. This guy once again marketed Nigeria in the best. This guy is the best marketer of that. He's the commander in chief of marketing Nigeria as of today. You need to show that video.
All right.
At the point, he even tell them that, look, if you are talking of, capacity, Nigeria can supply you with human capacity. That is what he told United States. Nigeria can supply you when it comes to human capacity. That we have it. Except some little program here and there that is, giving us some kind of setback. You need to show the video. It's wonderful. So let me leave it here, one man, so that right. I want you to show that video. I'll send it to you.
Yes, I'll show that video. It's already lined up. But gentlemen, hold on. Everybody hold on. Gentlemen, let's do this. We're still at the opening remarks phase. It's a 5 to 7 minute slot. So unless you really want to interject the speaker, then let them flow freely. But then the speaker try and contain it within 5-7 minutes so that we can quickly speak through everybody on the screen. Then we'll open up the platform for that ghost bus that we usually do. Fatai, I pick it up from where you were.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you, Roman. Sorry, I think it was my internet. I fixed it. Okay. Before I go, Baba, this is not about money Buhari hold. I think Nigeria is supposed to be paid the money. I think that's what they are talking about. But the money is deferred. it's not instant money to be paid to Nigeria. So the money is owed to Nigeria. Not that Nigeria is owing that 6.8 because they say it's forward contract payment, whatever. So it's money it's dollar that's supposed to come into the Nigerian system. That's not that because I haven't read the story, but as a result of a complicated arrangement, it's going to come in. It's deferred.
Do you want me to bring it to you quickly?
Yeah, if it talks specific, why not?
Oh, all right. I'll speak through it. It says Nigerian Finance Minister Adebayo Olawale Edun has attributed the naira's incessant decline to approximately $6.8 billion in overdue forward payments within the foreign exchange market, according to Bloomberg. He insists that addressing this issue is crucial to stabilizing the local currency. He clarified that the resolution of these unpaid contracts could fortify the naira's value and open avenues for additional foreign exchange inflow. Over the course of several months, the Nigerian naira has been on a consistent downward trajectory in terms of value. In the currency exchange parallel, essentially that's what he said. Essentially
he said there will be enough supply. There will be enough supply of dollar to the market if this money comes in.
Sorry, Fatai. Let me give you two quotations from him. He says the issue we have now is that the market is not liquid enough. We are committed to encouraging liquidity based on reforms that have been made at the moment in the fiscal side and the monetary side. And together with the restoration of trust and confidence, we think the FX flow will return. So that's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. He said they are encouraging liquidity. There's no liquidity, essentially because Nigeria doesn't print dollars. So there's nothing you can do about it. It has to come in. So they are making efforts to encourage injection of liquidity of dollar into Nigeria. And that is probably that is speaking to all the investors come and whatever they are doing all around the place. So that's what he's speaking to. But to the specific of that, it's money due to Nigeria that for whatever the arrangement is, it's not coming in. So Nigeria needs the inflow of that money. So maybe they have looked at all the books or whatever, and they have totaled all the money that's supposed to flow into Nigeria, right? That have been contracted to flow into Nigeria, and that's the amount. But with the contracts are not like straightforward contracts, so the payments are deferred, and that's what it's speaking to. Yeah.
Fatal. Yeah, what of the Nigerian system?
Sorry, it's a monologue. Otherwise, I won't get to you anytime soon. Let him have about 5 minutes and I'll come to you. Sorry, Ekene, but Fatai, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, brother. So that's one thing. So with the just to wrap up the one I was saying before. So it doesn't make Tinubu already. Even he said it maybe twice already this week. In fact, he said it in such a strong term. He said this corrupt something they call subsidy. We have taken it out. So it doesn't. I don't know how he says that today and the next day. Some people are. Why don't they speak specifically what they mean? They said they guess. All the story you say, oh well, because he said they shouldn't jack up the price any longer. So that means they are taking their own leap by themselves. They are speaking to themselves. They're not speaking to the factual things happening. There is no backdoor subsidy reintroduction. No, it's people who have no clue about nothing. Either have no clue or they are trying to play games to dabaru everything before your eye, if you want to graduate, so that you don't go understand what they go on, to put it on his table and you say, oh, there is chaos, okay, we have to reverse the policy. Yeah, but the man campaigned that is this what he's going to do? He's doing what he campaigned to, he's doing his own instinct. He said subsidy is gone. So if they are speaking to because the man says they should not increase any longer the price, no, that is what Tinubu should have done. The next day after that speech, subsidy is gone. You should have ordered an NPC. You are taking subsidy money. You dare not jack up the price. You are still talking subsidy money. You don't jack up the price. Maybe because he just came in and, whatever it is, or maybe his leg is not standing or whatever it is that happened there, whatever happened there. But now that his leg is stood after maybe a month in there, he told them, you increase the first time, second time, don't do it again. But that does not mean that he's giving them money. That is other people's interpretation. That is not what happened. In mind, there's no so. And also, if you say the only way he can reintroduce subsidy is by if he passed a supplementary budget. I've not read that he passed any supplementary budget, or is he paying that money from his pocket? He can't be paying that money. He couldn't have paid that money. There are 160 something billion in August out of his pocket. So where is the budget for that? So the man is not paying. If anything happening between NNPC and whatever, I don't know, whatever is the arrangement, whatever they should. But to say is reintroduce subsidy, I think that because that is a leap. It's a leap that is being made, not out of the fact, but out of emotions. Oh, if he said don't increase again the price, then that means. No, that's according to your own interpretation. Whoever, I mean, I don't mean you, Mama, but according to whoever said it, according to their own interpretation. Okay, though not that is not what happened. The only other thing that that concerned me, and in fairness, is that when I look, I'm just speaking my own man. Okay, if that I don't understand it. If Cardoso is coming into CBN governor, if he proposed in the past or is going to propose Crowley peg system for the exchange rate, Nigeria's economy is going to crash. Argentina is a perfect example of Crowley peg economy. If you take any class or whatever, whatever.
Sorry, for the benefit of some of us that did not attend school, what's a Crowley peg? So give us we are working on the assumption that we know what you're talking about. So give us the dummy version of that.
Okay, so there are only two ways you do your exchange, whatever. You float it or you peg it. Whatever they call Crowley peg is some experimental stuff that only I think only Botswana.
You peg it to what? To the American dollar?
You can peg it to dollar. You can peg it to dollar. You can peg it to another currency. You peg it to. You can peg it to many different currencies.
And what does that pegging? What does that pegging mean? Do you peg it that it functions as a percentile differential between the value of that currency? And how does that work?
Okay. Usually, when you want to peg a currency, it's not inflation you use to peg a currency. It's trade. A balance of trade is what you use to peg a currency. So you peg your currency with countries you do a lot of trade with. Okay. So your exchange rate will sink and rise with the flow of that country's exchange rate, right? That's essentially what it means. Your exchange rate is tied to that country's exchange. That's why they call it pegging. So the Crowley peg is just an experimental version, like or something like this, like a rejigging of that Crowley, but it's not really a thing.
Model.
It's not really a thing. So if they are going to introduce a peg into, actually, by the way, in fact, to hit the nail on the head, the person that proposed it is not Cardoso. To really hit the nail on the head, it's Bode. What is this guy name? Bode Augusto. But Bode Augusto was working with Obasanjo regime. Why didn't he propose it for Obasanjo economy? Why is he proposing it for Tinubu's economy? Let him crash the Obasanjo economy now. Why does he have to be proposing it for Tinubu's economy? If he thinks it works, let him propose it for Tinubu's economy. The man has floated the whole thing. That's the way he wants to run it. That's why the campaign, that's what he wants to do his thing. I mean, I don't understand all these people, all these billionaires who think that they cannot survive unless they are getting free money from government. I don't get free money from the Nigerian government. I am a Nigerian. Why do some billionaires cannot think out of the box to use their billions to make money? If they don't get subsidy, they want to get some whatever from foreign exchange. These guys are billionaires. They can get whatever they want from the bank. Why do you need free money if you have so much billions? Why does the country have to crash so that you get some free money? If they want to be giving you subsidy, whatever you call subsidy, free money, let all of us crash the economy, all of us together. Let them give every Nigerian every month 1 million naira. We know say they do it like that. But if not someone I want them say by force, by fire, they get subsidy. But they could give all of when they distribute all the money for all so that we know say all of us crash them together now. Why like some 10 people will insist that they must get subsidy. For what? You are so rich, you can go into the bank, walk into the bank and get whatever money you want. If you want to go into the business, go in the bank and get your money. What's all this propaganda is tiring. It's tiring. They are not poor people. It's poor people that should be begging for subsidy, not these billionaires. Oh, I mean, sometimes it's so sickening, you know. Anyway, one man.
All right, at least one person understands what you are saying and he agrees. Kando, he says, yes, yeah, he's been conversing with you in the comment section. So, Kando, maybe you want to hop on if you're an economic sort of a person. But stay with us, Fatai. We move the conversation on. Take it.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. What Fatai is trying to say by chronic peg is this: you claim to have a fixed rate, but you allow it to fluctuate, and you are now indirectly subsidizing in order for the thing not to devalue. So it's not going to change from what we are doing before. So because some people will still find arbitrage there. So that's Fatai. If I'm wrong, just correct me. You know, you just allow it to fluctuate.
No, you're not wrong. The floating within the range is within the range of the pegging is what really they just characterize it as peg as a chronic peg. But even that floating within the range, you can even achieve it by if you peg your currency to many different currencies, like China does. China is pure peg, but sometimes some people try to describe it as a chronic peg, but it's not really chronic peg. But the point, but the key, you mentioned the keyword there, Ola, is a float between a set a set wavelength between this minimum and that maximum that you'll be but it doesn't work. Why you want to peg your whatever? And also, if you're going to peg the naira, peg it to what? Peg it to the dollar.
Of course, it will have to be to the dollar. Yes.
Yeah, but how much? The United States is not Nigeria's biggest trading partner. Why do you want to peg your currency to the dollar? All these things are not done on emotion. When you peg based on a trade balance. How much trade does Nigeria does with the United States? I think we do more trade with South Africa than we do with the United States. So why want to peg our currency to the dollar? The guy that proposed this is Bode Augusto. He's an accountant. Also, actually, he was an accountant, and then I think it was an economic budget under Obasanjo. Why did he not propose it to Obasanjo?
Fatai, could I interject for a minute? The word that, hello everybody. The word that Obeni used right there, arbitrage, right? It's very important. We can talk about all the beauty that you have. For example, arbitrage in the United States is a problem. In Nigeria, you know definitely it's a horrible thing. It's a simultaneous buying and selling of securities, currency, and commodities.
Okay,
okay. So it would can explain to you what that means, because it's key to what you're talking about.
No, don't worry about anybody explaining to me, brother. The arbitrage is overblown. Arbitrage is a market phenomenon. Okay, there are people who specialize. They trade only in. Wait.
What is it? What is it? Explain it to everybody. We don't know. We don't know everything. What is it?
Okay. Arbitrage is a situation, right? So where you trade your currency, but the differentials in price. So you buy from this market and you sell into this market. You buy and your profit comes from the difference in the price. But this I think that happen in microseconds. Wait, these are not something that
you got the definition right, but put it in Nigerian context. Do you really think with that in place, with all these elites, right? And you have something like, even in developed countries, it's very, very difficult not to make that illegal activity.
It's not.
How are you going to do that in Nigeria?
No. What I'm saying, you have to
how?
The concept of arbitrage, you have to put it in context. It's not illegal. Arbitrage is not illegal. It's an economic phenomenon. It's not an illegal stuff. That's why everybody is saying remove arbitrage. What do you mean remove? You can never remove arbitrage. Tomato arbitrage happens to tomato selling. You can go to.
What I'm saying is that it's not illegal if it's enforced. You have an enforcement.
Maybe listen to what Fatai is saying. Fatai has an expertise in what he's saying.
He does.
So maybe just listen.
I will listen. What I'm saying, though, I don't worship idol just because of this point right here. The point is making is very important, right? So even in developed countries, if there's no regulation, right, and you allow arbitrage, which is you buy and you are basically profiting on the differential, right? In a third world country, especially in Nigeria, it's impossible for us to get anything done, right? Because
Brother.
all they have to do is to profit. They be the same actors, right? Buying and selling and just profiting on the differential. Now, who's gonna intercede and enforce the law? Do you understand what I mean? You cannot do
Brother,
that.
the concept of arbitrage was bastardized when it entered the Nigerian political discourse. Okay, you cannot remove what did you call it? A control or whatever. Arbitrage happens on its own. It happens
Regulation.
to tomato
That's
market.
what it's.
It happens to tomato market. You can go to Oyingbo and tomato is sold for 10 naira. You go to Oyingbo market, it's sold for 10 naira. You go to Idumota market, it's sold for 15 naira. That's different in price. That's arbitrage right there. But the problem with the phenomenon of it's only arbitrage because there is equilibrium, happens quickly. Quickly, it happens, it balances up. If it stays like that, like what where it was bastardized was calling what Emefiele was doing arbitrage. It's not arbitrage. Emefiele held down the price. So there is no, it doesn't balance up. That's why it's actually, technically speaking, it was not arbitrage. So that is market. Emefiele was manipulating the market. Was doing. I mean, I don't want to call it illegal. I don't want to call it illegal. I don't know. It depends on the law of Nigeria. But that's crazy stuff. If you held down the price of the currency for
unethical.
Yeah, unethical. 200
So,
over 200.
So Emefiele is the only one doing it. That's what you're saying. Emefiele is the only one doing it.
It's not saying that.
In everything in Nigeria. It's in every. It's in our stock, everything we do in our currency, on everything. It's
under
not
whose
it's illegal. It's not only
under whose regime.
Emefiele.
Okay, I get it. Look, let me close my point. Okay, I'm not arguing about Emefiele.
Let me say this.
Okay, I'm not arguing about.
I understand.
I'm not arguing about Emefiele. I'm saying
that he wasn't making an Emefiele point. He was making a nuanced technical point.
One man, please let him free flow. Fatai.
All right. Round of Fatai, and then we go on to Ola, and then we come to Baba. Let's just. I don't think he understood what you were saying, Fatai. But carry on.
What Emefiele, this thing happened under the regime of Emefiele. Okay, it happened under the regime of Emefiele. Before Emefiele came in, there is no 200 naira gap in the exchange rate, whatever. So it's under Emefiele regime. So if you say Emefiele was doing it, there's nothing wrong with it. That is almost like a factual statement. So I don't understand where the argument is coming from.
Well, the argument is coming from the fact that Emefiele is an independent agency that has the right to do anything, basically. Is
that supposed to be a joke?
Hold your
horses. Is that supposed to be a joke? Emefiele is an independent agency. The CBN is an independent agency.
Hold on. Okay. Emefiele is an independent agency that has the right to do anything that he wants in a monetary policy. Anything, right?
Okay.
Let me land.
Okay, I get your point.
But aside from that, though, the most serious point I'm making is that you're here discussing this thing as if arbitrage, illegal manipulation is invented with Emefiele, but we have it in virtually everything in Nigeria. It's illegal.
That's exactly what he just said. He said arbitrage was in everything, including the price of tomatoes.
Yeah, but in essence, but to go down to that example, then defeats the method we're talking about. We're down because
I can't say any coherence in what you're saying
because you don't understand. You don't understand what we're talking about. Okay?
Excuse me.
I suspect that you don't understand.
No. I am an adept in this one, and what I'm saying to you though is, listen to this. One man, let me tell you. You have a lawyer here, Obeni, right? He's right here. He just casually used that word, arbitrage, right?
Okay, first of all,
Obeni never said anything about arbitrage. That was Ola. That was Ola.
Let's say
who's a banker? Yeah.
Ola, okay. Let's say Ola, right?
There's nothing wrong with arbitrage. What Emefiele is doing was market manipulation.
Okay,
arbitrage is
he can. Listen to this. Let me break a news to you. Emefiele can do anything. He's an independent agency. He is it's like our Fed here, right? You can't tell him
Emefiele
what to
cannot
do.
do anything.
Yeah,
Everything.
let
He
me
cannot do
finish.
He's
anything.
speaking sarcasm. He's being
But if you,
sarcastic.
Obeni will not
Leave
come
him.
to
He's
my
being sarcastic.
rescue,
Let him
who
finish
has
his
a legal background, right? He's the one who has a legal background. He's supposed to interject here and tell these kids to relax. That he does,
brother.
he's empowered. The executive branch cannot
Brother,
tell him
brother.
really what to do in the
Okay,
monetary
all right,
policy,
all right.
right? Okay.
Okay,
So,
brother.
go to your point.
Okay.
That's
Look.
okay. That's okay. That's okay.
All right, brother. When I listen to you speak, sometimes I like to. In fact, sometimes I even came in one day. Let this man speak now. Let him speak. Let know the where his argument is going. Because I never really get any time where your argument is going. Because before you know
because
it,
it's never going anywhere. It's for its own sake. The
I don't
argument
even
is
understand.
just for its own sake. It's not. It's
I don't even
To
understand the
understand what I'm saying, right? You have to know what I'm talking about. If you won't let me
I
teach
think you
you
don't
this
know what.
thing, you're never gonna know.
I think for this conversation, I think you don't even know that you're not listening to yourself. You are the one that was praising arbitrage, and I'm trying to tell you that
I was not praising arbitrage. I said it's our problem.
Oh my God, okay, I've heard you.
Bad.
Hey, brother.
Anything can be bad, right?
Hey, shut up,
let me tell you something. Water can be bad if you inject it directly into your veins. But if you drink water, water is good. So don't tell me that you don't understand what I'm saying. Everything is abused in Nigeria. If it's democracy, well, democracy is good. But are you going to count the votes? Or are you going to say, hey, democracy is good? Is Nigeria's democracy? No. Now, how do you expect Nigeria's arbitrage?
All right. So Pansa turns off and the room starts to clear. Where have we seen that before? But Ola, you have your monologue. Let Ola speak, or unless you want him to leave as well. Ola, to you. Ola.
Ola is gone.
All right. Then you pick it up. Then
I thought you said it's my turn.
All right, let Baba go first.
Baba had spoken before now.
No,
I've not. I haven't.
Interjected. He didn't. He hasn't spoken.
I interjected Aja. Or you want to go, Wale? You want to go?
Baba, you know I'm joking about okay. I don't like to prolong it too much. So I'm not.
Okay, let's see how shoky you make it. Let's see how shoky you can make it.
I'll round things up.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Let's hear from you.
Okay. So yesterday we had an erudite, well-spoken, enigmatic came on the show yesterday. Spoke about the activities that was going on at the Lekki Tollgate, and he mentioned about how some youth after the candle procession for the deceased ended, and they went to the Lekki Tollgate, and they assembled there. And despite the effort of the law enforcement to disperse these unguided youth, they wanted to foment trouble, and the police applied at least some, standard disperse method by uh, using tear gas to disperse them, and eventually caused some of these commotions, and some eventually got injured. And the video that one man played for us, the one of Asleep TV, to be honest, I couldn't stomach watching those the analysis of that, because even though they're coming from they're trying so hard not to be too overly exposed as a spokes uh, chamber for Labour Party, or so, let me put it that way. It was so obvious that especially the Rufai analysis was so off the mark when he was condemning the action of the police. I mean, I don't know what he wanted the police to do. To be prostrating for them and rolling on the ground for them to leave and go to their various houses. I don't understand. I don't know. A lot of families were affected. Even one of the crew in the studio also testified that she too was also at the receiving end of that illegal occupying of the youth. So what we now see is that it is evident that some people are hell bent to hijack what was supposed to be a very beautiful night for the deceased and wanted to turn into something that will put a dark cloud on Lagos State. I mean, we've seen the video from other states where the candlelight procession was that took place, and it was it happens under atmosphere that was peaceful. How come Lagos State is always exception? That is where the Ghanaian need to be careful, and we too, as concerned Nigeria, need to to be careful because it seems this same force that is hell bent in destabilizing the state called Lagos would not stop until they achieve their aims. And I think that aims has backfired because it was evident that the police, the law enforcement were also on their game, knowing that they are. I bet they must have received some intelligence concerning how, you know, uh, those people that went to Tollgate, going to Tollgate for what? To me, it shows that there's uh, some plan that being orchestrated to destabilize the state called Lagos. Uh, but one thing I know for a fact is that the police did a good job. They did excellent job. I don't care what they are sleep TV put out there. Even Rufai that was finding it hard to condemn the act of those guided elements. Yes, I supported Babajale Koko that said the deceased was failed by the government. Actually, yes. The reason being that he approached the law enforcement for protection, and the law enforcement failed him. Despite that, he hired an attorney, a lawyer that's supposed to guide him. But you see, I have never heard it. Policing is the same all over the world. You just apply, a little tweak here and there, depend on the locality and environment that you find yourself. Policing is the same thing. When you have somebody who came forward to report a case, it might be that he or her life is in danger. Your job is to protect the life of that person that showed up. And it's for you to make that determination if that person's life is actually in danger. When somebody said, my life is, I'm being harassed, bullied, beaten, uh, that is beyond just somebody showing up and say, well, because that's an allegation. And you have to protect that individual. Either you refer the case to the public prosecutor or the one we call a DA here in America, or I mean that is the only option because once you make that determination, and if you don't, and we've had cases, in advanced country like America before where the police failed and they got sued.
Adewale, I know is
Yes,
that Adewale speaking. Can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Is that what's it called? Tollgate? Is it a public site?
Yeah, it's a public
Thank
place.
you.
Pretoria is a public place.
Thank
But
you.
the thing is, you don't have
No,
if the
there's no you don't have. It's a
It's a
public
public.
place.
No, no,
That's
no.
number one.
Toll gate. Listen,
It,
hold on. Toll gate is a public road. But the fact that they told us, I'm not a lawyer, but I think what you are trying to achieve here is to say where they have the right to occupy the place. No. If police deem it fit that their
no, no.
occupation, their their presence
Sorry
in,
to interject. I
in,
know
in,
that
in-
place very, very well, right? That place is a road that is towed and it's being managed by a private company, right? So they don't. I won't say that if they go there to go protest, there will be a menace because they will create traffic, as you can see. Already, that toll
It
itself was
doesn't
not well
matter. See,
designed.
see.
No, no,
All
no.
all
Let me correct
protests,
you.
all
No,
protests in the
there are different
world,
places. There are
all
different
protests
places.
in the world creates
Hold
traffic.
on,
There's
sir,
nothing.
sir,
There's nothing
sir,
traffic about this.
sir.
Let's get
if
this.
the law enforcement
Sir,
deem it
you don't
security.
protest and create a problem from other people. You can go elsewhere to go and do your protest. You don't
Now
block the
let me
road.
give you let me give you an example. People are just see this happened just recently when truckers were protesting, right? Do you know what happened? They blocked the road, and basically truckers went and you know how express road is. You know people travel a lot. Blocked the road, and this was so many truckers. You can't tow a
That's
lot of truckers,
industrial
and they
action.
have
Is
the right to
different
do
from
that because
street
they are
protest.
protesting. So what the government had to do then is either try to comply with what they are seeking for. That is just the way forward about it.
Have you
Not
seen where the
not
protester has
bringing
been dragged?
Sorry, carry on, Diwali. What do you
Have
mean?
you,
So they protest
Des,
and then
I'm
the
glad you
government
did.
has to comply. What does that
I,
mean?
Des,
No,
I'm
no,
glad
no.
you
I'm
did
not
in
saying they
advanced
should
country.
comply. I'm saying it's either they comply or they actually come out and try to seem like they are doing something, not
Des,
harassing or shooting
Des,
someone. That's not the way forward.
Who did they shoot?
Des.
I'm not
If
saying like
you
shooting
right now,
shooting
if
tear
you
gas
right
now.
now, if you right now carry the placard and go to a public building, public utility, and say you are protesting, the moment the police deem that your presence in that place is illegal, number one, that you are creating distraction, and at the same time, it's a security issue. They will take
It's
you, they
even
will remove you.
it's a public order. There's just so many things that
They
is
will
wrong and
take you
illegal
away. They
about
will
it.
charge you for public disturbance.
Can
Okay?
I
The presence,
I don't
there's
know
a
if he's referring
precedent.
to the truckers in
There is a
Canada. Is it
precedent,
the truckers in
and
Canada
The
that you're
truckers
talking
in
about?
Canada, that's what I'm
Do you
saying.
know that they arrested
That's
citizens?
they
industrial
remove
action. It's
them.
different from
Do you know?
protest.
Even
Who
in
No,
the
did they
Des. Do
UK,
you
arrest?
there
know?
we have
Des.
some
Do you know? Do you
environmental
know the leaders are in jail?
activists.
Come
Are
Can
you
I
on.
aware
speak
that
on
the
this?
leaders are in jail currently,
I
and
don't
that
Anyway,
I don't I don't
their
believe
account has
I,
been frozen?
let me
I don't
round up
believe
because I
so.
don't
I
want to
never I
waste
didn't
my
People
hear
are
of
in
time
that.
jail.
too much on
All
that
right.
topic. Let me
All right.
round up.
They will carry on.
Speaking of,
That's typical Des for
uh,
you.
Des
Carry on.
Des is trying to slow us down and take us back to.
Mr. Adewale, can I
Yes,
speak
sir.
just 1 minute on this one? Just 1 minute on what the question Des asked you. My answer is that yes, it's a public place, but it's a regulated public place. A regulated public place. That particular place was built using public-private partnership approach to achieve that project. So whatever happened on that site, you won't hold government only responsible. You own the private individual is responsible to take care of that place responsible. That is one. Two, don't forget that that place has an history already. So given the history it has already, the state has to be very careful. It's a very sensitive issue. For instance, I know today you won't just pick your placard and enter the capital after January 6 Trump issue in the capital. So that place as it stands is just like a stadium. After match is being played in stadium and then you are closing the gate. You can't say because stadium is a public place, then you want to remain in the place. No, it's a regulated public place. So if police discover that they can no longer protect you around that place and you have exhausted your time, you just need to follow the government, the law enforcement agents and leave. We do that in the Western world, and I don't know why we shouldn't be advocating for that also in our space.
Thank you, Benny, for that clarification. You see, we're all learning one way or the other. Every day we must learn, whether we like it or not. We must learn. So let me move quickly to uh, our prodigal brother, or should I? Yeah, that's the appropriate word. The one that is hiding in Ghana. It's so shameful that uh, even though you say you are investigative journalist, now you feel a little bit of heat, and you are now crying wolf. Uh, I think we discussed it yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I was on the show briefly. In as much as I would want to dismiss him as a small fish, the government shouldn't overlook his shenanigans because news travel. And for a country that is trying to build or rebuild its reputation, little uh, misinformation from someone like him is enough to put Sansan in the galley of every reputation a government of the day is trying to build. Someone said that he did the same thing with the Buhari administration. I think he has a personal scores to settle with these folks. I have no idea what he's trying to achieve. I can bet you right now, Ghana can, uh, if Ghana want to do him dirty, all they need to do is just to revoke his asylum status. They don't have to deport him. They don't have to put him or handcuff him and just just like Ecuador did to Asangi, I think it was in Britain, right? Where they decided to, okay, you know what, your statute is no longer valid. It's already been revoked. They can do that. They can't hold him. I mean, he can't hold Ghana to that because um, they've granted him, and we will have their ground. If you are going to bring, become, what do you call it? The attraction to, some of uh, the Ghana might decide that, you know what, unfortunately, will not be able to accommodate you anymore. But in their magnanimity, they decided to allow him to reside there. So, but now, on one hand, you are criticizing your host for not doing enough. So maybe they should have been providing him jollof rice every day with big chicken and bokoto. Maybe that's what he wanted. But our brother needs to tread carefully. He's too young. He has his life ahead of him. Uh, but nevertheless, uh, that's what I would say. Thank you, Woman. I will come back to join the show.
All right, brilliant. Baba, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And good evening, folks. Once again, I salute you all. And the membership of the comment section, I salute you all from the A's to.
Is it me? I'm not hearing anything. Is it my network?
Can you hear me? I can hear you, woman.
We can no. I think it's Des that is not hearing. I think maybe it's driving, so maybe it's gone through some space.
Okay.
But carry on, Baba. We can hear you.
I salute you all at the comment section, from the Ace, Alexander Kumes to Ayo, Oga, Ola, Chioma, everybody there. I salute you all. You are through the vanguard of the house. Yeah, one man. I want to go first to Ajurin Gilali. I'm one of those who really wanted him to come on board, even when he was rejecting to be press secretary, and he would rather be press advisor or whatever, information advisor. I think he wanted to wear a chip on his shoulder. And I said, look, give him anything he wants, whether he wants a minister or pastor of press in the Aso Rock, they should just give him. I believe in him, but of late, even when the Lagos State press secretary was talking about him not doing his due diligence in his job, I was like heckling the Lagos State press secretary. Well, he's not doing very, very well. In this time we are in our political sphere in our country, we need a very vibrant, forceful, impactful, truthful, factual press advisor or secretary that could really go out there every day and talk to the press and give out information, because there is a danger in our country now of fake narratives, untrue story, sheer propaganda and stuff like that, and it's doing damage. These people who are propagating this stuff are gaining grounds every day. That is one. And I want our president, when he comes back this time, to stay put, at least for the next 60 days to 90 days, without going out. There are lots of jobs to be done, knots to be tied, doors to be closed and sealed properly. I'm talking about this foreign exchange thing. If we allow it, if the president allows it to run away from him, it's going to be a problem for us. I'm happy Cardoso is on seat now, and the economic team at least will start jobs. So this is the time for the president actually to sit with him and create a synergy between the Attorney General, the Finance Minister, and the CBN group with Aso Rock. Because what you hear in the banks these days is a kind of whisper that the government is coming after the domiciliary account. And because of that, people are taking out their domiciliary accounts. One. Second reason taking out the domiciliary account is that the black market is becoming very attractive. Because as we speak today, the difference between the I and E window and the black market is over a little bit over 200 naira. That is very, very attractive. And that could do a lot of damage if not stemmed right now. I think they have to reassure the public, all domiciliary account owner and foreign accounts owner, that look, in the currency you put it, nobody's going to touch it, nobody's going to propagate any new laws mitigating against your easy access to your money, so that that money can sit in the account. It helps also to bolster our not our foreign reserve, but the kind of foreign money we have in our banks, which can do something in international space for us when we want to borrow or kind of access some funds or drawing rights. That is one. That account, that domiciliary account assurance has to be given. And for diaspora remittance, last year, 2022, it's on record that we had 220 billion diaspora remittances. That's a lot of money. How much do we make from oil every year? Between 30 and 33 billion. And diaspora alone, they are even sending something close to that. That is, and we have 90% or more of this, if not even the totality, don't go through our banks. They go through the cyberspace, through give this envelope to my mother back home. And then people access a lot of things on the cyberspace to remit money so that their people can access it for 900 plus. So I'm not a financial technician, but I know on this platform and in the comment space, we have a lot of people who can make suggestions. I know it will be outrageous if I say, let's give them the price of the black market, one way or the other, so that we can harvest the totality of that funds. I know a few years back, to attract people who send money through Western Union, they give pencils, bag, a lot of stuff they give out so that you can use their bank to collect your money through Western Union. And that's some of incentive. But this time around, since everybody wants optimum value for the money they are sending back home, and everybody is going through the black market route, I think government have to find a way, maybe through legislation. I've racked my brain all day to see how they can do it without effectively damaging what we have at the I and E window. So that this kind of money, 20 billion is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. We have to harvest it. So I don't know, people maybe will come with suggestions as to what to do. We can't just leave it in the hands of people anyhow. And as regards the arbitrage, I said 200 and some fraction is in between the R and E window and the black market. We have to somehow close the gap. Either we draw the black market back to what we have now, which is about $700 officially. And then in so doing, so that we can stem that, because there shouldn't be more than maybe 100 naira between the two, maximum 100 naira between the two. So these are the things they have to work on right now. It is urgent, because if we allow it to run away from their grasp, they may never get it back. And that will be damaging, side by side with the oil price that is going above $100 per barrel right now. And for David Unde, I think I heard something he said. If you are a refugee in a country, I think your passport is still intact, but they give you some papers which you attach to your passport to identify you as an asylum seeker or a refugee or something like that. But he said, I don't know if you can play it back so that we all can hear it. He said, my Ghana passport. How did he acquire Ghana passport? Did I hear him right?
Yes, I
Yeah,
think
that's what he said.
Yeah,
He
you
said
did.
so.
You heard
Yes.
him right. You heard him
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
That's what I was explaining.
So
There's
how
a
did he
group of
acquire
rogue
Ghana
journalists.
passport?
He got it illegally.
You
There's
should
a
thank
clique of
God. He's
rogue
now
Illegally.
a
This is what
Ghanaian.
he's
He's now
exposing
a
himself. No,
Ghanaian. He's no
he's
more a
exposing
Nigerian.
himself. I know Ghana well. It's not easy. So he must have paid a lot of money to acquire that passport. And he's exposing himself because if the security people drag him in through their nets and want to check exactly how he
in fact, if he has a Ghanaian passport, then he doesn't need refugee status anymore.
so
Because
either he's telling lies, either he's telling outright lies.
But it's a habitual liar anyway, isn't he?
Yeah, it's habitual because he said the government in Nigeria has discovered that he's in Ghana. But I remember very well when he was in Zimbabwe, locked up in the toilet, he himself told all of us that he is a refugee in Ghana. I thought he was even in England until he said he is an asylum something. He qualified himself that he is resident in Ghana. So he exposed himself. It's not like the government just discovered that he's in Ghana. So I think he's just a pathological liar. And I think at the end of the day, he will shoot himself on the foot, I mean. So, I mean, what else again on board? I don't know.
So can I say something on that, Uday?
Yes, sir.
So, when that Zimbabwe scenario happened, I read online from one of these popular blogger in Ghana, a Ghanaian blogger, that there is a Ghanaian refugee passport. So I suspect that's the passport is
oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
No, it's not a passport like that. It's like a booklet, just something look like our old light blue ECOWAS passport.
Yeah.
That is just like a card of the old driving license. That's what is, if that's what he's referring to, maybe. But he said passport. I don't think he's an illiterate that will call that a passport. So I don't understand, but I think knowing Ghana's space very well, I think he's just trying to put a lot of people in trouble because they may not even recognize that he's there officially at their presidential listing. They will ask him. If Nigeria wants him, Ghana will release him. He doesn't know that. Nobody's going to resort to brigandage to bring that small fry. We don't need him. Well,
could I interject you, Baba?
Yes.
Let Baba land, and then
somebody just interjected. I mean,
no. I'm coming to you next, unless you want Baba to especially address what you're.
Yeah, just Baba's. It's a very simple thing because we want to make progress, right? Baba, it will be my turn next, and I'll give you the privilege to interject me for equal measure, whatever time I may consume from yours, right? You are now talking about David Hundeyin, who is one of our best young journalists. At every juncture where there is one of our fellow citizens either fighting the government, the military, the police, the state, a civilian who's trying to hold them accountable or expose whatever they have. And I go from that all the way back to our heroes in Africa and in Nigeria. Let's say Nelson Mandela, or abroad, Martin Luther King, right? I think that gives you the flavor of where I'm going. We have a lot of people who are fighting the states, trying to make because the country is not good. Obviously, we all agree to that. You have a show where they're here doing his work. You have David Hundeyin doing his work. So you address him in the manner that you're doing and make him the villain and the victim. Let me first ask you, do you think Martin Luther King historically is a hero for Africans.
Pansat, I mean, can I answer him one man?
Yeah, please just yes or no. I haven't landed the main question I'm asking. I'm interjecting you. I'm going to pay you
just
back.
asked me a question about Martin Luther King being a hero for Africa. I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed that in one breath you are mentioning Mandela, Martin Luther King, with Mundane. That's odious. Who is Mundane?
Okay, hold
Who
on,
is
please.
David? A midget?
You misunderstood. So let me put it bluntly then. You see, I tried to not dabble the session, but let me make it bluntly to you. Do you think that Christians who are fighting for a Western type of society, do you believe that you, as a Muslim, do not recognize people who are fighting for democracy? To you, are they villains? Are they bad? Or if not, who is a Christian protagonist to you in history? From now, contemporary, going back. Because we want to know where you're coming from. I've said it many times that we have a conflict of tradition, Western tradition and Islamic tradition. So if you come here at time after time and you berate our courageous youth, a citizen of Nigeria who's seeking asylum in Ghana, to you, what did he do? Why is David Hundeyin the villain here, where all he's doing his job, the trade of journalism, investigative journalism? He hasn't committed any crime. If you want him killed, so come
Did I say that? Did I say that?
I believe you got the question. I'm not here for peace, because no justice, no peace. But I'm here. You don't assume I came here for peace. I came here for justice. How can you? How dare you sit in front of us and berate a victim of statecraft and statehood and a threat to his life, right? And you have the temerity.
Excuse me. All this you are saying are arrogating to me. Did I say it?
You don't want to answer the questions.
I thought you were just asking a question. You'll get to your turn now.
But
you see why I tried to stop him.
Can you check your temperature, please? Can you use your hand to check your temperature?
Answer, don't hijack the show. He's entitled to his opinion. When he gets serious,
but let him give us his opinion. But let him lay a foundation.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Go ahead, but lay a foundation. Are you anti-Western education? Do you support in history?
My friend, check your temperature, please.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Trust me, I'm good. What I'm saying.
What's this Western education got to do with what I'm saying right now? I'm talking about somebody who.
All right, Baba, suspend whatever it is that Pansat said. For Pansat, let's have your 5 to 7 minutes monologue and contain yourself within that time frame. So, 5 to 7 minute monologue from you, Pansat.
Okay, thank you. Now, after my monologue, then I still have.
I've not finished.
All right, land, Baba, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a renegade. You understand? Renegade. We understand it should be neglected. It should be discountenanced. It should not be thought of at all. It is nothing, absolutely nothing, not even a speck or a mosquito on our skin. So we should just neglect it. He will undo himself. He will unravel very soon. That's all.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Pansat, we're trying to be a bit because we still got Zeta. Ola was meant to go before you, but he had to step away. So just contain within the time of 5 to 7 minute monologue.
Okay, thank you very much. What I would do, Mr. Baba, I will spend my time actually with you. You can interject me, but I'm going to ask you some questions. I want you to give me snappy answers. Let's just get down to the bottom of it. I have a lot of respect for you because you're older. I'm older than you, but you're an older gentleman. You were there when some with the problems. We have problems when it comes to. Let me say a few things before I start asking you questions. When it comes to foreign exchange, we don't have any because it's tiered. You have one tier, one window, and another one. They may call it whatever they want. It's aftermarket, right? But when we talk about arbitrage, just on that alone, a section of the country could be buying low and then selling high, even if they're making a penny. It's going to ruin our system because they're arbitraging it. Do you understand? Arbitrage, I tried to define earlier. It's not hedging. At least if you're hedging, you're taking a risk, which is the use of more than one concurrent bet in opposite directions in an attempt to limit the risk and serious investment loss. But arbitrage in practice, trading a price difference. So if you don't have a unified country and you're doing it purely on either region or whatever, when it comes to that foreign exchange, our monies, or a dictator or a military guy or people who are in the higher echelons, all they have to do is to create an imbalance with one price, and then for the rest of us, another one. Therefore, they will just be trading that difference all day. Are we stupid? You don't think we at least give us some credit? So I'm pitting that together, virtually on everything. You have actors, state actors. Then you have civilians who are trying to hold them accountable to our constitution, bring transparency, make them live up to the laws of the land, protect the weak. And then you come on every day, daily here, or everybody you will berate are either civilians or they're Christians or they come from the South. Unfailingly. If I ask you right now, tell me what works, one thing that's working in the country, you don't have any.
I have plenty. I have plenty to mention, to point you to.
Okay, go ahead.
That is
I promised you a dialogue, so give me one thing that works. Just want to make it brief. Describe how it works and what makes it work. Go ahead. One thing. The best.
Lagos is working. One. Lagos? Democracy is working. Two.
Hold on. Lagos is working.
Correct.
Lagos? Democracy is working. Well,
correct.
First of all, I want you and everybody from your religion, I want you to take a note each time you open your mouth, even here. If as an Igbo guy like Ojos Okalo, he should swear.
I'm a Christian.
Hold on. He should swear by Kamano, right? And then your people should swear by Allah. Every time you open your mouth.
I'm a Christian. I don't swear by Allah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Okay. So in Christianity, it's liberal. Anybody could claim it. But if you are telling me that David Honda
it's like the Twilight Zone, isn't it?
One man.
Exactly.
One man. I appreciate the opportunity you give us here to come and talk, right, and have a dialogue, trying to find solutions. And incidentally, I'm probably the only one who knows that you're smarter. You're smarter than what you're portraying. You're playing on the. If you really get serious here, half of the people on this panel will not be here. First of all, they wouldn't get a chance to say one thing because you're not going to put up with it. They don't recognize you as somebody who is just here kicking it with the guys, and they think you're dumb. Or you berate me.
They think I'm dumb. You mean they know? You mean is the secret out?
No, they
know already that I'm dumb.
They don't know.
I thought I kept that secret, but now they know.
You against me, right? And sometimes they're surprised you let me in.
No, hold on, Pansat. Hold on 1 second. I'm not against you.
I know.
No, hold on. Let me tell you all I'm for. All I'm for is to have, people of high function, as high a function as I can gather, to have nuanced and intelligent conversation. That's all I'm interested in. So I like the personalities, but I love the conversation more. So that's I understand. I don't hold anything for or against anybody apart from Adale Koko, who I delight in his company.
Let me clear my time. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to you, right? You like the personalities, and once in a while, then you let it out. You don't know how much you shock them. Sometimes we just tell them even a little truth on something they thought you were for, right? Or, for example, letting me in, and you and I will banter and will fight. I've been here longer than all of them, right? They really think I'm interfering. I've been here longer than all of them. But in this case of Baba, because those are the only ones that I really come here and I confront them because they know better. He knows better. You cannot come in front of us with what we're going through and you see one of our citizens doing his work, it's a journalist, it's an investigative journalist. He's not interfering in something he doesn't know about. He's trying to expose a lot of things. All right, politically, maybe some people think he's associated with one party or the other, but he is a fine journalist and he's seeking
Sorry,
legal
Pastor.
status in Ghana.
Let me
And if you
interject and
let me,
correct you. That boy is not an investigative journalist. He doesn't move anywhere to get information. He's been provided information by
okay,
people.
Emeka, please
Right?
stay out of this.
So
please.
let me correct that
One man,
impression.
please. He's trying to use up my time. I
Don't
don't
give
think I got
that
5
boy
minutes left.
any relevance that he is
I
not.
don't think I have 5
in his
minutes. Let
cubicle.
this guy keep quiet. I don't want to
He
talk to him.
stays
Right?
in his cubicle.
So,
and
Baba, you say
people
you're
bring
Christian,
information.
right? Baba, you say you're Christian, right? Are you in the United States or in Europe? Are you outside of Nigeria or are you in Nigeria? I just want to know.
Just carry on with your monologue,
Could you
please.
tell me where are you? Because there's something I like to know that. Do you mind? Are you in Nigeria or are you outside Nigeria?
I'm here in America.
You're in America, okay? Because I wanted to make sure that you're not under duress. You can't speak your mind because they're gonna pick you up or something. Because then I can excuse it, right? But if you're in the United States, I want you to know something today. Aside from what I suggested to one man, to put you under oath. Test before you say anything, swear by Amadiora. If you're an Igbo guy, or if you're a Muslim, swear by Allah before you open your mouth. Because I believe that anybody, any Nigerian, especially the youth, that is going to come here to insult David Hondain or such people, Showore, other people trying to fight this monstrosity we have as a state, where nothing works.
You know what I would suggest to you? Do you know what I would suggest to you?
What?
Mark this time.
Yeah.
It's 3 hours, 32 minutes. Tomorrow, when this thing is up on YouTube, play it back and listen to yourself.
I will. Okay. I do that all the time because I really like my submission. So once in a while, I go back and I listen.
And listen to yourself. Very good.
I do that all the time because if you go daily, you're going to notice that I'm here. And I try to make an input. But there's a difference between you coming here wanting peace, wanting us to just enjoy the camaraderie or friendship, when we just had a young man murdered over there, probably murdered, I don't know. This investigation is going to tell us what happened, right?
Can you stay on issue, please? Can you stay on just one issue so I can have understanding of what you're saying?
Okay, so what I was
if you have an understanding of what Pansat is saying, you'll be the first man ever.
Okay, thank you very much, one man. But so, Baba, in order for me to stay on an issue,
it's a moving target. I told you already.
To answer some questions.
Yeah.
I mean, like one man described you the other time, you are just a moving target.
I am
in one breath, I've had Mandela, I've had Martin Luther King, I've had Udain, I've had Mohbad.
Is Martin Luther King a hero? You won't answer that. Okay, so if you won't answer, then I have to move as a target, right? If you answer, we'll stay on it. What I'm saying to you is that in our country today, right? One man, could you mute it? Could you mute?
One man.
All right. Pastor, carry on. But because of the interjections, 3 more minutes. I was going to say 2, but 3 more minutes. Yeah, carry on.
All right, but let me first ask them without objection here that more time should be given to me as much as I can consume. I don't think people here don't. Is there anybody on the panel who doesn't want me to extend my remarks here? So without objection,
from Ola and Madam Zeta is here as well, and you know how people delight in her. You know.
Yeah, without objection, then I think I should be allowed to make my remarks as much time as I may consume. Nobody here is saying that you should enforce that 3 minutes. So, haven't had no objection. Let me go on there. Baba, here's what
I'm objecting. One man, enforce it. The 3 minutes, please.
All right, carry on and bring it on, Kansas.
Okay, so now, Baba, let's be honest now. Let's stop playing these games. It's not like our people, it's our negotiators from the Southeast, from the South, the Christian community, who are letting you get away with this takia every day. You do agree in Nigeria we have an intersection of 2 traditions. Therefore, you could talk anything you want. Nigeria has a democracy, but it doesn't have a democracy because your section of the country, your religion, don't want democracy. You don't want democracy. You're sabotaging it at every corner. You don't want people to have the freedom of thought. So
okay, let me help you put your thoughts in perspective. Sure. I'm a Christian, I'm a Yoruba, and I'm Lagosian.
Okay, thank you.
I'm from Central Lagos.
Okay, all right.
From the Brazilian quarters.
I'll accept that.
All right, yes, it's pretty much Alexander Gomez. But yes,
I know Alexander Gomez. Alexander Gomez is a friend of mine.
He's not a friend of yours. You know, you shouldn't go around saying that.
Well, pull him up here. Pull him up. You call him. He'll tell you that he's a good friend of mine. Right?
I know. I did. Hold on.
Yeah.
I did call him.
Right.
Anyway, don't go around saying that. But carry on.
Yeah. Even though he's a friend of mine, he has a habit of telling you one thing and then telling me something else. That is part of
how does he tell you something else? He doesn't have your number.
No, what I'm saying, when Alexander comes to this platform, he's going to say something else. When he goes to another platform, he's going to say something else. But hold on, please. One man. Yeah. What I'm saying to Baba here is this, right? Let's not play games. Because when we finally get back there, all this nonsense is going to stop. You're not going to practice democracy, or you're going to get the hell out of that country. No more games. But especially on this platform, people have right to practice the journalism. They can do investigative journalism. They could seek asylum. You've done it with Nnamdi Kanu. You illegally Britain helped you apprehend him. He's there. You done it with Showore. You locked him up there, restrict him to a city. You do all kinds of things. Virtually all our freedom fighters and activists. Why? Because it's the Muslims doing this. Sunni Muslims, especially. MFLA is an independent agency that can do anything when it comes to that monetary policy. You cannot come there and arrest him. He can make. Do I like some of his choices? Would I do it that way? No, I won't do it that way. I won't put up with 1/10 of what he did, but he has the right to do that. So we have to fight for his right to do that. You cannot go and apprehend, kidnap him, basically. A bunch of terrorists. Kidnapping everybody and buying the rest of our people because they're from the South or they're Christians. And then you come here talking nonsense. What did David Hundeyin do? Why should his life be at risk? And then you come here defending the state. And when somebody talks to you, you start talking nonsense because one man is putting up with this stuff. This is not a joke. His life is at risk and he's come and he's made the plea to everybody.
Arthur, did you smoke something?
You kidnap.
What are you smoking, or what's your medication? Because you are just wacko. You are wacko.
Let me tell you something.
Baba,
Extreme
Baba,
wacko.
you and Emeka, please allow him to land.
I will not
You
call
are
him name
just
because
you
I
are
don't
just
think one man wants that.
allow him to land.
Please.
That will not land, though. In the next one, I will land.
Okay. Let me.
All right, Pansat, we must move on. But a couple more words, and then we hear from Ola, and then we go to Madam Zita.
Okay, so a couple of more words. Let me deny what you accuse me of, what you call me right there, Baba. It's not me. What I'm saying to you is that we have two traditions, and it is now time to start putting them all together. You go to our secondary schools, you take a van, and you load up almost 300 girls. Nobody's arrested for that. Up to today, you go to Zaria, and you massacre over 1,000 people because they're Shia. And nobody's arrested. There's no investigation. There's no bringing it up.
And from your neck of the woods, 9 soldiers were killed 4 days ago.
You are not, please.
9 soldiers were killed 4 days ago from your neck of the woods.
No Christian will talk like you. Not one. Even if they're not practicing. So your culture, your accent, your worldview, right?
Why are you bothered about my accent? What about your own accent?
I don't think I have an Islamic or Muslim accent. You know that. But let me tell you something. You cannot come here as a wolf in sheep's clothing, speak quietly, which you do.
It's a free space. You are not one man. You are not the owner of the space. Okay? When next you come here, stop smoking what you smoke
You're
today.
not here. If you're in another forum with me, with that one man, I will destroy you.
You are just too small. You are very small. You are nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. I wouldn't even, you can't talk to me if you see me live. You cannot. You are just so small, so tiny, inconsequential. This is only the space you can see me and talk to. I can tell you that for free. You are nothing. If they put price on you, I will buy you.
Please, don't bother
Silly.
yourself. Don't bother yourself with
Papa,
that.
don't bother yourself. When I say Pansat is on a special diet, if you didn't understand, now you do. But thank you, Pansat. So, onward Christian soldiers.
Omar, please,
Yes.
I wish to propose a rule at this point. Just a rule that we should have on this platform. Sometimes when I think of people like Pansat, it discourages me from coming to this platform. You observe that once in a while, you have to send a message for me to join this platform. I don't give to frivolity. And two things, I think that there's a rule we should maintain on this platform if we want to build the global platform that we think we are. First, when you make assertions that are not correct, blatant falsehood about somebody, and the person corrected you, there must be an apology. Why am I saying
I agree.
this?
I agree.
Today, Pansat has accused someone for being a Muslim. The person said, I'm not a Muslim. He has accused me before that I'm not a lawyer. I told him I'm a lawyer without any apology. He has accused somebody before that he's not an Igbo person.
It's me.
He has
He
accused
said I'm
another
not
person
Igbo.
as non-Igbo.
I can categorically still tell you are not Igbo. Go anywhere, I will tell you that.
So, what I'm saying is this. It's shameless when you are in a garden of intellectuals. You are just bring facts from nowhere about somebody you don't even know about. You don't know the person from Adam. And you want to have an healthy conversation. There's nothing, we should make it a rule. Once somebody pointed out and said, no, you are misrepresenting me. Since you don't know that person from Adams, you must apologize. It must be a standing rule here. You must apologize by misrepresenting that person.
Before you rule, hold on, please. I agree with him, but before you rule, can I just add something and then you can rule on it? I'm hurrying so that you don't rule before. I agree with what he said, Obeni, right? Now, he said that I accuse him of not being a lawyer and all that. Now, because online people born through persona, like water, right? You come in well persona, you're a lawyer, and then you could come in and you say you're this. We're not asked to lay a foundation. But what I'm saying, if I say you're not a lawyer, and then you present evidence that you are, you follow me? Not by saying I'm not. You actually show me where you are licensed to practice law. I will apologize, right? Do you follow what I'm saying, Obeni? I hope you agree with that.
All right, thank you, Pansat. All right, thank you, Pansat. So I knew that was the direction you were going. But let me see how I see it. Pansat, I see him somewhat like a comic relief from the conversations that we have. That's really broadly how I see Pansat. And just his conversation now with Baba, how many people laughed? It's just so ludicrous and far out there. So you suspend disbelief and just go into the land of make-believe when Pansat is around. And then when he finishes his delivery, then you recalibrate your brain back to reality. So that's how I digest Pansat. Just like a comic relief to the conversation.
You're entitled to your opinion, and that's up to you. But David Hunter's life is at risk. That's not a comic. That's not a joke.
Well, that's his burden, not mine.
Okay. That's my burden. So let me carry it with dignity, right? It's not what all the discussions we're having now. Baba is different because in this case he should know better. He's not one of these kids here, right?
Enjoy you.
All right.
I enjoy you, but we have to be serious when the situation is serious. We have a guy in Ghana looking for this.
Hand the microphone over to Ola. You don't hog the space.
Okay.
Yes. Ola, you're up next. But do you understand what I mean, Ola? that really
Yes,
the best way
of course,
to
sure.
digest Pansat is
If
comic
if
relief.
if we don't
Yeah.
enjoy Pansa, we will have kicked him out a long time. So we're enjoying him, and so that's why I say so. There's nothing to be afraid of about Pansa. So, Ogbeni, don't bother too much. Honestly, when Pansa just get the microphone, just if you have
Switch your
strength,
brain
just
off. Switch your brain off,
exactly
and
be
then
ready
just
to
go
laugh.
with it. Yeah.
So I can't remember how many names he has called me. So let's just
all right. A 5-minute monologue from you. Ola. Yeah, let's hear from you.
okay. I won't take our time too much. So let me just talk about this CSU certificate. Why all of us, I think I'm learning something very fresh from this, because I can only thank Atiku and his gang for this, because there are so many things that ideally I would not have known about our law, about how our system operates. If we don't have people like Atiku and the like of Ogbeni and the like of Ebubela Bati that will tell us about everything that we need to know. So to me, on this CSU certificate, do you know what I realized through this? I now even realize why, if you personally ask me, if you are not my employer, to give my academic record, right? If you want my transcript, it's okay. If you want my a copy of my diploma, it's okay. But what's the definition of academic record? I was chatting with a friend. I was doing some kind of a secret clearance. But the problem I had while doing that secret clearance is that there was a guy, it's an Indian guy. So he sent me in the exam form to fill, and he was asking for my mother's maiden name. I say, what? I say, if not this one who go make you can get this job, just take it away. Because once you know my mother's maiden name, you already want to claim you are my employer. You already have my social insurance number. You've got everything about me, including my immigration record, everything. So you may decide to go and duplicate and create some kind of duplicate of my identity somewhere, and you can do anything. You can open bank account. What? I will not let that one slide. So when you look at this record that these people are asking, because it is very okay for people to quickly jump up. Oh, was it that Tinubu is hiding? Very easy to say. During this saga, I went back to even check my transcript. You'll be surprised that even it is my transcript. I never realized that I have my date of birth on my transcript. Just imagine me, someone that has known my name, everything. I just released my date of birth. Bam! You can pretend to be myself and check for my credit history record. So there are a lot of things that we have to be very careful about, especially for those people. Now, those people in the information technology world, if I'm lying, let's say, just come openly and tell me that I lie, because there are some orientation.
Ola, let me just quickly read you this to that space that you're speaking to. This is a United States law. It says the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974. It says that the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974 helps protect the privacy of students' education records. The Act provides for the right to inspect and review education records, the right to seek and amend those records, and to limit disclosure of information from the records. The intent of the legislation is to protect the rights of students, and the intent of the legislation is to protect the rights of students and to ensure the privacy and accuracy of education records. The
exactly.
Act, so it goes on and on, but essentially, the Tinubu's records are protected by privacy laws in America. I'll send the link for somebody. It's not that long a read, but yes, it's a fool's errand that article is on.
One man,
Yeah.
there's a privacy law everywhere. I mean, there's a privacy law in the company. If you go to a company, they have a privacy law. In virtually everything. So the problem is Tinubu is a public officer. There's no that if you read through it, that privacy law, basically, if you're a public officer, you're no longer qualified on that privacy law. That is what it basically is. Not with a private person, then
Where does it say
I
that here?
feel.
Where does it say that here?
Can I bring you the American law that says about
citizen.
public officers, right? I
Des,
can bring you
Des,
that law so you can read it.
Des, let me ask you a question. So can you know the social insurance number of Biden because a public officer? So can you publish his social insurance number? Can you publish his health card and
Should I
everything
Should I
online?
give it? Should I give it to you?
Okay. Or you want to give us the
Do you
social
need it?
Biden social insurance
The
number?
Biden
Yes.
social.
I was just about
Let
to
me
say
bring
what,
it for you.
I was just about to say what Kulata is saying in the comment
Let
section
me-
now. Trump was a public figure and blocked his personal school records under the same.
I mean, definitely doesn't mean if someone needs it, someone can go to court and get it. That is just basically what it
nobody
is.
wanted to go to court and get it. That's why they've not gotten his private.
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares.
If you swear to
Nobody
wait
cares.
somewhere,
Who cares about you? Who cares about Trump?
You can be. There are exceptions,
Who
right?
cares about
Hold
Trump?
on, one man. There are exceptions. If he's looking for a job, say he's running for president, and he goes and he swears an affidavit or something to it, right? At that point, he's no longer going to be protected. Do you follow me? So that's what's happening.
He told us he went to Walton Business School, which is which is a public declaration of credentials.
Right, and that's not protected. He's not protected from that kind of thing. Do you understand? If you go and you
that opens the portal. But let Ola carry on. I don't want you to sit start of his place.
Okay. Although before we close here, I will be expecting Des to give us a Biden social insurance number because he promised that and his health card policy, insurance policy. See, let us not just say what we cannot back up. Because that's why I'm saying anybody in night here, the first orientation is this information privacy policy. The first thing you learn is the situation whereby you are dealing with a client. You make sure that the same client you can split the information to about 10 or more, so that nobody can mash all those things together. Even to the paper that when we even deal with people with a customer, you understand, that is scanning his name, we have to shred just to make sure you don't give some kind of fraudster, some kind of draw into that the client data. So what am I saying there? That we live in an environment here whereby if you know this information, and before you know, because if you go and open bank account, for example, you put your picture there, nobody is going to verify because they are expecting you to say the truth, and you are able to provide to produce a driver's license and everything. You will open a bank account, and before you know, you start committing a lot of atrocity. Now, when you can commit atrocity in the name of someone, then it creates some kind of security challenge. Just imagine the police now. Maybe you have FBI in the United States, we have RCMP in Canada. Before you know, now because you can know the first, the middle name, and the last name. How do you now identify the original criminals? Like I was talking of mother's maiden name the other time. If the person managed to get everything about you, then if they do something wrong, maybe they make some money, they get some money from the government. How are you going to prove that you are not the person? So when you see when they are protecting information about an individual, it's more serious than the way we are even looking at it. Then the first question you start asking yourself now is this: you want to prove perjury, right? Forgery. The question still remains, even at the end of the day, by the time you prove it, what exactly are you going to achieve with it in Nigeria? Because during this election, this thing, I made to learn that the Supreme Court is not where you go and present evidence. It is a court of policy. You understand? They just want to be very sure that what they did before, whether whether they follow the principle and whether justice was done. Ogbeni is here and will tell us more about it, because I've enjoyed myself about our legal framework as the way things function about it. So to me,
right.
So to me, I'm enjoying this drama and I'm learning. I tell you, when I say I'm learning aggressively, honestly, I thank God for this forum. So To me, that is the issue of the certificate. Good drama for us, and I think some Nollywood artists that are very smart. I think they should do one another in rolling out their movie and put it on Amazon and Netflix for us to enjoy. That's what I have to say. And about today, you see, Emeka said something here 3 or 4 days ago, which makes a lot of sense to me. You know, I've maintained this position that some NGOs we have in Nigeria, there are some NGOs that they are adapting their NGO for what we call adaptation for survival. Some NGO owners, they are just there just to make money, or some people that call themselves investigative journalists, they are just there to create some kind of market and to work on people's emotion, just to get some contribution.
You make the decision who's doing that, right? You are the arbiter. You're the one who determines which journalist is making money instead of doing their job. I mean, think about
this for opinion.
Your powers are so much here. When you talk about some exceptions to
okay.
One man, let me make a point here, because
you can't. Is it attention seeking? Is this what it is? When nobody can say a word, and then you see
he just spoke for hours. I want to interject with one word, and you're afraid of it.
Me,
he's talking about exceptions. Okay, what about on the other side? They need to know that when you look at these acts, it goes both ways. Certain times you lose privacy.
No,
right?
I don't want this. Sorry, Pansat, but you must let people speak. Carry on, Ola.
Okay, goodbye. Okay. I'll talk to you.
All right, thank you.
So on this today now is this. I think the man from this thing, I'm beginning to see him. I could be wrong, but this is my perception about him now. I'm looking at him as someone that wants a survivor and see an opportunity. You see, like we've seen it in the past that Yoruba Nation, for example, happened to be a multi-billion or let's say multi-million naira industry. And you will see some bloggers, some content makers online, the way they keep putting fire, then gas it with some petrol, they were making their money, right? Now, with what I've seen about Udeyi now, I could be wrong. It looks like someone that is intentionally putting himself in the space so that the global community can see what is happening and have some kind of pity. So by the time he's trying to file this refugee status, he will have evidence everywhere to say, okay, you can see that I'm trying to move against the government. And you have history about the Nigerian government from Abacha to Babangida, even they may even try to link what happened to Funsho Williams to Tinubu and say, okay, look at what happened to Tinubu. This thing is in Nigeria where the former Attorney General of the Federation was spying. You understand? So it can create such kind of narrative and now use that for some kind of economic benefit through immigration. It is a possibility, because to me, when you look at all his fight, if this fight is leading to Nigeria to a certain place that can be so concrete that we say, okay, I will be thankful to him, then we will know that, okay, this guy is doing something. But everything he's doing, because personally, I'll be disappointed. I don't know anybody that knows Tinubu now. I'll be disappointed if Tinubu will stoop so low to be running after Udeyi. Because to me, I don't see any bite in whatever he's saying. Because there's nothing he wants to say against Tinubu that is going to remove Tinubu from that place. You understand? So I don't see anything that is doing that warrant that situation that someone will be running after him. If it is true that someone is running after him, I think Tinubu should stand up and tell the security agents, please, he got this guy. Don't give this guy any. Don't even look at him. Let him be running around until he self-destroy himself. That's just the way I see it. So to me, should I really pity him? Well, as human, I feel for him for his foolishness, because you should have quantified the magnitude. You can quantify what we're about to enter into. But the real activists that we used to know those days, they even state, even the most wicked of the military, when we are talking of the like of the Ganifa Wemi, We are talking of the like of Femi Falana and those people that they were there, that they faced the military and they were even ready to even go through the maximum the maximum consequences that will happen to them. But you, even from day one, you started moving from one place to the other. Now we started hearing about your attempt to even make some kind of a refugee status somewhere. To me, man, I think this guy started doing this thing for a particular purpose. I've been the one, like I said, I've been the one that keep pointing to some NGO that they are doing their own NGO for money, not because they actually want to help the people. So that's the way I see. Then on this guy, Mohbad, it is unfortunate though. You understand that whenever things happen in Nigeria, we have some opportunists. Some people, they are not there just because they love Mohbad. Not at all. They are just looking at the economic value of what Mohbad represents presently. You understand? Both the online bloggers, that you can easily accuse his father, you can accuse his wife without even knowing exactly what is happening. You don't even know whether those guys actually threatened his father to start behaving the way he's behaving. We don't even know whether even Naira Marley actually have hands in all these things that we are talking about. But we have this attitude of running into the public space that maybe out of jealous or out of the feeling, out of just your selfish desire to just run people down. Because what do we feel? How do you feel at the end of the day if you investigate and you find out that Mohbad did not know anything about this? Why can't we for once just allow the security agent to do their job and shout less? If you truly love Mohbad for this, for what has happened, go to the family and just go and put paper in this and say, okay, I'm going to sponsor your child from primary school to university. I put the money down. And get it secure somewhere to show that that's how you want to show your love for Mohbad. Because when we do something, we have to be very careful how we run others down until we know
Sorry,
that, okay,
brother. Can you count how many police jobs or how many investigations actually you went through and successful, and they actually persecuted that person? And also, one man, go and read the Privacy Act, Privacy Act exception to Privacy Act. I say 12 exception to Privacy Act, 1975, 74. Then you understand all that, what you're reading. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I'm still anyway. However, I'm still expecting Joe Biden social insurance number and insurance policy number. So you promised to show.
You go.
So now,
I go explain tire for that one.
how no, you go put them down. I want to see it.
I go explain tire for that
Yeah.
So so as I was saying, so we have to be very careful. Yeah, is it that the police, they didn't do their work very well? It's unfortunate. And there's this guy, I'm trying to small Bella, small whatever like that. He was on a particular show. This guy that he says shoot. I don't know the name of that guy. The interview was like some months ago. He was even talking about how Mohbad was trying to jump out of the window because of this, that they just have to rescue the guy. Now, many people that are shouting now, if you truly love Mohbad, you act that thing before this guy died. You should have shown your concern, because I know that the issue of mental health is serious in Nigeria. Unfortunately, the way we don't really have agency that take care of mental health, because many people that you see that are healthy, you understand, they have some kind of mental issue. Even some of us that we are talking now, there are some times that we go through some kind of mental challenge. So when you look at that, when you don't have someone to take care of those health issues, sometimes the thing can quickly escalate. You understand? We've seen, this is not the first time that I've heard of even some well-to-do people that were rescued from buying themselves, you know. So we've got to have those in there. But now, if you have some people now that are buying themselves down because of what some family member will want to gain, if the person happens to be a man, the first thing the family want to do is that, oh, he pine our son. And he pine our son not because they love that son, because of what they are going to gain. I've been in a band before that even family member that didn't even know how a guy made his money, they started sending some kind of court cases just to, because all of them, they wanted to have share in the billions, because that guy happened to be a billionaire and happened to be our customer in the bank. You know, even the family that the guy never even declared, everybody, as the wife was trying to fight for this, some people, extended family, everybody started bringing court cases. So to me, sorry, those people that are trying to mourn Mohbad, no, some of you are just an opportunist. Some just saw opportunity of going out to just go and hang out on Friday, maybe boring, or you just have something that just to relieve yourself, you just go out, because otherwise, if the organizer said, okay, we are done, let us go, wait till be your own day again. You don't finish your now, and people are now saying police should manage that issue better. Now, that person that says police should manage the issue better, you should just tell us the strategy you want to use. You know, mob action is very difficult to control if you do not control it from the beginning, because it's very easy for us to criticize, you know, because when the crowd, whenever any crowd go out of control, then you can never envisage what will come out of that the stampede or whatever that can come out through it. So to me, people should politicize Mohbad issue less. And if you have your long leg, go start pressing, go start the press button for the government to do the right thing. The Lagos State government has stepped into that case. Leave the Lagos State government, forget about your narrative, and let us have the right thing. So thank you. That's just all I want to say.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. We'll still loop round, so you still get opportunities to say more. But I want us to go on to Zita next. But before we go on to Zita, there's this concept that we're reflecting on, to do Saturday afternoon sessions on our sports, especially football. So if anybody feels they have some sort of expertise in football, especially the British Premiership, the Premier League, just contact me via Instagram if you want to take that on, because we're almost certainly going to be doing it, but we need somebody that is quite knowledgeable in football, the British Premier League, to come and take that on. So if you have any expertise in that, that's my Instagram handle there. Contact me via Instagram, and then we have a conversation. So we have that conversation, but the next conversation to Zita, who I think people have been waiting to hear from. Zita, I bet you've fallen asleep on us again.
What man?
Yes.
Good morning. How you doing?
I do. How about you?
I do.
Thank God it's Friday, Abby.
Yes. So.
What's Friday like in where are you in Norway somewhere?
Tromsø.
What's Friday like there? Is it vodka drinking and hoompa singing? Is that what you do?
If you put anything on Friday, like work, you're a joker. Because they're gonna leave by 11 a.m.
Do they do dress down Friday? Are they still doing dress down Friday?
Yeah.
So from the office to the party, Abby?
And then maybe even Monday morning they will come from the
What's their diet like there? Because when I think of Norway, I think of fish, boiled potatoes, and sausage. I can't think beyond that. What do they eat there? Fish, boiled potatoes, and sausage.
The seal meat, that's what I like.
Oh God, you eat that?
Mm-hmm.
That's worse than dog. you eat seal meat?
Yes, seal, yeah. I love it.
What does it taste like? Chicken, Abby? That's what everybody always says. They say everything tastes like chicken. What does it taste like?
To me, it tastes stronger than chicken. Something tastier than turkey.
Does it have its own unique flavor? Does it have its own unique taste, rather?
Is their own number now?
My goodness me.
Is their own number.
And how much of summer do you get there? Do you get a month of sunshine? I don't imagine they get more than a
No,
month.
the area I am, the highest it goes is 20 degrees centigrade. That's what we got this year.
So there's no room for t-shirts in Norway.
For me, not really, but for them, yeah, that's fine. But that's not really the problem. The problem, the one I couldn't acclimatize to is the no daytime sometimes and no night.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's only about 4 hours sunshine, isn't it? It's
No,
always dark.
No. By November, it's going to be total darkness.
So no sunshine all the way through.
No daytime. I'm not talking about sunshine. I'm talking about daytime.
So how are you making the distinction?
The place is not nice. It's not like UK. It's one of the technologically developed country in the world. It's not like those places. You need to come and visit.
What's the population? About 3 million or so, isn't it?
No, it's about a little above 54 million.
Really? Norway?
Yeah.
Wow. It's a country then.
Yeah, of course.
I thought it was just one tiny little sliver of
No.
Is it bigger than Sweden?
No, I don't really know because it's just a long country. It's long. You know, they have border with
Iceland.
Where I am. You know, they have between Russia and Finland.
My goodness. But a lot of it is uninhabitable, isn't it? It's a lot of I don't know. I just have stereotypes of that place. I've never been.
No, actually, the side I am is very cold, but Oslo, Stavanger, those places are okay. But Tromsø is
good morning.
Morning.
Who's
speaking?
No, it's not 54 million. No, it's 5 million. Yeah, somebody just corrected you there. So
it's
sorry,
54. The last time I checked.
Okay, go on. I can't believe that, but carry on. Carry on, Ogweni.
5 million?
Yes.
No, they told me 54.
Ogweni is talking.
Ogweni, how you doing?
Yes, I do. It's been a long while. Madam.
Yeah. The last time I spoke with you was the time they almost threw stones on my head.
Yeah. A lot has happened after then. So I will likely be embarking on a tour of some European countries by January for my postdoctoral fellowship.
Which one do you no? January is darkness.
Oh, January.
Are you coming to Tromsø?
Oh, that's the time I would like to visit.
You can visit. You can visit now. Just bring a torchlight.
No, it's not that bad.
I'm not scheduled it, but I may be considering probably visiting you, if you don't mind.
Oh, 54. 5,400. They told me that 54.
No, 5,400. Yeah, but carry on. Yeah, no. Ogweni wants to. Is coming to Norway. Go on.
Just to let her know that I may be visiting that area, and I'm a branch, Mugbomoya, you know.
You are welcomed. Are you coming to Oslo?
Are you going to?
I've not planned it, but I may. Possible.
You better plan fast.
Yeah.
So that I get to see you.
Okay, I will.
Don't take your wallet with you. Zita is a senior executive in an oil company, so she has plenty of money. So leave your wallet at home.
Oh man, now you get your mouth too.
So the Batifire are moving on. They are meeting international Batifire.
Who is a Batifire?
You now?
Me? Where did you guys get that one from?
Yeah, a strong voice, so everybody know you are around the world. That you are a strong by the time.
No.
Eh?
You know, they are attributing 1.5% of Tinubu's victory to you. So that's the extent of your contribution. Out of the 100% that got him there, 1.5% is directly attributable to you.
How did they come to that?
I don't know. They did some mathematical equation and they landed that some of your contributions on social media contributed 1.5% to Tinubu's
I am not
victory.
on social media, so where did they get that one from?
Where do you think you're speaking on now?
No. This one is a YouTube channel. I don't write anything. You cannot put my name in the internet and see me anywhere.
No, they use voice recognition now.
One
Technology.
man, the job I do, I know much more than doing writing anything in the internet. So I don't do that. You can never see my name anywhere. Please, they should not. But what I know is that whether anybody wants to kill me or throw stones at me, Nigerians were presented with extremely corrupt, but not indicted, very corrupt, but not indicted, corrupt, but extremely dumb. They decided to take very corrupt, but not indicted. So if anybody think I'm supporting anybody, no. And again, as I said before, if I am given the chance to vote for somebody in Nigeria as the president of Nigeria, and somebody who ruled Lagos is among them, I will vote him. So
because it will be the most prepared, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I'm somebody who have worked and seen what diversity can do. If you cannot handle it, you can't make a headway. More especially if you are managing diversity. It's a very difficult thing to manage. And Lagos is highly diversified as long as Nigeria is concerned. There's a lot of inclusiveness and diversity going on there. So if somebody who ruled Lagos is among them, I'm going to vote the person. If that translates to me supporting Tinubu, that's fine. Among all of them that came out in 2023, I think he had the pedigree. But if that still translates that I'm supporting him, that's still fine. Among all that came out in 2023, he's the one that carried himself very well in that election. Because what was dumped on him, I know if it was dumped on some people, hell will let loose. But he kept his cool. He kept moving. So if that still translates that I'm supporting him, I'm cool with that. But nobody will strangle my opinion. I won't let anybody do that. That's my opinion. And I believe people should respect it because I do respect yours.
So, all right, is that the roundabout way of admitting that you're a batty fire, as a rational mind will say?
Oh my, just
all right, let's get into it, Azita. So now this Mohbad situation, which we thought we'll only mention and then we'll move on. So it continues to hog the headlines for the last however many days. So now, what was meant to be a candlelight procession very quickly transmuted into somewhat of a protest to the point that tear gas were fired. And really, my concern is that the trajectory of this Mohbad situation is headed in the direction of NSAS. So are you monitoring that space, Zita? And what's your take on it?
Thank God Obeni is here. The question I am asking, that boy, videos of him being beaten when he's trying to do a show or something, all those people that came out yesterday or day before yesterday, I'm sure at least 20 or 30% of them in that crowd had when he reported the case to the police Although police were claiming that he did not place charges, that was why they did not follow the case. But that's all stories. Now, since Ogbeni is here, I want to ask Ogbeni, protest for what? Can he clear me on that? Somebody died. They said the circumstances surrounding his death is not pleasant. Police, the government intervened. Police went into action immediately. They went as far as exhuming his corpse, did an autopsy. You said you want to do candle light or whatever. Then what is the protest for? That's the question I'm asking. If Ogbeni can tell me what the protest is for. Protest for what? Are they trying to cause trouble or what? Because in all of this story, I don't even really see why somebody should start a protest yet, if there should be any. But by the way, one man, if I may ask, why can somebody explain to me the significance of all this Tollgate stuff? Why is everybody running to Tollgate in Lagos?
You know, after the NSAS incident, it has now become sort of like the beacon space. The beacon space for protestation and anti-government stance. Because it's the iconic NSAS narrative, so all of that NSAS narrative condensed into that space. So that place now is the attraction for protestations against government, anti-establishment sort of stance, burn it down, that sort of thing. So I think they should cordon that place with a heavy, because anytime they are not going to stop until they burn that Tollgate down. I think that's what they want to do.
Why would they? By the way, who are these people? Who are these people?
The disenfranchised.
Look, the thing is that I don't know, but let me say this. There is something going on in Nigeria now. Some people are bent in bringing Nigeria down. There is nothing anybody can do to change their mind. Two enchantments. One is keep writing rubbish about Nigeria. Everybody suffering, everybody tired, people dying, everybody killing. That is the situation. Till they get what they want. So I don't advise anybody to go into the direction of trying to please them.
They will never get it, too, Zita. They will never get it. Whatever they want.
Hello? I didn't get that.
I said they will never get it. That's in their after.
We must get it to her.
That is
Nigeria will I will tear it down personally.
Two.
One bullet is enough for you.
They cannot
from the police.
Destroy Nigeria. Nigeria is a country. I will keep saying that.
And Zita, you know what? Lagos particularly. What is the fixation about Lagos?
I will come to that. I will come to the fixation of Lagos.
Good.
Nigeria is a country. Nobody can destroy it. As long as it's existing, it's a country. They will go to United Nations, they will do trade treaties, they will do whatever treaty with other countries. But those people, those headless mob, saying all manner of rubbish to the extent that my colleague, who is a Kenyan, will not let me speak any longer. Those people, their flag is like the complimentary card of a native doctor. They don't let me speak again. And when I want to say anything, they will say, what are you defending? Even Nigerians are saying it. And that man said it on this platform yesterday. He concluded by saying that, after all, Nigerians are saying it. They won't destroy Nigeria, but they are destroying Nigerians. There are two different things.
So sorry, Zita, not to interject you, but what you said is exactly it. They are not destroying, that's the native doctor analogy that that's the Kenyan flag, something from voodoo. But they are not destroying the country, but they are destroying the individual Nigerians, because you've given your anecdote from a Kenyan colleague. When Babati was in, he said he was doing his rounds in his ward, and some person threw some Asabic Nigerian, so you are in Norway, he's in America, and in between, everybody reporting that in their personal experiences, people are just pointing and laughing that your president is a drug dealer. So yes, they are not destroying Nigeria, they are destroying Nigerians. So that's, yeah, I concur. Sorry, carry on.
What does that even mean? What are you talking about, woman? They're destroying Nigeria, not destroying Nigeria. What does that even mean?
So, as I was saying, they cannot destroy Nigeria, but they are destroying Nigerians. In the sense that, as a citizen of Nigeria, if you want to have an interaction, communication, argument, debate with another citizen of another country, or you want to go into another country, you want to do anything in another country, that's what you will understand what they are doing. But their aim actually is not that. Their aim is to destroy Nigeria. They don't understand what they're doing. But trying to pacify them is, I don't even want anybody to go to that area. Don't bother. Because this is what they want. They want to continue doing this to make sure they make a no-nonsense of Nigeria, and then they will want to rule Nigeria. I don't know how that works, but that is what
Woman, can I borrow some few seconds, some few minutes, please? Let me talk, because I know you say interjection is not, you don't want much interjection. Can I just interject a little bit? Zita? One man?
Yeah, carry on now. Carry on.
You see, some of us, one man, whose space is this?
It's your space, Zita, but he wants to interject.
No, I have said this before.
I'm not interjecting you, but I'm just saying something.
Then you wait. Let me use my space. You use yours. Okay. I've kept quiet since I came here.
All right. Let Zeta carry on, because she has said that she doesn't like her flow interrupted.
Not that I don't want my flow interrupted. There are certain set of people I don't want to interject me or interrupt me. That's what I said.
Man, all the same, it's still 7 minutes. So I don't know what's going on. Whether some people is a special 7 minutes.
I have not used my 7 minutes. But if you people don't want me to talk, I can stop.
All right. Carry on, Zeta. Carry on.
So that's it. I don't know. Maybe Obeni can explain to me why they want to demonstrate. Because there is no need for protests yet. If there will be, it's after. Because what they asked for, is it going to be like NSAS, where you say NSAS, the NSAS, you are still demonstrating, you say what next? You don't know what to do next, because actually it wasn't NSAS. It was something else. Is that what they want to do now? But by the way, what is this madness in Lagos, if I may ask? Why are they always carrying madness to Lagos to demonstrate in Lagos? Because that's the only...
because that's the space that most amplifies it. I suspect that is why. If it happens in Lagos, then the whole country will hear about it. But if it happens in Edo, maybe there are local news and maybe some footnote somewhere on whatever. But if it happens in Lagos, and Lagos is the media center as well, so if it happens in Lagos, it gets amplified.
No, I don't think so. One man, this should be happening in Abuja, not Lagos. If they want to demonstrate those kind of a thing, because Abuja is the seat of power, is it not? They should be doing demonstrations in Abuja to show their grievances, not in Lagos. Lagos doesn't decide, it's not where the government is. So why Lagos? That's the bit I don't understand. The senators, the House of Representatives, the president, everybody is in Abuja. So why are they running helter-skelter in Lagos? Or is it because it's one of the functional states in Nigeria? They want to destroy it or what? I don't get it. I still don't get the Lagos madness. Maybe somebody has to explain to me. Maybe Obeni, because he is one of the few people I listen to in this platform. Maybe he has to explain to me why the madness in Lagos. And again, Obeni, I need you to tell me why they protest. What are they protesting for? Because I don't. Is Obeni still there?
Yes, I'm here. Madam
So
Sita.
I don't understand why protesting. Why should they protest?
Well, this question you are asking is the
Ogbeni
same
is not
thing
the
I've
one leading
asked
the
today.
protest.
You know, when you look at it, even the people that organized it said they will be going for candle processional protest. Is those youths that wanted to change the thing to protest. And I asked them question. The news had it that the wife of the deceased of Mohbad has reached out to Femi Falana. And Femi Falana has agreed. In fact, Femi Falana has addressed it. He has said that, yes, the woman reached out to him. And I think perhaps agreed to also involve in that matter. Police has exhumed the body, they've carried out autopsy, and they keep updating the public. And yes, and they've said, okay, there's a window for people to come and volunteer statements. They should be rushing to police station to volunteer statements instead of protest. And IG has set up a committee. Sanwo-Olu also said, okay, DSS should also involve in it. And we have reputable, in quotes, among Nigerian youth, celebrities who are leading, all the Slanta, KK, Fast, Yabo Ojo, and all of those guys are leading. So why the protest? I've also asked the question. I don't know why the protest.
Okay, so you too, you don't know. Okay, that's fine.
I don't.
One
Yeah,
man.
it is strange because there are about 6 states yesterday that protested. 6 states, only Lagos State on Wahala.
Okay, one man. My 7 minutes don't reach.
No, carry on, Zeta.
Okay, what next do you want me to speak? Because that one, I don't even know why they are protesting. It shouldn't be a protest. And police should do everything. In fact, let me not just say the police. The governor of Lagos State should do everything humanly possible within his power to protect the state. That's all I can say. I don't like this attitude of people coming. The other time I heard something ridiculous that one boy burnt almost 500 buses or 50 buses. I don't even know how many they were saying that the boy set ablaze. So I don't know. He should protect the state.
All right, give us a brief commentary on this next headline, and then we'll come to you next, Des. I know you've been waiting for a good while. CBN confirms Emefiele's resignation as Cardoso assumes office. So on the face of it, you think you probably suggest it's a seamless transition, but Emefiele is under government arrest at the moment, and under that government arrest, he resigns his position to be replaced by another person. So, is there speculations that he was forced to resign under duress, and is that legally binding? And also, ultimately, is this really what necessarily needed to happen for Emefiele to be out of the way, because he was toxic all the way through his tenure, and then now to be replaced by this guy? So what are you then making then of that transition of power, Emefiele to Cardoso?
One man, what I should be asking you is, what is Emefiele's punishment for what he did to Nigerians? So from what you just said now is that they just threw him inside one room and was feeding him and was still paying him salary. I thought he was on suspension. So the suspension, he was collecting his salary.
Are you not paid when you are suspended? If you are not,
most times, no. Most times.
Unless they say you are suspended without pay, then you are paid.
Yeah, that's what they should have done to Emefiele. He should be suspended without pay. I didn't even know he's still in the picture anyway. I thought when they grabbed him, he handed over to somebody. So this resignation, I can't even make anything out of it.
No, he handed to somebody who was in an acting capacity. But now this one, he's a formal replacement of him. So now he has to resign. So because, of course, it was suspended, but somebody still needs to carry out the function of that office. So they put somebody there in a temporary capacity.
One man, if I have anything to say on a Nefele, I just wanted them to if they don't find anything on him, they should keep him in that room. Honestly, what that guy did is unimaginable. Unimaginable. And he did it and left for United States. I don't even know why they have not been able to find. Is it that what he did has a lot of garbages following it, that a lot of people are included in it, that they don't want to expose those people, or what? Woman, do you know how many people that died because of that shenanigan that man did?
Just that Naira swap alone, a lot of lives were lost.
They will talk of human rights.
Money. He collected money from Nigerians and set it ablaze. I mean, I don't know, but it is what it is. It is. One man, you see, this is why those people, their flag is like the complimentary card of a native doctor has guts to talk to me. It's when they show this kind of a thing about my country. I don't even know Nefede is still collecting salary. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't want to talk about that guy because anytime I talk about him, I don't know him, but I know that Osibanjo was the head of the economic team. So whatever Nefede did is inclusive of Osibanjo. Maybe he gave them that idea. I don't know. But it was a terrible thing. To the next topic.
Do you think it's likely, or would you like to see him get that Sambo Dasuki treatment? You remember Sambo Dasuki? They just picked him up, put him in prison, and they just left him there until about 6 years later.
No, I want Nnamdi Kalu's treatment on him. That's the one I want. Dasuki was
see waiting person the open mouth talk. Imagine. see waiting person the open mouth. See waiting person the open mouth talk. I don't understand.
I want Nnamdi Kalu treatment for him. If they can keep Nnamdi Kalu in DSS
this
for
is
2
terrible.
years now, they should lock that NFL in DSS custody for the next 10 years. That's my stand.
Dasuki is the template too.
No,
everybody calls them.
No, Dasuki was not in DSS custody. Was he?
You like trouble?
He's still there. He's still in DSS custody.
Was Dasuki in DSS custody?
Treatment. Yeah.
Dasuki was in house arrest, right?
No. He was in their custody.
No.
Dasuki, DSS guest house arrest.
He's still there.
No, you know when they say it's in DSS custody, that doesn't mean it's in some prison cell. I think it's only Nnamdi Kanu that they will put in into a prison cell. They'll probably put him in some bungalow somewhere and cordon it off with heavy duty security.
I'm trying to differentiate it.
No, DSS has their office. They have an underground bunker, right, where they keep hardened criminals. That's where Dasuki is currently, and that's the treatment they are giving to him. He's the template.
No,
so
Dasuki was not there. Dasuki was not there.
Did they not release him towards the tail end of Buhari's administration?
Yes, but he was not. He was not in. I don't know how to use the word. Obeni should be able to find a word for it. There's kind of
Dasuki has been released now. What are you people talking about?
I've been released since how many? Over a year now, more than.
Goodness.
Anyway, let me continue with what I'm saying.
Nnamdi Kanu is the one that is likely to stay there till another 4 years.
That's why I said Nnamdi Kalu is in DSS custody. So I want that treatment they're giving to Nnamdi Kalu. That's the kind of treatment I want for Nefede.
Just to divert you for a moment, Azita, do you think they are keeping Nnamdi Kanu? And this is what I think. Do you think they are keeping Nnamdi Kanu there to break his will?
Now you're understanding what I'm saying. The judge, according to them, they say a judge released him, they refused to release him, and things like that. That's the kind of treatment I want to be given to Nefele. Even if the Supreme Court say release Nefele, no, keep him there.
So after a Kenyan person will rubbish you and you don't see the reason. Imagine. You go open mouth, they talk
Just
to a
fire.
Kenyan when you have this
Just
mentality.
fire.
Mona, go sit down.
God,
See,
I'm enjoying this.
let me say this, and I will continue saying it as long as they keep coming into my space. I, for once, I don't like discussing with people who are being overpowered by
If
their
you are not,
instinct.
just please don't come here.
I'm not talking to you. Please.
No. Don't tell me you're not talking to me.
No, carry on. Every voice is welcome. You know that as people delight in your voice, Zeta, people delight in rational voice. Rational
One man. This same Zeta.
Yeah.
There are times here I comment here. He go interject. I've never told you. See this woman. You see,
I don't
interject you. I just listen to you. I just don't want to.
Please.
Have a word.
Even if we do that before, I have ended it.
It's just sometimes the way you talk. Sometimes it just.
All right. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? It's diametrically opposed points of view, which just the senses, but that's exactly what we
she
want.
Does the same. When I'm commenting here, there are many times here when I'm commenting, she interjects.
I never.
You say what? You say what?
It was at the beginning, yes, but now I have
laid out your rule now.
Now, that's my new
rule.
Come on,
Stay
you're
out
full
of my
this
space.
woman, please.
Argue and converse with. You can't force me to.
No one is forcing you. Don't come and be using that your word.
You cannot force me to say
I will say this. I will say this. Zeta, I know rational mind both on the screen and off the screen, and I can confirm to you that he's a gentleman. But I carry on.
I don't want to have argument with him or conversation with him. No, I beg you now. Let me finish my space now. When you reach your turn, you can accuse me.
All right. Carry on. You were telling us how you want Emefiele to rot in jail.
Even if the Supreme Court release him for what he did to Nigerians, let them not release him. Just as the court set Nnamdi Kanu free, they said no way, keep him there. If Supreme Court release the NFL, they should find another thing and keep him there. That's what I'm saying. Nnamdi Kanu's treatment, that's what I want for him.
Zita, let me tell you something again. Zita,
yeah,
you are not being fair to Emefiele. What Nnamdi Kanu did is so terrible. I cannot really assess it. If you put Emefiele beside Nnamdi Kanu, Emefiele is like a saint.
Wait.
So you don't go give them the same treatment.
No. Sorry, one moment, Zita. Let me ask you this question. Zita, you still have the floor, but just one thing that Patrick said there. In terms of either, because neither of these men carried a gun to shoot somebody, but in terms of being responsible for the loss of human lives, who do you think is responsible for the loss of more lives, Emefiele or Nnamdi Kanu?
One man, you're here now. I gave them equal treatment. You are still asking me.
It's Patrick that's saying that Nnamdi Kanu is worse than Emefiele. I would say Emefiele is 10 times worse than Nnamdi Kanu.
No. As long as I'm concerned, I'm giving two of them the same treatment.
You know why?
Please keep that guy there.
If Nnamdi Kanu had no power, and look at the devastation he had caused. If he had the amount of power that Emefiele has, it would have been more devastating. One. Then two, Emefiele acted in a legal capacity as central bank governor with the backing of the sitting government as at then. That's why it's difficult to really convict him. But Nnamdi Kanu went out illegally from the outset, disrespectful, debasing of his people. And I mean, I don't know. I can't find words to describe what the guy did, but it's still pardonable. You understand what I'm saying? So you won't say that they should treat them both ways. I used to think that Nnamdi Kanu should rot in jail, but I think it should be justly dealt with. There should be justice. If they can't convict him, they shouldn't keep him. That's just the truth.
Patrick,
Yeah.
you are defending a Mayfairly, right? And I tell you
No,
something.
I'm not defending Mayfield. I'm just putting out there for both of
When
them.
you heard,
They should release
because
them.
if you put the offense that Emefiele committed in perspective, you will see that not only that he tried to destroy Nigeria economy, only because it is very difficult to actually quantify those people that this guy killed, sorry to use that word, pie economically, and those people that he wrecked economically, because these are the things that we are not saying enough. Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu is misleading a particular set of people. You can even still have a limitation to those people, but the outreach, those people that Emefiele with his economic policy reached out to, you cannot measure. In fact, they will be multiple when you compare to the size that Kanu is dealing with. Then you are in position, even though you are representing the government, it doesn't mean that you are not acting unethically. This guy knew the right thing to do, but just because of personal reason, he went the wrong way. Emefiele knew that whatever he's doing is doing the wrong thing, despite the legal framework. So, to me, when you are talking of a category, it's just like a coup plotter can tell you that it's helping the country, and he will be telling you he has not done anything. That's criminal. I don't know whether lawyers will call that traceable felony or whatever. What Emefiele did is not totally different, very close to when you plan the coup against your country. You understand? You are not only doing it to the people within the country, but you are chasing the investors, that those people that are supposed to have confidence in your system away. And these are the kind of mess that you don't get to clear even in a decade or 2 decades sometimes. So we are looking at what Emefiele did as something that is very light. No, Emefiele, and in fact, in some cases, Emefiele is worse than Kanu. That's just the way I see it. No story around it. Thank you.
All right, pick it up, Zeta. Bring it home, and then we have from Death next, and then Rational Mind, Rational Mind, Patrick, then Enigmatic, Hondi. Back to Zeta.
Woman, I think. What else do you want me to speak? I've said what I said. I don't want to talk about the defendant. They should give him Nnamdi Kanu's treatment. Chicky now. What else
This headline that somebody, I've not read through it, but this headline that somebody just sent in is quite shocking. You know that Tinubu has commissioned a special investigator to look through the root and branch of what happened in CBN and other money-generating agencies within the Nigerian space, but they are tracing fraud to the tune of 7 trillion naira to Emefiele's tenure, the biggest fraud in the history of the country.
Wait, that Obazi shared the accountant. He must be very good though, because he shared the 29th section. Was it last year or last 2 years? I don't know much about him. But all I can say, one man, is that Enefede did something terrible. Really, really terrible. And if you did that thing he did, the annoying part of it is that he did it and walked away. He didn't stay to monitor. You did currency swap or whatever he called it. You were not in the country as the CBN governor to monitor what is going on. How what you did is working. You entered the plane and went to US and relaxed. What kind of carelessness is that? And somebody said they shouldn't give him Nnamdi Kanu's treatment. No, they should give him Nnamdi Kanu's treatment. Even worse than that, Seth.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Zeta. Let's hear from Des, who has been waiting almost all the way through. So now, Des, you are up next. So Des, we saved the intelligence of Des till it's a good build up to Des. So Des, pick it up.
One man, thank you very much. To be honest, I don't even know where to start. Hearing this lady, a woman, making some comment is basically rubbing me off the wrong way. after we call ourselves Democrats. It's quite funny how we contradict ourselves in the same light. It's I don't even know, but it's all good. Like the Spanish says.
Is it the
Yes, yes. Can you give me
Carlo
a second? Let
treatment?
me just ask one real question real quick. One man,
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to ask you this question, and it's quite instructive, and it's quite for the posterity of your platform. And we must really be. I think Ogbeni mentioned something earlier. I just want to say something maybe to it if it's meaningful or reasonable. Uh, we are discussing Nigeria on this platform most of the time, right? And then, is it appropriate? I just want to ask, and I want to ask people who are reasonable on the platform: is it appropriate is it intellectually prudent, right, to accord or dignify individuals who openly
Who are not Nigerians?
they've denied Nigeria, and then they've even come to say that they've torn Nigeria's passport? Should we be discussing Nigeria with them?
God bless you.
Wahala.
All right.
Don't worry. Enigmatic, don't worry.
Yes, you don't tell your own passport, your green passport.
I don't tell him since, sure, but
When you tell him? When
after the election. But
Why will you do such now? Don't you know it is criminal? And yet you're discussing about it. I think enigmatic is.
One man, I have three gentlemen here who want to know your response to that.
I don't know what.
One man, even me, I want to know your response.
You want one man to pursue me? No problem.
It's all wrapped around free
speech. You're asking the wrong person now.
No, but Des, please go and get your passport. Go and get your new one.
But
no problem, sir.
One man, you are the wrong person to be asked that question because you never saw your own passport. So if anybody's going to answer that question, people who have got their passport, their Nigerian passport, right?
Have you torn yours, rational mind?
Why would I tear mine?
Oh, there it is.
I spent 150K.
What I'll say is, Desi's tearing of his passport is a metaphoric tearing, not an actual. So metaphorically he tore it, but not in actual fact. Not in actual fact. Yes, it's a metaphoric tearing. It's a verbal tearing of the rather than an actual tearing of the passport.
Oh man, I beg you. As enigmatic one now, very soon I go back to sea. So you go to hear from me. Okay, so
Don't
calm
worry.
down.
We'll hear from you whether you like it or not. I know where you live. Let's hear from you. You were about to start attacking Zita.
I'm about to start scattering some people. Anyway, anyway, we are one Nigeria. I don't want to go where Zita went to because I could have gone there and I won't try it because she's much older than me, and like they say, respect your elders so you can live long. I want live long, so make I respect person. Let's go to the not that I believe it anyway. I'm just being
Why are you guys like this? You reverse yourself at will, even within microseconds.
I'm saying they said. Is it because I believe it? I don't necessarily believe it.
Then don't say it.
What is it called in literature? Is it oxymoron? I don't know. But yeah, you have to listen to me to understand me. One man, what's the topic for today? I think it's basically what we talked about yesterday.
We were talking about the protest and then the police response. What started as a procession turned into a protest, and then the police response, which a lot of people felt was quite elegant, given the backdrop of the Nigerian police, that they did a decent handling of the situation there. So we're talking about that. And then, of course, we were talking about the Naira situation and just a whole raft of other things. And then your friend in Ghana, not Vain. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's get to the protest. To be honest, I don't like when people get dispersed with some sort of little kind of force to disperse protesters. It's wrong. You can see it another way. This is my opinion. There's so many ways to kill a rat. That's the truth. If you can basically squash a rat, you can set a trap, you can um, you can give him poison. There is so many ways to kill a rat. But for Nigerian system to always have to kill that rat by squashing it every single time and spilling blood all over the place, making a mess, it's totally the wrong way to do it. And whether you like it or not, one day something might aggravate you to protest against something, and you wouldn't want to be squashed by by the superior force. You would want to have a fair treatment. What am I saying is that protesters, yes, they probably did something illegal by blocking the road. I mean, it's a public area. They have the right to protest. They just don't have the right to obstruct or destroy, the environment and all that. But if they actually, I believe, even if they did it in an organized way and not, basically have interfere with traffic, the police will still do what they know how to do. Um, but let's not come here and always like, because he's our man that is up top, you have to always condone something you wouldn't want to be done to you in the set. It's wrong, and we should always say it's wrong. Um, the Nigerian, like I said, the Nigerian is a system, is a lack of rule of law. That is what is happening, and all this people being shot tear gas. We've seen it in Lagos. Is in what's it called, LASU, or what's the name of this university in Lagos? We've seen the students protesting, and they have to disperse them with tear gas. You know, and we're seeing it here, which is, like I said, is the wrong approach. There is always someone that will come out. I mean, people listening to.
So sorry, how do you disperse a crowd that
Now,
you've invited to disperse, but they've refused?
okay, now what you would do, because one thing about protests is that they're not gonna be there forever. That's number one.
But
They're gonna get tired.
like you said, they brought the place to a standstill. They were disturbing vehicular movement. They were disturbing other people going about their business. It was on an unapproved protest as well, which was not what was agreed with the police. And then the police called the organizers of the procession, who invited them to leave. They refused, and the police gently invited them to leave. They refused, and they continued to hold that rather busy part of Lagos to a standstill. So what do the police do?
Okay, first of one man, I believe Obeni is there. You don't need approval from the police to march on the road in a protest. You don't need approval from the police. That's number one. They can do it, and they don't need an approval. And the only thing they have to do is organize themselves and not
They don't need
basically.
an approval, but they need to notify the police.
They need to, and who says they didn't? I
Well, they
mean,
did not. They did not. What do you mean who said they didn't? The protest was an offshoot of the procession, and the people who notified the police of the procession, they said they did not intend it to spiral. It was just meant to be a candlelight procession to acknowledge the passing of a famous artist.
yeah. Anyway,
So
where there are two
nobody,
wrongs,
nobody notified the police of a procession, of a protest.
Yeah, I would say two wrong don't make a right. That's what I would
What's
say.
what's the second
The
wrong?
the second wrong is how the police dispersed the crowd.
Right. So how should they have done it?
How you could do this, because all these kids or Gen Zs or whoever is protesting, they have someone they're listening to, yeah, that basically organized them for that protest.
Did you
You
hear
know,
what? Did you hear what I said?
I'm trying to tell you how now. You asked me a
No,
question.
no, no, no. Nobody organized. It's a spontaneous thing now. It's essentially the obedience space trying to hijack
No one,
that.
don't do that. Don't do
Well,
that,
it
please.
is now. We all know
Don't
it.
do
So why
that.
can't we
We
just
don't know.
say,
We don't know it.
all right,
Don't do
okay,
that.
let's continue to pretend. Carry on.
Let's be civil. Let's talk to what we know, please. Um, well, I don't know the full extent of what happened, how the team went to the toll gate, so I won't really say too much about it. If it was just some random people, just going to the toll gate, then I guess the police has that right. But I feel like they would have talked to them, properly, bring someone in authority, in a mic, maybe an artist, maybe someone that influential per se, hey, come and talk to this crowd. They will listen to you. You get a mic, come in a stadium, and talk to them. Let's go back tomorrow. People will always listen to reason if it's reasonable. Yeah, if they try that and it didn't work, then they should now try the iron fist. But they never tried that. They never
What
ever
do you mean?
tried.
So sorry. Do you want me to play you do you want me
Exactly.
to
Play
play you
him.
their
The
right
protest.
clip again?
The leaders of the protest came and appealed to them. They refused.
All right, then I guess they deserve what they got. That's what I would say.
Well, this is the thing now.
Um,
You have to get the facts of. Okay, just carry on.
like I
Yes.
told you, I don't know
So
the
you are so
full.
you cower now to what these people are trying to make you to accept.
No, Marshall mind. I'm a reasonable person. Do you
Okay.
get? If what they are saying and what they ever, like I said, I don't know what happened in that space. So whatever they're bringing out,
Let,
that's
let-
what
let-
I'm gonna
let me say
take.
something to you. I know I might not have the chance because I might have to bail very soon. You see,
Yeah.
that was what I was trying to interject when our sister was talking. AI. You see, for me, we are all here. I don't even understand somebody. And somebody will say they are Brodians. I mean, sometimes I just wonder. Some of us will come here, will talk like as if just because we are not there in that country to understand to understand the seriousness, the gravity of what our people are facing in that country. You're talking about youths who are neither employable or even that can be employed that are not even skilled. Their life, I mean, they look at their life 20 years forward, going forward. They don't even see any light at the end of the tunnel. And you are here, wherever you are in Europe or here in America, and you're making it look you're making light of the situation that they can't even protest. Do you know what okay, if you being here in America or being wherever you are in Europe, you left that country to come and stay here in a country that is functioning. Their own youth here, is it the way our own youth back home? Is that how they are? You're saying youths who are trying to fend for themselves, their life is being snuffed out of them for no reason, and you're saying they should not protest. And they see a trend that continues, that has been continued over the years, and you say police should just go there and tell them to live there. If they are expressing, they're expressing how bad they feel about the situation, and you're just saying they should just disperse like that. Sometimes I don't even know how some of us even come here and talk because we are here in countries where things works for them, and we feel we can talk down on those kids, those people back home, because we feel like our man is there, because so-called Tinubu is there. Now it's not a problem. This is the same Tinubu that was supported the protest against what's it called Jonathan back then. We did not say they obstructed vehicular movement. They did this. Did Jonathan send anybody to go and beat down showing all of them that very day when they were all protesting? So sometimes we just come here. I don't even understand how we even reason sometimes. We come here, we just belittle people back home because, and we come here, we're acting like we are the most patriotic people from Nigeria, because some people tear their passport because they are mad about where the country is being run, and you feel you are more patriotic than them. Come on. I mean, it's just beyond me sometimes. How some of us even come here and just talk?
My name is still enigmatical, so say it straight to me.
All right, hold on, enigmatic. I want you to watch. I want you to watch this segment, Rational Mind and Death. Watch this segment. And by the way, this is from Arise TV, just to set that.
Decided to go and protest at the Lekki Tollgate, and of course, because of the history of the place, Okola Park. Now, after the process.
Because this just blights all the process. And the question is, why Lagos? We had procession.
It's a very long statement, but just pick out some points from there. What he had said was that they had an agreement with the organizers of the procession, and they had agreed that they were going to use Okola Park. Now, after the procession and the concert was done, which you saw videos and a report by Ikenna, we saw that some people then decided to go and protest at the Lekki Tollgate. And of course, because of the history of the place, and what it looked like unruly behavior there, the police said that. Let me read what Benjamin Hundeyin said. He said that in fulfillment of their mandate to protect life and property, maintain law and order, and prevent crimes, they adopted the least harmful method of crowd dispersal, following the failure of verbal persuasion, the use of tear gas, and not a single live ammunition was fired. They said that they told the people at the toll gate to disperse peacefully. They had mentioned that they were met with defiance, both in words and action. At this point, all lanes in and out of Lekki had been totally blocked. I experienced that traffic because I was out last night. So they explained themselves and said we should, people shouldn't push out the wrong narrative. I think it's important to say that some of the organizers have come out to say that yes, indeed, they had an agreement with the police, and that the police provide protection for them in the procession, and then finally arriving at Okola Park. But also to say that some people wanted to then take it a bit further, do a peaceful protest. There is no law against a peaceful protest. Yes. However, there is, the police will respond if they feel that there's a threat to life and property, which is what they said they do.
Well, let's continue on what's trending.
All right, so that's that. So that is from Arise TV. And she even used a personal anecdote to tell you how that protest impacted on her personally. Let me play you one more bit, and then so that you can get a fuller picture. Because I don't know this default just to run everything down, but this is the police gently asking them to disperse.
Love him, Wale, go home. Let us spoil this. Let us spoil his legacy. Please, if you love him, Wale, go home.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm not quite sure what more the police could have done in given the
circumstances. Okay, now, one man, I told you something, yeah. People don't listen to the police anymore. You get, because they believe what they came to do is to disperse them. That is basically their objective.
Yeah, that is the objective, yes, because they were there constituting a nuisance to public flow. Yeah.
So what I said is, if you get someone they're listening to,
like who,
and someone influential, maybe Faz, someone very influential.
They are holding Lekki, the whole of Lekki hostage, and the police should be running around Lagos looking for Faz.
It doesn't. I didn't say it has to be Faz. I mean, someone influential immediately you can get.
No, they did. The people they got were the people that organized the procession, who also came and spoke to them that their protest was not part of their plan, and they invited them to disperse. You could see them in that clip.
I don't see them. I saw police people telling them to disperse.
Okay, let me play the clip again.
And there is a history about the place too.
So I mean, what are you?
Okay.
Sometimes
but one man, like I said, I said that if that was what happened, then there's no problem. And I get where rational mind is coming from. But what I would say to rational mind is, there is a way to do stuff. You get this is if you want to come out and say I'm protesting because this country is not working, then we know the objective. Do you get? And I would support them to come out and do that because they know that they are coming out for this particular thing. There's no ambiguity to it. We know that you're coming out to protest that this country is not working. But when you're protesting for or you're doing something else and you basically, divert it to another thing, I mean, I see something wrong with that. Not, basically not considering that Nigerian is a messed up country. We know this. Nigeria is a messed up country. And people should come out and protest. I'm always saying it. Come out and protest. Every platform. Protest that this country is not good. I will back you guys, all the way. But do it the right way anyway. One man. Let me go to the next topic. I think we're talking about David Hunde.
Yes, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday I didn't want to talk about him because you guys are making this guy, famous. And you guys are doing my job for me, You talk about he's inconsequential, but you still sit here and talk about him every day. Means that he's very, very important. And people say he's lying. I heard a lot of people saying he's lying, he's doing this one. But you don't actually say, if you ask them, what is he lying about? They basically shut up. They don't say anything else. They say, okay, what is this guy lying about? Did Tinubu forfeit so much amount of money? The answer is yes. And that is what he's saying. He forfeited. So he's not lying about that. He said, what else was he saying? The college, whatever, the certificate in Chicago, there's some, discrepancies on it. Is he lying? No, he's not. We all know that there's discrepancies on it, whether it's a she or a he. We know this is a fact. So if this guy comes out and say what he knows, and if he's talking about the Niger invasion, we all saw what happened. Did he lie? No, he never lied. He said they were trying to invade, and which actually came out to be true. So this guy have constantly told the truth, but due to the fact that they don't like he's talking about your man, you want to crucify him. That is the only single problem you have with the guy. He's talking about your man. He should be talking about, someone else. I bet you, if he was talking about Obi, he would be your favorite man in this world. Trust me, he would be your favorite man in this world. But because he's talking about your man, you want to find a way to crucify him. Someone is making instances of what's it called, Nnamdi Kanu and all that. I mean, we have to always follow the rule of law in this country. Without it, we are all very basically savages. That is what we are. And if we keep saying that we go to another country and Kenyan people see us as, someone is talking about Kenyan people, rubbishing her, whatever, because that's what you seem to have become. Because if you're coming out and saying that the rule of law shouldn't be obeyed, then you're basically savages. And I agree with that Kenyan people to rubbish you the more, because if you can come out and disregard law, you're a savage. Is the truth. So let's understand that we are all families here. I don't want to bash anybody, like I said, but let's know what we are saying. If we make a statement, please think about it before you just come and talk. It doesn't make sense. Also about I think we got one more topic on the line. I forgot. What, remind me, one man. I think we got one more topic on the line.
I think we were talking about the financial situation and Cardoso replacing MFLA, even though he was in custody, he's still in custody. Yeah.
Well, you already know that I'm not an economics man. So, well, the only thing I know is that whatever policy that people are bringing out and is not impacting in the economy, then I mean, to me, you're doing something wrong. I don't care what someone like Kolaka or Fatai comes here and speak grammar that nobody is understanding. I don't care all of that. But if those things are not impacting the life of those people, then I know for a fact that you're doing something wrong and you need to correct it. Like a very wise man said, a very, very wise man, very, one of the wisest man of our time said that foreign investors is like bee and honey. If you keep honey here, bee is gonna come and settle there. And we know the man that said that already. So you don't need to. If you want me to mention him, I can mention him.
Please mention it. I don't know.
His name is Peter Gregory Obi, the very wise man.
Saint Peter Obi, right?
That's
okay.
a Obi.
Sorry, I think I've actually got a clip of him saying that. So I think Desmond is right. I have a clip of him saying exactly that.
The global per capita of the world is about $10.7 when mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
So that it is.
Oh man, you're just funny. Yeah,
it's unbelievable. The mighty, excellent, super brain.
Oh man, you're funny.
And then they are kind of
true and poor.
And the GDP and in China.
We were running on no energy. No.
That's
no energy, Obi.
That's the Agulu Badge that we have now.
Look at that graduate.
Oh man, you know the rest. You don't want to bring out the actual one, Abi. You just want to talk, no problem. Anyhow, all of you know what I'm talking about. Let's try to I think one 135% said it. Tino should come back and try to fix some things that he should. Traveling around is not what we need. Even if a 35% said it, then I mean it has to be true. Yeah, but whatever, like the Spanish says, Lekki será, what will be, will be.
It's que será, and it's not Spanish.
Is it Spanish or Mexican or something like that?
Look at this guy. What is Mexican? Is not even yes, man.
It's Mexican, right?
Yes, man.
No, that's French.
My God.
No. I think it's Mexican.
No, it's Native American. Native American.
No. What does Mexican speak?
You won't use Badge for us this evening.
They speak Spanish.
Mexican speak Spanish. So I am actually right. Come on, guys.
No. That's French.
No. Q será is Spanish. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not French.
Don't stop talking. Don't stop talking.
Don't use Badge for us now.
Don't let the public.
Is it French?
Look at
it
this
means
guy.
hold on. Que sera.
What will be. My
all
goodness.
Right. You already know what I
young. I asked my mama what I gonna be.
I can see why you're a Peter Obi's fan.
It is quite funny. Do you know what is quite funny?
Yes, it's a bad.
Do you know what is funny?
Oh, God.
This is what is happening in tribunal. Someone says something and you understand exactly what it says. I'm not Spanish. I'm not French. And I say something.
Oh my God, yes, man.
But you do understand what I'm saying. I'm not Spanish. I am not French. But
Then
I
why are
made
you
that
speaking
statement.
Spanish or French? Look at that.
I made that statement and I tried to tell you what I'm saying. So that shows that you understand it. What matters is, do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. If yes is the answer, then let's close the chapter. What will be one man. If Nigeria is gonna fall, it's gonna fall. Whether someone is saying Nigeria is not gonna fall, that one, if it's gonna fall, nothing you can do about it.
All right.
Yeah. Thank
We
you,
wait
one
till
man.
that.
I'm gonna. I mean, I will not be here for a while. I'm basically leaving on Monday, going back to the sea, so I probably won't be available for like
Going
two,
back to
3
where?
days. To the sea, one man.
Are you a sailor
So
now?
I've been a seller for a while.
All
So
right.
He's going to join Udeyi in Ghana.
so
yes. Are you not a truck driver
yeah.
anymore? I thought you said you were a truck
I'm a truck driver. I'm still a seller at the same time.
sailor.
He's in
But
the
Which
Navy.
ship
He's
they
in the
follow the
Navy.
sail?
He's in the Navy.
He's in the
Navy.
Navy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
All
So
right.
say well and go come back in peace. Okay. Thanks for your service,
thank
regardless of your unpatriotic nature to Nigeria.
All right
Wow,
then.
sir.
All right. I'll phone you tomorrow, and you can tell me all about it before you head off on your voyage. All right. So that was Desmond. Sakwi Sarasara. So Sakwi Sarah. Oh my God.
You go clip that now, one man.
That will
Oh
haunt me in
man,
my.
you go clip that now. Clip that and be playing it.
It will haunt me in my dreams tonight. It will haunt me. Sakwi Sarah.
I'm glad I made you laugh.
All right. We'll go to Rational Mind next, but before we go to Rational Mind, we'll make a quick pit stop with Solomon, who has come in for an emergency broadcast. So, Solomon, you said you wanted to quickly say.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Solomon.
Woman. It's not like an emergency
No, that's
broadcast, but
just my own way of we're carry on.
yeah, and there's this thing this person said here that I agree with him, where he debunked Mr. Rational might want to just be opposition by all means every time. Just try and agree to something that you know that is the truth, and not to just be opposition. It's not really making sense. That's debunked you in that, like not debunk actually, but he corrected you by saying that if they want to be a protest for the betterment of the lives of the Nigerian youth, that they should organize it separately. And yeah, that one is fact and it's 100% true. But for that protest of yesterday, yesterday just really showed me that we are not ready. Especially the southern Nigeria. And when they're talking about this protest, what is the solidarity level between the southern Nigeria and northern Nigeria that you who want to talk about protest? So you tell me only the one section of Nigeria, one like only from people from the southern part will just stay in Lagos there and do protest, and the protest will not take effect in all the in every nook and cranny of the country. That one we're just deceiving ourselves, and it's high time we southerners start being diplomatic and very reasonable in doing things. I know that we are not the only ones in this country. We have brothers in the north that we have to solidify with them and make a voice, make a statement than we just being one.
Solomon, and that is why all of these ideas would never succeed. Because
Exactly.
if the North don't take it on board, then it's just a localized rebel rousing in the South. Which the authorities will quell. But if the South take it on and the North take it on, then the country will pay attention. But the North, they are not really interested in any protest, because they have their own issues that.
Yeah, and woman, let me tell you, the South, I keep saying it here, they're just deceiving themselves. In the southern part, especially these people that are the head of obedience movement, all of them, they are hypocrites, and the obedient people are unreasonable people. Because if they are reasonable, what the obedient are, see, let me tell you, those people that are supporting Kwakwa, so they have a reason of supporting him, and their reason, if you should go into do your deep research and look into it, you see that the ideology is really, really authentic. Is one that if that kind of ideology should spread around Nigeria, let me tell you one man, the Nigerian youth will have the the future of the Nigerian youth will be very, very, will be 100%
And you dey
assured.
run and
Please,
follow
can I just stop,
right?
please?
You dey run follow.
Huh?
You know. Hold on. You know this is my turn, but one man allow you. All right. So if I have to question, I will have to question you. Because you come here now.
One man, do you see what I sent you? So I'm right. So let's please let nobody be bashing me when I make statements. Please, we have to. Everybody have to apologize first. No, one man apologize. One apologize.
Let me just say what I want to say. You just calm down. You've made your point. Let me just say what I want to say. Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know if Spanish had their own version of que sera sera, but then it's French. If you want to say que sera sera, it's French. So maybe Spanish has their own version. I don't know.
Spanish has their own value.
Has
their own. Yeah.
It's Spanish, and it's a song actually in the 60s.
In the 60s. Thank you very much.
I don't know.
I know what I'm saying now.
Okay, all right.
It's a song.
Okay.
Sera, whatever will be, will be. The future is not for us to see.
I don't like arguing some certain times, because sometimes we get different version of different things. I know que sera sera means it's a French word. In fact, it's a French word. That means that which will be. That's what it means. But if Spanish,
the thing there is that it's two of you and your fellow guests that are debunking each other and correcting each other.
All right. I think there's an interlink between the French and the Spanish language.
Well, they are also a Latin-based language.
Yeah, and Portuguese as well. So and Italian too. There's very much an overlap amongst them. Yeah, but Solomon, carry on.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Dex and Mr. Rational Mind stuff is just that it's two of them that they are hitting each other and consoling each other. So they should be left with their correction and mistakes. Yeah, as I was saying.
You where they talk. You come here, they attack some people. Say they don't follow.
I know they attack anybody.
Hold on. They don't follow what they call them. Your papa. So why you they follow the article? Why no follow who Sabi Road, which is your purpose where they talk, where they come here. You see, some of it just come here just because of sake of you want to talk.
You will enter somebody, you will ask a question, and you want to go and answer the question.
No, I'm still making my comment. It's a comment on both whatever you want to call it. It's both a comment and a question I'm asking you. You come here and you just want to paint some people one brush. But you, where they point finger at other people, you are equally, even not even guilty, even more guilty than the people where they try to paint. Why you not follow Kokoso? Why you follow article? Every time you come here, you could be talking and you'll be talking about article here. Why you not follow Kokoso? So because somebody have different opinion from you, you feel you can come here and paint them with one brush. Come on. You're a young man. I don't know how you just come here, you just talk like say, I don't know. I don't just understand it sometimes. It's okay.
I'm a young man. I will not allow myself to be deceived by certain kind of persons or people that I feel that, or I know that they are not informed. Do you understand? So I will not. That is why me being a young man, I cannot allow myself to just follow, to go or to be in line with people that are not informed. That is one thing you should try and understand, sir. And let me just go back to what I was saying. Yeah, and this protest of it, that stuff yesterday was meant to be a procession and not protest. I even had a very stupid argument with somebody, a very good friend of mine, yesterday, and that it has even spoiled our relationship. That she we are no longer friends again, just because I was like, you people were meant to go for it, because she was part of the people. She was among those that went for that procession in Tollgate and Lekki yesterday. So I was like, it was not a protest, it was a procession you people went for, because the people, the organizers, the likes of Iyabuju, say that this is a procession, that is a candlelight procession. It's not a protest. And after the procession, they came out and made an announcement that people will start going, and some people there, because and let me tell you, the people are not ready. We are not even ready at all for those kind of things that they are here coming, that they are saying that they want to do this one. They are not ready. They are not focused at all. They left what they came for and they got carried away and start doing another thing. And that is why, even though I sympathize with those people, like the person that they shot yesterday and certain people that sustained injury, but it shows that we Nigerian youth, we are not, especially from the south. I will keep saying it. We are not ready for the change we want. We are not ready. How
Solomon,
will
may
you
I
go
ask you a
to?
question, please?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, I want your own young perspective. You're a young man. There are about 6 states this thing took place yesterday, almost simultaneously. All the others were peaceful, except the Lagos one that was going to turn all right last minute. From your own perspective as a young person, why the fixation on Lagos? Do you know?
All right, give a very brief response to that because we moved rational mind away out of the way for yeah. So brief response to that,
Yeah,
and then
for me, I just feel like maybe they feel they will be heard more in Lagos than any other place, because you saw, even because you saw the Calabar clip, the guy don't even know why they are coming out for, who as in the whole reason why they are coming out to protest. They don't even know, they are not informed in that part of the country, and they don't think that they would like, thank God for social media anyway, but they will have that recognition just like the way it would be in Lagos. So I feel maybe that is why those kind of things used to take, as it used to be hot more in Lagos than any place. Just as in how the level of awareness it will create, how people would get to know about it. So that is why the Lagos one always gets tougher than, or gets known than any other place. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. On next to rational mind, but before we go to rational mind, somebody wants to condense what Solomon just said into a 50-second snapshot, because it looks as though Solomon was a bit too long-winded. But this person, rational mind, they are just asking for 50 seconds of your time to condense what Solomon said. So let's hear from them. Yeah.
I do not understand though. I don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, is it that Nigerian you don't understand English, or there's a problem with the English and I don't get it. Because first and foremost, they say go home. I'm seeing the video, I'm like, because yesterday when we were all seeing him, like, what's going on? From candle night not to protest. Why does Nigeria use like wahala? One fish in they do on now. They do on now. One fish in. She one fish. They didn't do on any. They say go home. You start down there. You now pick another location like a club. Is it a club? Are we celebrating party? It is not a party. It's not a club. You guys will now carry mouth. Now start looking for who does not talk, who do not talk, who do not come outside. You just start talking rubbish. You guys are disappointing me.
So there it is. Keshi Sarah, rational mind.
Yeah, you see, woman, for me, you see, I follow that a little bit because I've been busy lately, just here and there. You see, there is no harm, there is no crime in protesting. Maybe I should be lecturing some of us here on the history of protest. Now, the recent one we know of in recent times, maybe some people who are still young here would remember, is the Arab Spring. Now, the Arab Spring started with a produce seller who was being harassed by the police in Tunis, somewhere in Tunis or Tunisia. And then he felt that they're making life miserable for him. What did he do? We all know what happened. He set himself ablaze. And that was how the Arab Spring began. People were protesting that guy's life, why they treated that guy, that led that guy to that frustrated state, and he did what he did. That was how it began. And before you know it, Ben Ali was sent packing. Before you know it, it started jumping around all across the Maghreb into the Middle East. We know how it all began. Maybe let me just give you that example of the history of how protests, how it's all started, and how it all transcend or become something else. So some of you come here and you say because some people are protesting over the death of a young man, whom they see as a tale, a sign, a tale. How do I call it? Like a sign that yes, their own life will be next. We've seen many people in the past. How did the people that did, I mean, that the SARS guys that killed those guys, the other guy that was in South Africa that came home and his life got snuffed out. What is the end of that case today? So you see this thing keep repeating itself, and people are sick and tired. Coupled with the economic hardship, the unskilled young ones that we have, and you say people should not protest, and you feel you can just go there and tell them to just leave like that. I mean, go look at the Arab Spring, how it all began. It's because we've been so conditioned in that country because of these criminals that are in power, starting with Buhari and all of them. How they infiltrate protest, and they make protests look like, oh, these people they just want to burn everything down. No, we know how they infiltrate them, how they try to be, like they say, you give a dog a bad name so that you can kill it. That is how it is. And now some of us we now allow ourselves to be conditioned to that thinking. I mean, in the military era, I was part of those people that were burning tires. Well, man, I never faced police. When they start shooting tear gas, like, we all run away. But we will face police. They will be telling us, go. No, we will be protesting. There are some of them, this so-called guy that calls himself president today. When he ran away, he ran to America. There were so many of them during the Nadeko time. A lot of them were protesting during the June 12th. I was one of them. What are you talking about? And if you say, you can tell us that those are constituted authorities, like the police, they tell us to go. No, we're not going. We have to protest. And you say, people today are protesting. You go and tell them to just leave that place. You see, this still thing for me, there's a way I want to say this thing, but if I say it, there's no way I won't offend some people here on this platform.
No, say it now. Free speech.
Let me just refrain from saying certain things, because the way I speak sometimes, it's like maybe I'm so angry, and the reason for my anger, the way I speak, is just, how did we get here that some of us mentally we've been allowed to be conditioned to, like,
is this Stockholm syndrome?
We said what?
I said, is this Stockholm syndrome?
You can call it Stockholm syndrome. The criminals that have put themselves there, they've conditioned us.
We are now in love with our enslavers.
We make case for them. We come on platforms like this. We come and like serenade them and talk about good about them, and we forget about what is justice. What let me not start lecturing us on that, because I don't want to start sounding like maybe I'm immoral. But my point is this: you see, we knew how this all began. Usually, protest is not the way they've come to make us to believe that it is, or they make some people to believe that it is, and some people come here and defend it. These people, they started from the Mohbad issue. That this guy, there is something much more than the way this guy died. There's something behind it. This guy wrote a petition to you, just to tell you how unprofessional this police and the Nigerian establishment, the whole institution in that country, how corrupt and unprofessional and so backward it is. I'll give an example of a woman of the Ministry of Women Affairs. What on earth? What right does she have to be calling a victim of an assault and be calling her and be having phone conversation with her? That should be the work of the police. But in a very backward and how do I call it? Because I've been so tired for the past few days now. I can't just even look of. I'm hoping for word. So backward a country, a minister will be giving a subtle threat to a victim. That's just an example of how banana republic that country is. That's the work of the police. Now, this Mohbad issue, this same guy went and petitioned the police, and you're asking him to come and face the people that is petitioning. How unprofessional is that kind of police force or police? You say, okay, because I petitioned against you, one man, they say I should come and face you. We have a rank. What kind of? No, it's your work, your job to investigate and question that person, not for me to be for you to be calling the one and be facing my people that I'm accusing. And the guy ran. He ran away because he felt like his life is, because these people that he's fighting against, they are very connected. He's just like a fly that like a fly that they can just squeeze him off. And you ask him to come and confront them and come and say what I say in my petition in front of them. Oh my goodness. How do you run a country like that? And these kids, they are seeing all this thing, this trend, that this is the norm in Nigeria. And they felt, no, this must not continue like this. We must protest. And if they want to turn it into something else, so be it. But don't get me wrong, something else does not mean they should go and burn down anything. No, they have the right to protest. Can you in any way, the police, give them, okay, send out the police force, or whatever you call them, the police, let them follow them during their march. Should
they give the police adequate notice for the police to facilitate for that protest, or should they not?
Oh man, what I'm building here is that how unprofessional, how much of decline we've declined in that country. We do not do things right. Hold on. As soon as you knew that these guys, these children, these kids are protesting, you can just send out the police force, let them march with them. You don't have to protest with them, but just give them, at least you're giving them that presence that, yes,
they have a reserve force in readiness for that, or would they move forces?
That's to tell you what a failed state Nigeria is.
Can I have a quick introduction, please, before I go?
Please do.
Rational mind, please, let's tone down. Yesterday, I have two people that were there. My friend was caught in that crossfire. He was going back home. He was stuck. He couldn't go home. He was actually making an arrangement to go and sleep in a hotel. Now, what you are saying is just one-sided, and it's not very fair. I'm not taking any sides.
What is one-sided?
Just hold on. Permit me. I've listened to you very well. I've listened almost from the beginning. I had when Ajala Koko made his submission, I had several other persons. It was actually then I intended.
Is this Bishop?
Now, the two. Yeah. Good evening, gentlemen. Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
No, I mean a very quick introduction. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Sorry forgive my manners. Now, yesterday there was a procession. They informed the police. The police joined them, provided security, and they finished the procession at around 20 minutes of thereabout past 8. And they appealed to everybody to go home from what's this place? And some people after that now went and gathered. Let's go back to what happened. A young man is dead. He did not die because of a confrontation with police. Nobody shot him. There were circumstances that were suspicious. But let's remember, a few days ago, a young girl in a university campus was assaulted, was raped, and was killed and buried in a shallow grave. There was no outrage. In the state, in the southeast, the chairman of a Labour Party was murdered in cold blood and beheaded in his own home. There was no protest. 8 security personnel were killed in the southeast a few days ago. About 26 of our security personnel were killed somewhere in the middle belt.
Where are you going with this?
No, hold on now. You have your say. If you don't want me to interject, hold on. Can I make a submission?
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Rational Mind. Bishop, Rational Mind has the floor, so
I know. I asked for interjection and he's allowing me. If he doesn't want me to, I'll leave. That's fine.
You don't have to say that.
But that's what is. I'm not finished. I've not even spent 2 minutes in talking.
Hold on, Bishop. Rational Mind has the floor. Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. He was in the flow of a narration. So if you are interjecting him, it's meant to be just a short little insight into what it's saying so that he can carry on with his flow. So have that interjection have that interjection and let him carry on.
And what was I doing now? Was I not interjecting?
No, he was inviting you to hurry up. That's what he was doing.
Yeah,
he was inviting you to
I've not even spent 2 minutes. Time me. I've not spent 2 minutes. Look, I get tired of this.
Can you make it shorter?
Carry on. Rational mind, when you interject people, you take your time.
Oh,
You cannot set
are
the
we doing?
rules.
Are we doing what about?
Don't change the rules. I don't want to go this route.
Nobody
Look,
has
I don't want to go this route. If you don't, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
No, Bishop, wait
Have a
to
very
wait to
wonderful day,
rational
Bishop.
mind. I bet.
No, you don't have to
What
do
is
this
it?
all the time now,
What
Bishop.
am I doing now? Why is it that you pick on me? Why do we always have this argument? Have I spent 2 minutes?
Calm down,
Have I spent 2
calm down,
minutes?
Bishop. Calm down,
Have I
please.
spent 2 minutes in talking?
Wait,
Have I
calm
spent 2
down.
minutes?
Rational mind, can you allow him just 1 minute,
Go on.
please?
What is it?
Bishop, go on, please. Carry on.
I've not even spent 2 minutes. I'm watching the clock
It's
before
okay.
me.
It's okay. Rational mind has given you the space. Carry on,
We
please.
had a situation on ground and it was going to degenerate. There's nothing anybody can say about it. The police has a responsibility. After calling even the organizers to speak with them, to appeal with them, they dispersed them. Unfortunately, the young man died. People die every day. According to reports, about 328 people die every hour in Nigeria. 328. This young man, the police have started, they've exhumed, they've commenced an investigation. Why don't we even wait? At the protest, if they want to do candlelight in his honor, it's okay. Are the protest necessary for whatever, anything anybody wants to say? Except that we just want something that will just make Nigeria look like, you have used the phrase a failed country, whatever. You have used several, I'm talking to rational mind now, severally in this your conversation. It's okay if that's the way you see it, but let other people see it their own way. I believe we are challenged. I believe they are making a way. Yesterday's protest was absolutely unnecessary. The police did all they could do to disperse these people peacefully. When it was getting out of hand, they used the minimal force to disperse them. I mean, once in a while, if we cannot even appreciate, don't let us just condemn, just for condemning sake. Just like, because if I'm angry now, does it mean I will set my house on fire? Because people are angry, people are agitated. I don't know who was using the phrase that they are agitated, they are this, even though they went a little bit overboard. Who knows the limit of that overboard? My friend was there. He works in Lekki. He was going home with his family, and they were caught in that traffic. They have blocked the entire road, that Lekki road, and we know it will keep degenerating. The police did what they needed to do to salvage the situation. Sometimes let's try and find a middle ground and see. We cannot be on both extreme at the same time. But sometimes, just let's balance it. You are not balancing it at all.
Hold on, my friend. You won't call out my. See, this is what we do here a lot. You've had your say right now. Let me have my say, and you can't lord your own view over me, just as I won't lord mine over you.
I never lord my view over you. Exactly what you do. You question people, you call people names,
that's my view.
Manage people, but when people say something, you have a way of twisting it around. You question people, you call people, you have called people's names tonight because their views don't align with your own. But when people say something, you have a way of twisting it and calling them whatever. Please.
Can you give me one example of a name I call anybody? Because that's what I don't
rational man, carry on with your monologue.
So I don't call people name. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not the Agbadorian here that comes here and just call people name and just use I sound in English.
Who did their mother name Agbadorian? That's exactly what.
Hold on.
Thank you and good night. Thank you and good night.
Bishop, don't run.
If I call Agbadoria, it's just like a kind of a group, like just like you call me obedient or whatever. You some people call me obedient or obe. I'm not obedient, but if you call me obe client, I can say yeah, fine, no problem. So my point is this: you see, I'm not for a protest that is for destruction of property and lives. I'm not for that. Peacefully protest, but you see, in the Nigerian context, we've seen over the years. You see, Nigeria is a very, very unique country whereby if the whole world is going one way, Nigeria, the way we do our things is just baffling.
Sorry, hold on, rational mind. Somebody's just sent in a clip that they would like Zita and you, rational mind, and then Bishop to respond to. So hang around just for as long as you can, but we have to do the rounds with everyone before we play that clip. But carry on.
Okay, real quick. So for me, I know how the Nigerian state, how they give a dog a bad name just so that they can hang it. We've seen it how they played their templates over the years, starting with the military. We're seeing how they do it. So I'm not surprised if some of us have allowed ourselves to be conditioned to start, kind of like sympathizing with these criminals that we've had ruling over. I won't call them leaders. We've had them ruling over that country for the as long as that country has existed, especially these past 24, 26 years of so-called fraudulent democracy that we've had. We've had criminal leaders there, and you see, for me, if they tell them, look, you guys go home. If they say they don't want to go home, you see, this is how I said we need to train our police, train that police very well. Let them train them. Let them be more like a civil kind of people, not the kind of militarized kind of police whereby you give orders. If you don't obey my order, I have to kill you, I have to beat you down. No, tell them, go. If they don't want to go, there's a way you can de-escalate the whole matter. Give them the whole thing, give them the whole protection that they need, bring in more forces, bring in deployment more, just so that you can avoid, you see, Nigeria is a country that does not respect life. And this is the same people, idiots, because of the so-called Tollgate there, that somebody's collecting money. They feel that is more important than the life of a young man that was killed, like you people said in that protest. If they know that, if we're telling these people to go, and then they're not going to go, one life, in fact, just one life, let me lie. One life only alone is going to lose in this thing. So let us not even try it. It's because Nigerian state does not value the life of its citizen. They believe that by the time we use one person as an example for them, we're killing, then the rest of them they will fear. You see, this is the mental conditioning I'm talking about. That some of us don't even see. If they really value the life of a Nigerian, okay, fine. We know that if we're going to tell these people to leave and not leave, let us not force it. Because if we force it, we're going to lose one person. Let us just let it be. If they're tired, they go leave. But let us protect that Tollgate so that they don't destroy the Tollgate for the second time. That is fine. But because that Tollgate is more important to them than the life of one Nigerian, they feel that if you use one Nigerian as a sacrifice, everybody go wrong. You see, I refuse to be led by, because I'm so exposed. I'm well-read than for me to. I've studied the Nigerian state and all its shenanigans over the years. I've studied it very well, and I know how they want to play these templates. So for me, I will not allow myself to be conditioned to that, to allow myself to start sympathizing with these criminals because they want to protect their own. They want to protect their own investment. That stupid Tollgate they have there, where the state of Lagos, or Lagos State is collecting money from, because they feel if they start protest, even before it started, there's a way you can protect it. But because they don't do that, because they want to make an example of something, so that they will scare other people from doing this, repeating the same thing next time. You see, woman, let's just go to another topic. For me, I just believe whatever has been said on that, I believe those kids, they have the right to protest. They should have done it better. It's because they are not well trained. The Nigerian state and its all its apparatus, security apparatus, they are all criminals. And I know someday.
One mind, if you don't mind, please
okay,
let me
rationalize
something, because he lives in a state where what he's saying is not obtainable.
What
rational mind, see. I beg of you. Let me tell you, when you want to protest in this our environment, you tell the police, because I've tried to look at the bylaw, even look at the bylaw within your area there. You tell the police, you tell the purpose, and you give them the timeline of what you want to do.
Correct.
When you finish that, once you exceed that time, because the state will commit resources, the taxpayer resources to guide you. Once your time lapses, you have no right to proceed to go beyond. Once you go beyond, it's becoming illegal, even including the state where you live. Now, look at the reverse case now.
Why would you speak about the state I live? Why would you speak about the state I live?
Is that not true? Is what he said not true?
No, it's not exactly what he's saying. No.
What do you mean?
Your bylaw.
Hold on now. Let him land now. I will rebut. I'll give my own rebut. Go on.
Give me your city and bring your bylaw. Because everything is almost similar here. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
You speak for yourself about your Canada. I don't know. This is the same people you're talking about. The truck drivers.
Give me your city and I will give you your bylaw.
Okay.
The thing is that you inform the police and they will commit the taxpayer resources to make sure that thing does not escalate to another problem.
Okay.
Once you exceed the time allotted to you or you agree with the police, already you are spending beyond what you are supposed to. And anything that happens beyond that is illegal. That's why I give an example here. We have a situation whereby things like that they escalated in Canada and they arrested people. As a matter of fact, not only arrest alone, they took them to court. So when we try to,
but was
yes,
any life
our
lost?
leaders are bad.
Hold on. Was any life lost? Hold on.
You
You see, some of you, all these Abradorians people, you people will come here.
You're moving the goalpost now. You're moving the goalpost now. I'm
not moving any goalpost, woman. What I'm saying is,
but was any life lost at yesterday?
I think you people said somebody was killed. Somebody got shot.
Nobody was killed. Nobody was killed. Nobody was shot.
Oh, really?
They dispersed them with tear gas.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry then. I thought somebody was killed. That's what I thought. Because I think I heard somebody said somebody was killed. His friend was passing by and got killed. I don't know. Maybe I was just hearing something different. I'm sorry. Yeah. I take it back. But the point I'm trying to make is that these kids have the right to protest. The Nigerian state, they know what they do very well. But if really nobody died, well,
not illegally though. They don't have a right to protest illegally. As you don't in the states that you live in.
No, I can protest. I don't need the permits to protest here.
Look at this guy. You don't need to notify the police.
No, I don't need to. I don't need.
Why don't you try that tomorrow and send us a clip?
Woman. I have no reason to protest because everything works here. The life of my kids, the life of myself, the life of another person around here, it's valued. They don't hold on. Yeah, they don't trample on people's right here.
Come on, I think they are they go. What's
the next topic? Let's go. Let's quickly go on.
Give us a couple of minutes. Hold on. You are up next, Enigmatic. But let Rational Mind give us a couple of sentences on David Odeyin, and then whole situation for as long as you can. Rational Mind for the clip somebody sent in for you. But give us a couple of minutes on a couple of sentences on David Odeyin.
Let me be truthful with you. When you were talking about when you were making that because I woke up this morning, I just had to turn on to your channel, and then I was listening to it. I wish I was there live when you were doing it live. I would have just come in and just like, okay, woman, I want to have a one-on-one debate with you on that. I was so like, what is woman even talking about? You're just speaking on some of the things you were picking on. I was like, I mean, haven't you seen some of the facts out there? So for me, you see, I wish we could just go one-on-one on some of those points. You know, when you were talking about when he said that Chicago, he went to University of Chicago, and you just said something. I was like, what is woman talking about? Gani Fawemi was the first person, a Yoruba man from Ondo State, was the first person who challenged Tinubu's credentials. Yes, it's challenge it. That you said you went to University of Chicago. No, we've written them, and this guy said it. He what's his name? Gani Fawemi. Go and look at Newswatch of that period. Newswatch or around that period, you'll see, or PM News around that period. He said that he wrote University of Chicago and whatever how he did it. And he replied to him, they don't have anybody like that on file. And he said it. And that was why he had to take Tinubu to
Gani made a mistake.
Oh, God.
University of Chicago is different from Chicago State University. Right. There are two universities.
No, Baba. It was actually Tinubu that made a mistake. He wrote University of Chicago, but he went to Chicago State University.
That's it. Yeah. That was what Gani was fighting him for. That how can you go and sign? That is that how you're going to sign your death warrant? That you're signing INEC form, and you're not even and then after that we started finding out that even the primary school and the secondary school said there was no even record of him attending there. And then we have people like what's his name, this guy that was all formerly working with Gani Fawemi, also challenging him back then before he became his dog now.
Keyamo.
Yeah. I mean, we have him also challenging him there back then. You wonder when people like this is when they were talking about his primary school, secondary school. He said he was homeschooled. Oh my God, he was homeschooled. We had him when he was on channel. Was on channels when he was saying that. So you see, when you see people like this propaganda and everything that APC and Tinubu and his machines, and look at all the gaffe and everything we've had recently again. And you're telling me that this guy was, one man, you need to follow that guy and with no bias mind. I know you might have bias mind because I don't know, maybe you are a Tinubu person, but I want to believe you are. And then but my point is that just listen to him. I'm not saying everything he said is correct, but some of the things he said, even most of the things he said, they are factually what he got there. That he got, not as if he went to go and make up this. After all, he wasn't the first person to talk about this case about Tinubu's Chicago issue and his drug issue in Chicago. It has always been there. Only that people have not really want to fail you now that people are now opening that wound. They're not tearing the wound apart. They want to really get to the bottom of it. And if this guy does not really have anything to hide, why don't you allow? I mean, you went there and you have everything. Your records are clean. Let them release it. What is so big about this your Chicago whatever? Let them release your credentials.
Yeah. To what purpose though? What's the purpose of wanting this school whatever it is?
Nigerians. There are so many Nigerians that are inquisitive about this guy. You're talking about. I mean, AI come here. This Zita came here saying somebody from a different country was telling her that you people have maybe a drug baron as your leader. These are some of the things. So
yeah, but that's what you people put out.
That's what you put out now.
I never said that. So
I don't know what
I
you
have
said.
argument with them. Please.
So what did you say?
It's not drug. Nobody is discussing drug with you.
No, I'm not saying exactly drug. Hold on. I'm not saying exactly.
We have arguments, and they say some certain things about my country, not about my leader. And when I want to challenge them, they say Nigerians are saying it. What am I defending?
Okay,
I'm not saying what Nigerians are saying. Don't mention my name, rational mind, please.
Shouldn't you be happy? Isn't it what you guys have been pushing all this while? Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you complaining?
Happy about what? Happy about what?
Whatever is happening about Nigeria. If they say your president is a drug dealer, is it not what you want? Shouldn't you be happy?
Dude, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't.
No, I mean it is. We all know the goal now.
Don't do this,
because when they ask, they say why can't he just go ahead and release his results by not filing a court process? Okay, when you ask the same question, why did Peter Obi run to court to seek a perpetual injunction when he was called to come and give explanations about the people that he gave order to kill Anabarians, use Anabarians, over 50 of them at a river? What if he was clean or whatever it is? Why did he run to court?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not aware of it. But for your information, hold on.
You should know because
hold on, my friend. Hold on. The last time I checked, the person we're talking about, who is the leader of that country right now,
and
the INEC declared
standard we talk about.
Well, you can say double standard. That's up to you.
So you guys want to always. This is how you twist things. You guys want to
like to twist things when we're talking about certain things. You want to make what about.
Some of you are old enough. Some of you are old that you guys should be ashamed the way you are projecting Nigeria and to other individuals.
Dude, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't go this route. I don't want to.
There was a Ghanaian.
You won't paint me as those people who are demarketing your country.
Baba stopped him and
if they are demarketing your president,
somebody like you would have been here and be hating that kind of thing.
This is your same president who went to before the New York Stock Exchange.
Whatever you have with him,
NASDAQ.
Whatever you have with
him, you were spewing lies.
That you cannot take it.
We're telling me who is the. Are you telling me that those investors?
No, I'm telling you,
don't know what Nigeria is worth.
It's shameful of you that you cannot take it up one-on-one as a man with him.
For the fact that I don't like your president, your current president,
it's your president. He's still your president.
Well, whatever you call him,
it's your president.
Dude, let me land.
You are too old to be childish sometimes. He's still your president.
Of course
not. He's still your president. Why would you say it's not? He's still your president. If you are educated enough to know there's a constitutional process.
Because of your stupid president, you're calling me child.
Yes, he's still your stupid president.
All right, gentlemen.
You need to go and learn how to talk.
He's still your stupid president.
So I don't know.
Okay.
You just come here, you just insult people because of your silly.
I'm telling you, if he's still your stupid, the man you call stupid is still your stupid president. When Trump was here, people do not agree with him. They said he's stupid, but he was still their president.
So what was he?
So you can cry all you want as a man. If you really have that
woman.
All right.
because I don't dole out. Listen, one man, I don't dole out.
Don't throw Nigeria under the
I
bus
don't
of
attack.
ordinary
All right,
Ghanaians, ordinary Kenyans.
enigmatic. Hold on
It's
1 second.
becoming so.
Yeah,
It's becoming so
enigmatic. Yeah, no, yeah,
irritating, man.
no.
You are irritating. You are irritating because
No, I mean you guys give power to
Gentlemen, no. Let's
those
not
who cannot even
spiral
sign
lord your
Nigeria's
opinion on
shoe.
other people. You're very
Please now,
silly sometimes. This guy, you're very silly.
at
You're very
least
stupid.
if not,
You come here and be talking to me like I
I'm
said.
not asking you guys to. I'm not asking you guys.
Who are you? Who are you now?
Oh, guys,
Who are you?
hold on, gentlemen, hold on. I'm not asking you to hold on, gentlemen. I'm not asking you to respect me. Respect the audience. They are listening. But let's keep it 100. Yeah, let's carry on. Rational mind.
If I allow people to interject me, it's because I'm a very democratic person. I know if everybody should talk. But when you want to try and silence me because I have a view that is different from yours, and because you want to label me, you want to put me in a box and call me names, that's the height of silliness. Or because of somebody who doesn't even know whether I even exist. A lot of you people who are talking today, talking about your Monday. A lot of them today, they have been sidetracked.
You know what you
they
just
don't even
said
know
there?
who you are. And you come here and you call me Charlie because of your silly president. Childish because of your silly somebody that doesn't even know if you ever exist.
All right. All right, Rational man, navigate back to David today.
One man. This is your platform. From people like what's his name? This guy from Texas. What's his name? The other day here he was calling me all day. I mean, what kind of? I mean, what are people becoming? Especially these Ecuadorian people.
The youths of nowadays now. What can we do? The youths of nowadays now. What can we do?
Texas forgotten his name. The other day, I had to leave. I mean, this guy can bear me witness. Adewale and some other people here who were there already. He called me all day. I was like, I mean, I just exited. What could even bring that kind of insult? Just because I don't see things from your own perspective,
Mama,
for that reason, I must call you name.
Maybe during the weekend if I have time, but I have to go now. But before I go, I should let everybody know who is on the platform and those who are listening. Look, we do have, just like America, just as like they do have their problems, right? At a point, we had Donald Trump, who almost actually truncated America's, years of democratic process, right? Of course. Now we are going through a series of issues in Nigeria where we do have apostate individuals whose major goal is actually to disrepute, to damage and then disparage Nigeria's reputation in global village generally. And what actually baffles me and is becoming so on a daily basis irritating, I don't even care what they want to say, but if young people like us, very young people like us, right, can try to project the image of Nigeria positively. But we have people who we should be looking forward to or looking up to as elderly people, right? Because I am mad, not because of Nigerians. We can do our own thing within ourselves, right? It's okay for all of us. It's legitimate. Americans, they do their own shenanigans within Americans. And I made an example yesterday. Democrats and Republicans, they go for their jugulars on a daily basis. But when they step out of that political cocoon, right, they stand as one unit, American. It becomes so irritating and so insulting and so embarrassing and so disappointing, right, to be a Nigerian and an absolute patriotic Nigerian. I don't care who the president is, you like him or not. When you have lesser nations in Africa, even in West Africa, trying to rubbish the name of Nigeria because of what you guys are, because of the platform you guys are giving them, that is my bone of contention. The attitude of so many truculent individuals, and they are so malevolent in their mind. They are daily engaging in deleterious actions that is rubbishing and disparaging the name of Nigeria and global village because of politics. So
but enigmatic.
and they actually think about this when you have elders in the market in the room.
Let me interject you real quick.
Right? When you have elders in the market in the room,
enigmatic,
and they allow the head of the baby to crack, then that elder is a useless elder.
Okay.
This is what we have now.
Okay. Now you see, one thing you people should factor into all these things.
The weekend, but I need to leave now.
One man. You can go if you want to go. That's up to you.
People just stand there and allow Ghanaians to just rubbish.
I don't go around demarketing, whatever you call it, demarketing. If you want to call it demarketing, I only call me on platforms like this. I talk, and I do my own thing on the side. Whatever I do, I don't need to tell you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that.
I mean, you have people who came
hold on. They
told you
were here now. You were talking.
They've turned their passport.
Would you allow me speak? Would you allow me speak? Would you allow me speak? Would you allow me speak, please?
I mean, it was supposed to be 7 minutes. I've been standing for almost an hour. What are you saying, man?
What are you saying?
All right.
When you have your own turn, you can talk.
All right. Enigmatic. I'm not going to let you leave until you actually have your turn because you've waited a long time.
It's waited for about 4 hours, please.
And there's a particular headline that you brought to the fore that I wanted you to address as well. I might even make it the headline for tomorrow's session, but I want you to intro it. But, before you do that, as people love your voice, you know, Rational Mind, they love his equally. So, Rational Mind, bring it home on David O'Day.
Let me just bring it home because I know some people are waiting, and apologies for those who are waiting because sometimes when we get too much interjection like this, it drags on. Now, one thing some of you did not factor into all these things about the so-called Tinubu issue, saga, whatever, that's getting international attention is that we are at an era, at a time when social media is a weapon that's being used. The same social media that these idiots, the criminals today that are here in that country, they used back in 2015 to demarket Jonathan. Like I said, be careful what goes around.
That is, you have to separate it, Rational Mind, please. There's a difference between individual and the country. Country is different.
So just let him land it so that we can.
So we're at a time where people use a lot of social media now, and mind you, it's a global. Social media is a global world now, whereby I can be here in America and I'm looking at what people are doing in Nigeria by just looking at the feeds or whatever people are doing on Twitter or whatever. I can see. So it's not like everything that you do in Nigeria. I mean, some Nigerians are in Nigeria. They know what is going on in America yet. They're not even set foot here in America. They can tell you the next street to the White House and the next street to behind White. They can tell you all of that because they have access to the internet. So when people come here, you talk the way you talk, like, oh, all we do is we go out with the market. No, social media has made it possible for people to drop into other people's conversation or even see what other people are talking about, and it's spread like wildfire. So you need to understand that this is not the 1990s when one military general would take over Nigeria and would silence other people and nobody will know outside, except maybe whatever the media reports within Nigeria, and maybe some of the diplomats are able to sneak out to their respective countries. So you need to understand all of this. I'm not here. I will speak to matters as I see them. And I know everybody has their view, and I have my view, and I'll not lord my view over you, just the same way I will not let you. One might have a lot of things to say, but let me just pause it here until when it's my turn again.
Yeah, pause it for a moment. Yeah, let's hear from Enigmatic, and then after Enigmatic, I want to play a clip to open up a phase, but Enigmatic Hondi.
Mama, thank you. To the audience, right? I need to put this very straight, and I need to be very clear about this. In a nation's life, at the point when things are quite challenging for that nation, we will have a lot of unpatriotic individuals within that country. And I try to use America as an example. We had a president in several years of America's political space who came within 4 years and almost turned everything upside down to the point of actually sponsoring a bunch of insurrectionists, right, to the seat of power, to the legislative seat of power in DC. So if you were alive then, you understand the story. And he's an American, right? And now in Nigeria, as we are speaking, Nigeria does not start 2 days ago or February 25th, 2023. At least 1999, we started this our nascent democracy. There was a political party that held sway for more than 12 or how many years, 16 years. Of course, government is continuum. And then prior to the election, we had a couple of individuals who were threatening fire and brimstone to burn down Nigeria. They denounced Nigeria. They called Nigeria zoo. They went to global villages to call Nigeria almost every denigrating name that you can. All of a sudden, they muffed up and they formed a political movement, right, to prop up a like mind of theirs. Eventually, election came, it was held, and everything went the way it went. The person they actually expected never won the election, but they never ceased. They continued from where they stopped. Now, the next agenda is to assassinate Nigeria's reputation, to criminalize Nigeria's image in the global village, in the global arena, as if Nigeria is the worst country going through the challenges in the world. As we speak, even America having had 200 years of over 200 years of democracy. Go and look at the rot that is going on in the Supreme Court in the US. Go and look at the rot that is going on in the House of Rep in the US.
The mass shooting.
I'm coming. We live in the same US where there are go and look at the numbers of mass shooting this year alone. This year alone, Bob Menendez, a senator in the US, go and look at the story that just came out about him today.
In New Jersey, correct.
God bless you. Go and look at Trump is the most indicted president in the world, not even America alone. In the world, is the most I don't even know what to say, but you will never see Americans, right, in Nigeria describing America with their left finger. But when we look at Nigeria, when they say the youth, are we talking about the youth in the north? We have to make definitions of all these things. And when you look at where all this hoopla and hula baloo is coming from, we can point to a certain individuals and certain group. But when we mention them, people will come to this platform and say we are tribalist. They are so happy. One of them will say, we want to burn Nigeria down. Why would you burn Nigeria down? Because of an election. Nigeria is not existing because of you. Nigeria is existing because of 200 million Nigerians. You are just a piece of those 200 million. And your region is not bigger than any other region in Nigeria. It's not bigger than the whole of the north. It's not bigger than the whole of the southwest. So if you believe because you called Nigeria zoo before election, you wanted Biafra before election, and after the election you had the candidate that did not win, and then Nigeria must collapse by force, by fire. You've had a coordinated attack. You've sponsored influencers. You are sponsoring people now who are all over the world, spreading Nigeria's name in bad light. Is Nigeria the worst country? It is so embarrassing that you'll be so comfortable. You call yourself a patriotic individual. You sit on a certain platform, somebody from Ghana. Have you seen the economy? Have you seen Ghana's economy of late? Somebody from Kenya, somebody from Cameroon that has had the president in the last 40 years, or all these other countries.
Did you hear that Paul Kagame was planning to run for a fourth?
Another Paul Kagame is going for another 10 after maybe 29 years or 30 years. But those people from those countries, they will come on certain platform. You will call yourself Nigerians, and then they will be denigrating your Nigerian right there in front of you, and you'll be laughing with them, and you'll be cuddling them. You dare not even do it to an American. If you are not dead on that very day, that means God saves your life. So this is my cross with all these folks. I don't care about the politics now. One man.
You know something funny. You know something funny, enigmatic. Even when I make Sabic jokes about America here, Baba T, he will fight me, and he's a Yoruba man. No, But because he's an American as well, he cannot abide that I will say
You
something.
see the way we push back to you, one man. All of us will push back to you. Baba Aja, Baba T, myself, Kulata. And we're not naturally born in America. You will say, okay, you were in Nigeria's military. You served 14 years, 19 years, and everything. But everything you are saying about Nigeria is negative. Des is going on a scene now as a sailor in the US Navy. A couple of us we've served in the US military. One man, you dare not rubbish America's name anywhere. Who says America does not have their challenges? But because of one man, because of an individual, because of a politician that has been in the system all this while, who did not just come up from, does not fall from heaven, all of a sudden, Nigeria must burn down. Kenya must know that Nigeria is a shito country, where Kenya is an Eldorado, right? Or Ghana must know that Nigeria is a shito country, where Ghana is an Eldorado, right? Ghana that is completely under the water, fiscally and monetarily. Man, you don't need to love anybody. You don't need to love an individual. You don't need to love Peter Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, Shuore, or any one of them. But show love to that Nigeria. Do not come over here and say you are a Nigerian and you allow other people to rubbish Nigeria when you are sitting. It's an embarrassing situation. It's quite unfortunate. And that is why I say if you come to this platform, and I've said one, I think I've told you one man, I will told the part of Madam Zita, right? It's a travesty on my patriotism to have conversation with people who do not believe in the same Nigeria that I believe in. Not on this platform anymore. Not anymore on this platform.
Yeah.
If you want Nigeria to burn down, I'm not on that table with you.
And maybe you should not be interjecting them then.
So Nigeria must burn down. Do you know if Nigeria is going through half of what Ghana is going through now, these people would have been writing letters to United Nations, ICC, all the embassies and all the places, sponsoring some renegades, sponsoring some lunatics, some apostate vagabonds, and they call themselves Nigerians. Are we the worst country in the world? What is wrong with you guys? Are we the worst country in the world? What is wrong with you guys? You hate Nigeria, so you hate individuals so much to the point that you allow Ghanaians to rubbish your nation, and you are laughing with them. You guys are shameless bunch of buffoons. This is not patriotic, man. This is not patriotic. If you served in the US military for 2 months, even for a single day, and you talk nonsense about America, only God will bless your life if you see the light of the day again. And you have somebody who actually disclosed classified document, place it on the web, and you are still clapping for that person. You dare not do that in the US now. Are you saying I live in the US, I live in the Western world, and you don't understand what classified document means to the point of actually endangering the lives of your troop? Once again, this is not about any politician. Look at Nigeria. If you've carried that passport once in your life and you are putting Nigeria down, may God not bless you again.
Look at
Ghanaian will come over here. They will never say anything negative about Ghana for once.
And they will be supporting him.
Negative about Cameroon.
How many people on the web? How many Ghanaians are on the web?
Cameroon, they've had the president in 50 years or 40 years.
What's the ratio to
president
them?
in 40 years. If that had happened in Nigeria,
people just argue sometimes. You don't even look at the facts.
Enigmatic.
Are you looking at the facts? How many Ghanaians are on the web?
Yeah, I'm not talking to you, dude. Just respect yourself and shut up.
Enigmatic. Calm down.
Bring the language
Enigmatic. Calm down. Enigmatic. Calm down.
Don't buy me sort of way. Shut up.
By the way, where is
Enigmatic.
Hold on, Bishop. So I've stepped the two of them down. So hold on. Where's Ajale Koko? Ajale Koko, are you there? So
1 month.
Yeah, where are you now? The thing is spiraling out of control. That's usually where you.
Woman, when you cause trouble, you be calling Angelica to come and help you.
Angelica go to the rescue.
Well, let me say this. You see, is running high. We have to take it easy. But one thing that I want to tell everybody is that when we are talking about a Ghanaian come here and rubbish Nigeria, I think we are referring to Vin. And I want to say it here. There is none of us here that is more Nigerian than Vin. None of us.
No, he said it's Biafra. He never said it's Nigerian. Ajah, please.
I don't know why Angelica always, a guy says a Biafran. He says his mother is a Biafran, his father is Ghanaian. And you're saying he's more Nigerian. I don't want Nigerian than us.
Let Angelica speak so that he can bring things back to.
Nobody is more Nigerian than him. A person that can wear Nigerian uniform, military uniform, and serve in Nigerian army.
How do you even know the guy was telling us truth? He's probably serving a Ghanaian army.
Can you just let me land?
Let him settle this matter now.
So
then they settle the matter.
This guy served in our military, not only in Nigeria, he has represented Nigeria in some foreign missions to so many countries. Look, when you see people that are so passionate of Nigeria speak in anger against Nigeria, you don't know what they went through. You don't know. So people experiences differ. Some people went through hell serving that country. Some people were disappointed serving Nigeria. Some people used to love Nigeria, but now today, because they are failed by that country, they turn against Nigeria. So let us take it, don't let us rubbish each other. Let us take it easy with each other. Let everybody say whatever in their mind. Let's respect each other's opinion and position. That is how we can move on, and not criticizing somebody. Oh, you don't love Nigeria. Oh, it's us that love Nigeria than you. I think it's when we are doing that, I think we are not helping ourselves. Give everybody that respect. Let us give ourselves that respect. Everybody express his own opinion, position, whatever they believe in, and we can forge ahead. That's how we got to know each other. We can query each other. We can ask, oh, why do you speak like this? Let him tell you why he's speaking like that. So we can really understand where we stand as country. We are talking about demonstration or protest in the South. We don't see protest in the North at any time. And we call ourselves one country. So let us just respect each other, and so that we can continue to have, what do you call it? This our diversity, our unity in diversity. Let's continue to carry on like that. Respect each other. Let me say my mind. Let me say what I believe in. You say what you believe in. Don't query me for what I believe in, and let's have peace. Thank you, one man. And
all right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So back to enigmatic, but as Ajan Lekoko said, keep the language 100 and then bring it on. Enigmatic on day.
Thank you, one man. And for avoidance of doubt, right? I've always kept my language elegant and 100. And that is why I'm actually speaking as a patriotic Nigerian, right? As an American, regardless of Trump's, idiocy while he was in office, regardless of Democrat and Republican issue, right? If you wear that uniform as a military man in the US, you become one indivisible unit. My mom was, my parents were not Americans, they were not born here. And it's so are people, a lot of people on this platform, right? But we've seen the patriotism in Americans that we never see in every other country. That they are not even going through less of what America. They have their institutional problems. They have their issues.
See how they ruin that sportsman, Kalpatenik, or what do they call him? Just because he did stand up for the flag.
Because he was on his knees. That's it. And they killed his career.
They killed his career.
Our problem is different. Each country with their unique problems. But we cannot say, at one man, I'm saying it again, if you do not understand what it means, it is a travesty, right? For me, I'm not talking about Babaja or anybody who's trying to be politically correct. I'm not going to be politically correct with renegades. I'm not going to be politically correct with apostate individuals. I'm not going to be politically correct with unpatriotic Nigerians.
All right. What Ajanle Koko just explained, which I think you understood, was that as patriotic as you are, others the fact that they are a bit more critical of the country does not make them any less patriotic. So it's just a difference of opinion, isn't it? Your presentation.
One man.
Can
please.
I say something?
Please, one mind. A1, please, just 30 seconds. The point here is
something?
Abuse Tunumbu, abuse anybody, their mother, their father.
Good.
No problem. But Nigeria as an entity,
where
we all belong.
Thank you.
I mean, don't rubbish that Nigeria. It's the only house we have. Abuse anybody. Tunumbu is not, I mean, he's an individual like myself.
I think they are not getting my point, Baba.
They are not getting the point.
They are not getting my point, Baba. One man, listen to my point now. We are dealing with a bunch of mutineers.
Baba, can you give an example of people who are marketing Nigeria?
We are dealing with a bunch of, universities.
Like they said, Nigeria is a rubbish country. Nigeria is a zoo. Nigeria is a potopoto country. I hate that country. I wouldn't. The people. I mean, why?
I don't want to. Is that an extreme view?
Baba,
is that an extreme view?
I can't hear you well. Rational mind.
I interject you?
Okay. Let Zita come in first. Yeah.
Edumati, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, what I've been saying, and I am still saying, is just what Baba said. I am not saying you should not. I too, I feel concerned, I feel hurt, I feel pain at certain things that happen in my country. Yes, I agree to that. But what I'm saying is, if it is Jega, what's his name? The INEC man, what is his name again? Mahmoud. If you think Mahmoud did something that you feel you don't like, call Mahmoud did that thing, criticize Mahmoud. What I will not tolerate is for you bringing down INEC. I hope I'm making myself clear now. You say INEC this, INEC that, INEC is rubbish. Mahmoud is just a person. He goes, another person comes.
But Mahmoud is managing INEC now.
Let me
Mahmoud
finish.
is managing INEC.
It's an institution.
And he didn't manage it well.
No, you
did
should
not
say
manage
what.
it well. So you can't separate Mahmoud from INEC.
You can separate.
Hold on, Zita. Ajanle Koko. Zita is right. The institution itself is built to serve a particular purpose. So if that person driving it is not fit enough to carry out the remit of that space, then it's not the institution that is at fault. It's the person that is meant to drive that mandate that is at fault. So I think that is what Zita means.
Yes, call him by his name, not by his nation, not by his institution. Call him by his name, criticize him, say all what you want to say about him. What I am fighting, and I have decided to fight, is those calling by the name of my nation, Nigeria, and calling out our institutions and bringing them down. I will not tolerate that. and I will not have a conversation or
when there's going to be problem, there is going to be problem because some people, you can speak from your own perspective that Nigeria is a good country because Nigeria has been good to you. Nigeria never good to some people.
I never said
And
that.
they should leave
Some people
Nigeria
never
now.
benefit anything.
No,
Hold on.
not what I'm saying.
Some people,
They should take
are
Nigeria out
living
of their
in that
midst.
country today
Has
that
Nigeria
never
given anybody
benefited.
anything? Has
Some
Nigeria
people
given
are
more
living.
than Nigeria has
Hold on.
Not what I'm saying.
Hold on.
That is
Some
not what
people
I'm
are living in that country today like they are not living in their own country.
We have elders on this platform. They will just allow other
those
people to come from other countries,
those people like that, when they speak against their country, listen to them.
I will not listen to anybody who is demeaning my
Don't think that you might not listen to them.
You thought Ajango was bringing a word of wisdom. This one is not wisdom.
If you have elders in the room and they keep quiet when they are
enigmatic.
And you guys cannot say you are patriotic.
Ajani Koko.
You guys cannot say you are patriotic Nigerian when you are carrying the passport of all office and other people. You are not.
Enigmatic. I want to actually back Enigmatic up, to be honest, because I have an example where back to 2013, 2014. Look at it this way. You see one thing, the only thing I don't like there is name calling, but I think Enigmatic is on point. Baba is on point.
So you have to drop the name calling Enigmatic, but carry on.
Exactly. The name calling is what I don't see there. When I came here in 2023, look at how bad this situation was. Before we came, Nigeria used to submit their driver's license, and they were exchanged directly with a better driver's operator's license. Now, when we came, even for those of us that have been driving for donkey years, they asked us, they now sent us back to start as someone that is just starting afresh, just like a learner that we've never driven a car before. How did they get to this stage? They came to know from Nigerians that Nigerians used to say, oh, there are many fake driver's licenses in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, it's just because the way Nigerians said we ran them out, and these people now took the sample and they managed to get different type of driver's licenses from Nigeria. So how did I know this? A friend of mine, when they refused to give him, they gave him class 5, like a learner. You understand? So when this guy now tried to contest this in the court, no, he tried to contest it because he was accusing the Alberta government of not treating him properly. So they now took the case even up to court. Now, it was during that court session that, because at that stage now the government was down saying that that guy was accusing him wrongly. So they wanted to put themselves straight so that to avoid any unnecessary litigation. Did you know what the judge said? The judge just told Alberta government representatives that, okay, we cannot place the fault on this guy because Nigerians are known for many standards. And it's what they verified over time. And how did they know all these things? Because of the the nonsense talk that our people used to talk here. That's how they managed to know that our driver license, most people were coming with fake driver licenses. And it simply means that Nigeria will have to spend so much for them to recertify themselves because nobody wanted to believe in our documents. So that's why we have to be very careful. University of Port Harcourt today, I mean that University of Port Harcourt, do you know that West? Go and check on West properly. They highly honor. They will tell you there was a time that they don't accept any document from University of Port Harcourt for them to evaluate. Instead of using where they have to use
LASU too, they do have that problem too.
So all these things didn't just come there. Our people were the one fronting and they were giving all this information just because they were looking for one favor or the other, whatever the carelessness pushed them to. So see, let's be sincere. There's a limit. We can correct ourselves, but don't let us drag our institution down. Talk about individual. I agree because some of us we face the consequences of this thing. We just have to be honest at this point. Look
all
at
right.
how we're fighting one guy. I saw what did he call himself?
No. Let's not. We fight about 2-3 examples. Let our bishop have an interjection. Let enigmatic round it up, and then I want to play a clip and then see if Mike is ready. So Bishop, sorry Ola, but it's just to manage the time.
Okay, I think some people have said, good evening once again. Basically, what I wanted to say, I just wanted to calm Enigmatic down. I know he was spiraling a little bit out of control. I wanted to caution him so that I won't get too angry. He was speaking very passionately. Honestly, he spoke my mind. There is a saying from my part of the world. Peter Ban said that, there is none of us, no matter how brilliant and beautiful you think you are, and how comfortable you are, wherever you are still a second-class citizen. Home is home. Well, I've come to realize that not for every one of us. For me and several other persons, home is home. Nigeria is still where my heart belongs. Some people are comfortable because they are privileged to have the passport of other countries and are reached those other countries irrespective of their own challenges. Our own challenges. Oh, we have our challenges. I'm always the first to admit it. But I always see the cup as being half full rather than half empty. And I know we will overcome those challenges. But basically, to the point that we are pushing, every challenge or challenges we are facing as Nigerians is a product, is the handiwork of Nigeria, just like the last speaker just said now. It's just, he has just given us one example of many of the, that is plaguing us. Of the challenges of the Malay that is plaguing us as a people. Can we get out of it? Yes. Are we doing something to get out of it? I believe we are doing. It might not be fast enough, but the way and manner some of us denigrate Nigeria, it really, really aches my heart. While I've been away, I've had a few conversations with one man. I mean, he can testify to that. He's called me a couple of times, and I told him my basic problem is that sometimes I cannot swallow. I cannot stomach the way and manner some of us dedicate Nigeria completely, as if where we are living is El Dorado. Oh, America is a beautiful place. Oh, the Great Britain is wonderful. Oh, Australia, Canada, oh, they are good places. But when you go, you want to be fixated, you want to concentrate on where they have their challenges. They do have their challenges too. And they've started much longer than us. So I was just going to appeal to Enigmatic, don't let it degenerate to calling names and getting very angry. He was getting angry. So I just want to appeal. So please, irrespective of the challenges we are facing as a nation, honestly speaking, whether you want to believe me or not, Nigeria is still the best country in the whole world. Thank you.
All right, excellently put by Bishop. So bring it home, Enigmatic, and then I play clip.
All right, thank you, Bishop, and every other real patriotic Nigerians. I do appreciate your efforts to, regardless of the challenges we are facing in Nigeria. Some of us we still have that belief in Nigeria. Personally, I'm not cynical about Nigeria's progress and Nigeria's prosperity. We are getting there, and God will continue to shape the minds of our leaders. So when you notice sometimes when I speak, it's just that people take it personal. And when you take a general conversation personal, then that is your luck. I can't help you.
I wonder if they took it personal because you were referencing their mother. I wonder if that was the point that was.
No, it was when he went to that route. Look, one man, I'm a thorough. Apart from being a patriotic Nigerian, right? I'm a thorough Yoruba man. Right? Taba knocking on papa and to taba. So when I'm speaking generally, and then probably you feel that I've struck a nerve by that, then it means I may not be talking to you. I'm just making a generic statement, right? When I was talking about, I said at a point, I'll commission myself as the face of Abia in this on this platform, right? And I was basically focusing on the leadership. LSOT, I was not disparaging Abians or people of Abia State. because Alex Oti is a public servant, is a politician, just like every other one. You will not hear me say every Abian, I will not reduce them to the standard of a certain individual is a politician. But when you, because I have an experience, it's a personal experience. What I'm telling you, one man, right? It's a personal experience. You dare not disparage Americans. I mean, you dare not disparage America, where Americans are sitting. Forgetting that probably you say they are talking about Biden or they are talking about Trump, and all of a sudden you want to disparage that America. There's a reason why they will say America first. So, politics or no politics, right? When you have lesser nations who cannot even shine the shoe of Nigeria, regardless of our troubles, there are so many nations, not even in Africa alone, in the world, that wouldn't last, a year if they've gone through half of what Nigeria has gone through, or probably going through. A lot of nations like that. We should thank God for what we are still having in Nigeria. Nigeria is a country, embedded with so many ethnicities, and then, so we have a lot positive than the negative. So I'm going to stop it there. But on the surface of it, may God continue to bless patriotic Nigerians. May God continue to bless and continue to be the shield and the buckler of all patriotic Nigerians who believes in Nigeria and who will continue to propagate Nigeria's name positively around the world. As they do that, may God continue to bless them, and may their shadows never grow less. But those who continue to denigrate and assassinate the character of Nigeria, may they be put to shame by God's grace. Inshallah. So I'll stop it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that's enigmatic on this. You remember yesterday I was saying enigmatic is like Marmite. Marmite is some sort of yeast-based sort of spread that they have in the UK. Some people find it absolutely delicious. Others find it totally disgusting. So but it doesn't have a center ground. It's just you either love it or you hate it. So that's enigmatic or the Marmite. So that was it. So let's pivot completely to the space. I want you to take this on, Zita. Hopefully, Rational Mind is still there. So Rational Mind, you will have commentaries on this space as well. Whoever wants to chime in should chime in as well. This was sent in specifically pointing in the direction of Zita, but really for the platform to respond. Watch this.
I'm the giver of all things. You told me that the words of my mouth will not fall to the ground. You told me that whoever I bless shall be blessed. I stand in my office as God's servant. Lift up this phone. I command money to enter your account. If you have faith here, that payment will be better. I don't need to shout for you to get wealth. It is spiritual. Stretch that in up. I speak to Zenith bank account. Receive miracle money. I speak to Diamond Access account. Receive miracle money. I speak to UBA. Receive money. I speak to Access Bank. Receive miracle money. I speak to Guarantee Trust Bank.
So now, Zita. So Zita, you say you follow music. You know who Naira Marley is? He says, CBC trouble, am I a Yahoo boy? So was that a Yahoo boy that we just saw in operation there? Jesus Christ, miracle money, manna from heaven.
What man?
Miss Zita, go check your Nigerian bank account.
What man, where the church did now? Don't you want miracle money?
As that man mentioned Access Bank, My heart don't fly. As if I can go check my.
All these people should be locked up who call themselves men of God.
You know, they're so practiced, they would have placed about 5-10 people in that congregation who would suddenly shout, thank you, Daddy Gio. I just got the alert. See you. And then they will, oh God, Zita, but this is it. And they say we shouldn't run that Nigeria, but the country filled with criminals.
It's the people, not the country. It is the people.
I still stand my grounds. You see, I remember the man in is it Zimbabwe or where? The one that has the phone number of Jesus Christ. You forgotten?
Mm-hmm.
There's one that has the
phone number of Jesus Christ. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. He was making calls.
We see him. He said, "Hello, is that God?" God said, "Yes." I don't know.
Are you serious?
Yes.
He has the phone number of God. So it's not a Nigerian thing. It's a pastor thing. So we call the pastor by his name and criticize him. Meanwhile, one man, let me ask you, did the money enter?
I don't know. That's where the clip ended. But you know, but it speaks to a wider thing, though. The country, the hope has so left that country that they are now looking for miracle money.
No,
that's a level of desperation
no,
right there, isn't it?
No. One man is not, as I said before, it's all over the world. Those pastors are pulling crowd all over the world. The thing is that it's an easy life. You know, these pastors have taken the job of mostly medical doctors, lawyers, and I don't know, teachers and all those stuffs. So when you tell somebody to go to, he's going for an interview, instead of him to read for his interview, he will go and see a pastor. He will anoint him with anointing oil. Easy way, when he goes there, they see the anointing on his forehead, he's going to pass the interview. So it is not a Nigerian thing. It's something that is general. It's just like the stuff of internet. It's easy way, you know, instead of you to go and see your friend, you sit down at home and be testing him. Do you understand? It doesn't used to be like that before. So it's easy life. Most of the people there, some of them have good money in their account. Look at their faces. Some of them are very rich, but it's just the mindset. Pastor is talking, money is going to enter my account. Who doesn't want free money? It's not a Nigerian thing. It's all over. I just told you of a pastor who told his church that he has the phone number of God. And he called God right in the church. And the whole church was jumping up. That's not money. They were screaming. And he said, he spoke to God. Yes, God, is that you? He said, oh, the Lord said it's him. I got his number. You can see it on YouTube. The man is still there, waxing strong. So it's not a Nigerian thing. It's just the mindset. What is going on in the world now? People want free things and people want easy way out of things. I remember in those days, one boy was saying they want to give them a job because the company is in their community. He said no, he doesn't want to work. That what he wants is that every month the company should pay him that amount into his account. I have never heard such a ridiculous thing before, but I heard it anyway. And it became what they call legal challenges. So, one man is not a Nigerian thing. I wouldn't want anybody to say anything about my country. I won't tolerate that.
These pastors come here and still do the same thing. They collect money. I don't want to mention pastor's name. They come here and they say collect money, doing the same thing. Do we say people here are not gullible, are not intelligent enough? I think it's an individual thing. If you want to be fooled, you'll be fooled.
One man, did they call your bank account? Your bank?
I'm not even sure which bank account I have. Yes, but certainly.
Maybe Ajani Koko should check his own now and tell us.
No, Ajani Koko got the alert. You could hear that in the excitement in his voice. But Ajani Koko, you're logged in twice. I'm not quite sure why. Let me substitute one for the other. See if Let's bring Mike into the conversation. Mike will have a unique view on that. So Mike, did you see that clip and what did you make of it? Oh, you're driving.
Yeah, I'm driving. Hold on. I'm almost back, Sha. I just go ahead and grab something real quick. Yeah, I can hear you, Sha. Well,
This is why you should get yourself a wife. You know, all these midnights running to the takeaway
I'm
shop.
out of town, man. I'm out of town. I mean,
All right. Oh, okay.
This guy who tells how to get wives. This one.
You don't strike me as a man that has one. You don't have one. You don't have one. I can bet my life.
This guy, man. But anyway, Sha. Yeah, I don't bring my family business online. But it's okay. Yeah, so what was the issue? What were you trying to ask?
No. If you didn't say the clip, it probably won't make sense. But is that classic scenario of a mass congregation, the pastor inviting them to pick up their phones and put it in the air, and then it was calling banks name by name and asking the banks to deposit money into the phone.
Yeah, you see, when I begin to tell you that, I mean, when people like us, when we look at Christians, now all Christians, well, I mean, when we look at things like this, we just see you people as people that are mentally challenged, but we just don't know a way to put it. But when we say, we don't know another way to say where it doesn't feel insulting. Like someone like Thomas now will kick me out of the show whenever I talk like that. I mean, well, it's not like I'm saying it to insult, you know. Like the last time, we're having similar conversation, I was trying to describe what I'm saying from a view from someone that's non-religious, you know. But he thought I was insulting him as a church goer, and he put me. He find another reason to kick me out the show, you know. So I don't know. I think it's mental illness. I mean, to me, I'm sorry. That's why I can diagnose you church goers. I mean, to me, from my angle, from where I'm, like, just like when a doctor tell a mentally ill patient, some of them that they are mentally ill, but they don't believe it now, you know. They say the doctor is talking rubbish, you know. So I mean, from my own view of life.
Do you not see it as desperation somewhat that because they look fairly educated, they look clean cut, and then suddenly somebody tells you to put your phone in the air. I mean, is that not desperation of some sort?
It's mental illness. I think government needs to come in. Government's got to come in, man. To me, all these things, government's got to. Well, we don't have government. Even the government, they believe in that shit. So it's unfortunate, man. I mean, I don't know where we are coming from in Africa. I don't know, man. We just lost, man. How do we become people that just believe that one blue-eyed, blonde-haired man like that we just bless you, you know? In the name of one blue-eyed, blonde-haired man, you know, Jesus Christ. You just, you know, come on, you bless you Africans, you black man. Yeah, the thing is coming. I don't know, like it's been going on. I don't know where people will get it. To me, I feel like God is making this thing happen, presenting to us in our very high. Like, listen, what you are doing is ridiculous, but people are still not getting it. I mean, how many have we seen? We've seen where people are eating grass. Or tell people to eat grass. They are eating grass. You tell them to. I mean, and some people still don't believe it, and some people I will tell them, they still look at me like I'm talking rubbish. They say I'm the devil. I'm like, no, I'm just use your common sense, use your logic now. I mean, if you don't accept this thing, because what everyone is afraid is that they don't believe it, they'll go to hellfire. I mean, on judgment, they just tell God, like, listen, God, I didn't do it because it didn't make sense. And if God chooses to put you in hellfire for that, then come on now. I mean, then God is not the wisest person that the Bible is telling you. Because how can God tell you that you must have faith? Just believe it. Believe in this. That your pastor will tell you to eat grass. If you don't eat that grass, then you are not following God's instruction. I mean, are you kidding me? I will call, I said, the smart people. Smart. I mean, Nigeria should be more than this now. Come on now. Kilo day.
All right. Ogbeni, are you still there? I know you're a man of both science and religion, so maybe you're halfway with Mike, but a bit with the faith as well. What are you then making of this miracle money thing that seems to be 419 Nigerians?
One man, I'm there. But you see, if you observe me, I'm always a bit skeptical and careful when I'm discussing religion. And the reason is because religion is a phenomenon that you can't discuss without looking at the context and the history. So sometimes when you bring somebody who lack the history or historical understanding of religion to come and discuss religion,
Ogbeni,
yeah.
Ogbeni, we can hardly hear you. Can you be a little bit audible? At least for me, I don't know if it's other people can hear you.
Oh, sorry, rational mind. Can you hear me now?
I think better.
Okay, it's better. So my point is this: I'm always very skeptical to discuss religion because I have some little understanding of history of religion. Religion is a phenomenon for me that if you bring somebody who lacks the understanding of the historical perspective to religion to come and discuss it, there's nothing useful or profitable you can get from such engagement. So I'm always very careful, choosy most times by whoever I'm engaging to discuss religion. Let me tell you, this thing is not new, and it depends on how do I put it now? What you believe, right? It's not new. Look at every religion. If you have to rationalize any religion, there are a lot of questions you'll be questioning, and your rational thinking would make it to look so stupid to those who involve in it. Religion itself, somebody who is atheist, or okay, let's start from an atheist who doesn't believe in God at all, sees other people who are theists, be you Muslim, be you Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, whatever you believe, Great Messenger, atheist, or whatever. He sees you guys as being stupid. That how can you think God is somewhere and you believe is the person that will bless you? And when you leave that space, okay, that man believe that you are stupid because you believe in something. Now, when you bring an Islamist, a Muslim believe that Christians are stupid because God is just one. Christians believe that, oh, he has Son and Holy Spirit. He will tell you, yeah. So let's rationalize it. How can you say one man is in three pieces and is still one God? So from his own narrow perspective, he believes, oh, Christians are stupid. Then when he look at the Buddhists and Hindus, he will look at them like, why will you be worshiping something you don't see? Why will you be thinking one animal is sacred? None animal should be sacred. In which, from his own religion, he believes some animals should not be touched. Which, when you look at it from your own angle, you think is stupid. How can somebody say pig should not be eaten? Is pig not an animal like any other? So, and it goes on and goes on and goes on like that. So it depends on what exactly do you take as sacred. What exactly do you think is extraterrestrial and extraordinary, and what do you believe in? So, and let me tell you, it's not today, so don't see it as a contemporary thing. And that's why I think I said you need to understand the history of religion and faith before you can put this thing in a context. At a point in time in the history of Roman Catholic Church, which I belonged, which is my root, my background as a Christian, there was a time when you go to Basilica in Italy, and then when they were building, I think SS Peter and Paul, the rule was that at a drop of any coin, a soul is being released from hell to heaven. And people believe it. Catholics believe it. A Pope came and brought out the rule, cardinals and elders of the churches. They brought that out, and people were dropping coins. You go to the place, you drop coin. They were gathering those coins to build all those big cathedrals. And a time came when somebody felt, why will you be doing this? Now, when you look at that, the foolishness in quote of that age, how do you compare it? What's the difference between what is happening now and what happened back then? May I see it as the same thing? So you think, why will you think God forgive people's sin because they are dropping coin? What's the connection? Does God spend money at all? So why would you, because you are dropping coin, then a soul is released? Now, some Pentecostal will also look at you and say, why are you a Catholic? Why do you believe in Virgin Mary? Why do you think Jesus' earthly mother should still remain as her mother? So why do you have Mary grotto and put it somewhere, and you go there and lean down before it and you pray, and you think that statute is the one answering your prayer? That's a Pentecostal. And Kali will look at Pentecostal and say, look at you. Why do you believe in anointing oil? Why do you believe in anointing water? And Pentecostal will say, okay, why do you call your own holy water? Why do you call it holy and holy oil? What's the difference between anointing and holy oil? I say, okay, in Kali we use what we call sacramentals. And Pentecostal will say, oh, all those things are demonic, they're idol. And then the Kali will say, okay, if they're idol, why do you also call your own handkerchief mantle? Why do you believe in mantle? Why do you put it under your pillow? And you come and say, oh, Papa, I used this mantle and then I got miracle. So what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is the foolishness in religion, in quote, what you think is foolishness. But you know, Jesus said something in the Bible. He said, things that are spiritual look foolish to us. So when you see people dragging all this thing to the extent of saying, oh, money will drop in your account, come and pray, and people pray. My point is, it's not a contemporary phenomenon. It's something that has been with religion for years. And it will remain so till Christ comes. So choose your home. Choose what you believe. Rationalize to the extent you think you should rationalize. And pick the one you want to pick. And that was why I remember the last time we brought this lady here. The last time I said, look.
Yes, you picked a fight with her. You know, I've been trying to get her back since, but I think she's still traumatized from the experience.
She should, because religion is religion. If she lacked the understanding of the history behind religion. Religion dates back to years. You need to study it before you understand all these things. At a point in time in the history of Christianity, there were some people they called the Crusaders. What were they doing? What they were doing was not different from what the jihadists are doing now in the contemporary world. They believe they are spreading the faith. They believe that.
Hello, Mogbeni, can I interject you? Sorry.
This is here.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, Ọ̀gbẹ́ni onígbéraga o. I thought one man said somebody was traumatized because of you. You are saying she should be traumatized. You're not even apologetic about it. What is the problem? What is the problem? What history? If you know the history, you won't be a Christian yourself. Do you know the Christian history yourself, my brother? Don't say that now. Only you are traumatized. Only you are traumatized. You should be apologetic, my brother. Don't say that. You said you are brainwashed now. You that you're Christian, are you not brainwashed? Baba me, take it easy.
You know, it's really surprising that Ogbeni is a man of faith because the more people go into academia, the more they abandon religion. But you seem to have held on to both.
It's the power of brainwashing.
No, actually,
the power of brainwashing. It depends, more man. It depends how you are indoctrinated. It depends. Some like Yemi Oshibajo. Yemi Oshibajo is a very brilliant guy, but he's still very brainwashed. So it depends on your background. It doesn't really matter.
Wàhálà ẹ pọ̀ jù.
Wọ́n ti mọ̀wé jù ní tí wọ́n bá ti mọ̀wé jù wàhálà ni.
Ìwé ti pọ̀ jù. Wàhálà ti pọ̀ jù. Kí ló dé?
So, so that's my point, Sha. My point is that we've been seeing a lot of foolishness in quotes in religion, and the perspective you look at it is different from the perspective I look at it. Let me give you an instance of what happened to me one day. Not me directly, an uncle of mine. He was a staunch Catholic, devoted Catholic, but he belonged to the charismatic part of the Catholic. So the charismatic part of the Catholic are the Pentecostal part. You know, they believe in Holy Spirit, manifestation of Holy Spirit. They believe in all this. So it happened that it was when he graduated from university and he was looking for a job. And then he shared this experience with me. He went somewhere in the Babish. In those days when you can go to Babish and pray, you could pray night and go. So he went there to pray. So he said, as he was stepping out, it was, I think, 3 days fasting. So he finished the prayer and he was stepping out from the place. As he was stepping out from the place, he saw a celestial man. You know, celestial with his Mario. I don't know what I should call Mario. Okay,
white garment.
No, Mario. You know Mario now.
I don't know.
Mario now. Palm tree leaves.
Okay.
You know, they use these palm tree leaves. You use it to make cross, then candle of different colors, and then something where that thing, bathing net and soap and all these things, imperial leather. So the man was going around with it, and so my uncle said, you know, after 3 days prayer and fasting and everything, it was about going. He said then he laughed and said, look at this one. This one now we think is serving God. Though. He said, and he heard the voice loudly, and the voice chastised him and said, would you shut up? That you see that man that is going, that you think is a sinner, is more righteous than you. That man served me with all his heart. You don't serve me. You came here to pray only because you needed something from me, and after that, you will go. You won't serve me. But that man served me. That if you continue to talk like that to that man, that I will strike you down right now. He said he heard it clearly. Ever since then, he told me, he said, you know
he heard it audibly.
He could hear it. That's spiritually, he could hear it.
Ogbani, a lot of people hear stuff. So after smoking ganja, I hope you know, effect of Igbo on your brain, you will start hearing stuff.
Of course, but that is not to say people don't hear God. And I keep saying it. You see, if some people that exist presently in our generation existed during Jesus Christ, they would say Jesus Christ is Lenara Mali, just Igbo that is making him to hear something. They won't believe in him, I'm so sure. But we should understand that as you have your physical world, you have spiritual world. It exists, and God exists. So he said he heard it clearly, and ever since then, he made it a principle. I will not criticize anyone except God said I should talk about this person. And that has been his principle. So he remained a Catholic, but he will never say a celestial man and say, what is he doing? Is he serving God? Because the only person that will eventually tell you whether somebody served me or not is God himself. And not now. It's the last day. That will tell you, oh, okay, oh, you Muslim, you all served me. Oh, you Christian, oh, you Pentecostal, oh, you Kali, oh, you Buddhist, oh, you Hindu, oh, you all served me. So, so that's my point. When you see such thing happening, there are things we should be engaging on. Yes, look at our biblical precepts. Does it talk about all these things? Yes. Then we engage on it.
Ogbeni, sorry, can I quickly interject you for a minute, please?
Okay, I've even rounded up now. So that's my take anyway. That's my take. Thanks,
I just want to say something, that in this world, we have over 7 billion people living in this world. And we know that some continents that they don't believe in going to church or mosques, and they still prosper. To me personally, this is just my opinion. I think God is the father of everybody. He does not even care whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or you are a Buddhist. To me, I believe your faith lies in your heart. The way you think and treat people fairly, that is the most important thing to me. You cannot be perfect. So I don't believe...
Do you think God is one entity, irrespective of your pathway of fellowship?
Exactly, because exactly
so the Hindu God, there's one universal God which can be worshipped through Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, every ism in between. Is that your...
Yeah, because I've been in an environment where I see billions of people, 10 times bigger population than Nigeria. And out of this bigger population, only about 5% of them do believe in Buddhism and the rest. The rest, they don't believe in anything, and they believe in their hard work. They believe in their hard... What did you say?
Which country is that?
I've lived in China for a long time before I came to Europe. And I see they believe in their hard work. And they believe it is that country. I learned one thing. They don't want to hear negative story. If they meet you this year, and after a year, they ask you another question and you still telling them, lamenting, they don't like it. They always think that, why don't you find solution to your problem? They only believe in, you should be moving forward. Forget about what has happened in the past. It has happened. Move on ahead. They are the one that always ginger you people. Just continue to move on. Forget what has happened to you in the past. These are the things that you cannot change it. And don't let it weigh you down.
Can I quickly come in? You see, that is, if you have an understanding of what religion is, you won't say they don't really have religion in China.
In the context of what I'm trying to say, I'm not looking at this so deeply as a religious man, because I have my own God. I mean, I pray to God. I also worship as a person. But what I'm just trying to say is that your faith lies in your heart. No matter what you spew out here, either as a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist or whatever you call yourself, I believe we only have one universal God. The way you praise towards it, because the reason why I said is like, I've been there, their population is 10 times more than Nigeria. Their countries are prospering. The people there are prospering. Everybody have challenges in life. The country itself also have challenges in life. So, and they continue to look at the way to see that you should be positive thinking. It does not mean that you find yourself in a difficult hole. There is no solution. You can get out little by little. But if you let that difficulty sink you, that is the final feel. So I see Nigeria as a case that, okay, fine, we can find ourselves in difficult situation, but that does not mean that's the end of the country. We have to continue. Yeah.
So my understanding of that is this. People believe, like you now, that there's one God and everybody worship that God through different means and different ways. You are a monotheist. That's monotheism. Some they don't belong to that jurisprudence or religion. Some is dualism, some is polytheism. So everybody has his own,
Do you know why I said that? Because when you believe in what you just said, I don't know the connotation you just used now, you get confused. And sometimes because of this religion, like you said earlier in your submission, you said you don't want to talk up too much about it. I know where you are coming from, because you don't want to offend some certain set of religious sect. And that is what religious put into people's mind, that you shouldn't
It's
do
not only
it.
religion, even atheists will hardly criticize you for what you believe in, because an atheist
I am not an atheist. As I said earlier, I said that your faith.
Don't go personal. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just engaging on that subject.
In a nutshell, what I'm just trying to say is that if in some continent, in some region, and we have the majority of the people there, they don't go to mosques, they don't go to church, they don't go to nowhere, they don't even worship Buddhism. But you can see that when they tell you things, you can say that 9 or 8 of what they are telling you is absolute truth. And when you not juxtapose with a country where majority of the people there, they either go to church or mosque, or maybe they are doing their isheshe or whatever what they are doing. If they tell you 10 statements, I can take it to the bank that maybe 5 of them are untrue, and maybe 3 are absolute lie, and maybe even 1 you cannot even say this is the truth.
My point on that is there are many factors that contribute to whether somebody tells you something and stand by it. The Western world you see today was at a point in time almost 99% Christians or Christianity, and then in those days, when they said something, a man told me, I met a man.
Hello, woman. Sorry, Ogbeni, please let me quickly say. Can you just bring? Yeah, can you just bring Pansat very well? I want to look at his face. You know, he's my toaster. So let me see his face very well, please. Can you just let him be, just him alone on the screen?
You have my
to see.
You have my permission.
He's my toaster, so I have to see somebody that I want to go and see. because I have to go and see him in the States. So please let me see him very well. Thank you, Mama.
All right. About your eyes, children,
Pastor, you look cool. You look great.
Thank you.
Love
Thank
you,
you.
darling.
You know what.
ó tún máa gbé Yorùbá lọ. Pastor go carry well Yorùbá woman away.
Ajale Koko, you know what just happened? Pansat heard Dupsey's voice on the platform, and then he quickly jumped out of bed. He went and did dress up, and then he's come to.
I
don't know how you do
it.
I don't know how you do it. That's clairvoyance. But let me add one thing, and then I'll be on my way. It's a good topic.
It's party time. Is it? Where you off to? Another Owambe.
I wish Dupes is here already. She's supposed to come end of the month, but we'll make another arrangement. Now, one man in the Bible, right? Somebody asked the Lord about of all these commandments, which one?
Look at that rational mind. You've not even said anything. What we call I thought you and Dupsy were on the thing. I thought you and Dupsy were. I thought you and Dupsy were on the thing. Look at how you just surrendered. You didn't even say they are toasting your baby.
Rich man, don't carry poor man wife.
No. My brother. Yes, man. So what I was saying is that in the Bible, I guess I was supposed to get Matthew 22, 36 to 40 in the King James Version. It says, Master, which is the great commandment and the law, as Jesus said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Okay. So now I say that to say to those who say that they say we all worship the same God. Okay. If you want to say that, fine. But you have to love thy neighbor as thyself. Once you do that, then we all one. Do you understand? It goes to the problem we have in our country. If you believe those in the south, southwest, southeast, like America does. America, you see them working very hard to fix a tiny path of road. They bring all whatever it takes to fix a major boulevard. Every street is treated the same. Every neighborhood is the same. The development is looking at it like, hey, look, I may be the one who's going to live here, or my mother, or my brother and sister. There's no preference for New York, in the federal stuff. But even when you come to the state, to the local, to the city, everywhere is developed the same. Every citizen is supposed to be treated that way. But more importantly, though, if that commandment, that is such a powerful thing, because scientifically, it's now beginning to be proven that you are actually me, and I'm you. It's one. You are every animate object is you. It's your world. Everybody you see, that's you. If you treat everybody like that, even a horrible system such as communism would then be the best system, because from each according to his ability, and then to each according to their need. But for those, I've heard, I don't know if it was Remy Coker. I normally have his voice confused with the other guy. I can't remember his name now. But since it's Remy Coker that's here.
All these Yoruba people, they all sound the same to you?
No, just a few of them sound. Remy and I can't remember his name. A friend of mine. I mean, he's actually more friendly. Not Obeni, the other one. A friend. We're friendly now.
No, it's Simba he's talking about.
Simba,
Yeah.
that's right. The doctor. So what I'm, one man, I'll say this in conclusion. I'm just trying to tell you how important that verse is. Muslims can never say that they are the same as Christians unless they accept this. That's because Christians they try to convince people to become a Christian because of that. They love, right? That commandment, love thy neighbor as thyself. You can't be running around saying an eye for an eye, right? And say you're the same with us. You're not. It's actually anathema to our spirit and our conviction. We're Christians, and this now has nothing to do with God's administration. A lot of people get preoccupied with that, how God administers something. I mean, be humble. Look into the cosmos, look into the solar.
But an eye for an eye is in the Bible too.
No, but that's Old Testament. I remember how that
why
Matthew 22.
Why do you still carry that Bible that carry Old Testament?
Oh no, because it connects. It's still there, but it says that. It says
yeah. So are you saying that Old Testament is no more relevant in the?
No. It's not a historical relic. Follow me, right? It's like you're a baby. You feed your baby food. Now, when you mature and
so you don't have to abide by whatever the Old Testament, the scripture in the Old Testament, you don't have to abide by it.
No, but you see, I didn't say that. You see, if there's no word that is, you imported that word, abide. You have to be careful, like when you're dealing with God, it's a spirit. Like Mike chimed in as one of his reasons for not respecting the Christianity, for example, and he was just disrespectful, obviously, was that a white man with blue hair and brown, whatever, right? Blue hair and blonde hair is forgiving him or doing something for him. I mean, how ignorant. There is nowhere in the Bible that Jesus Christ is described that way. Why are you going to stay there and have somebody take away?
In fact, Jesus Christ is a Palestinian, and their physiology is not
even at that, right? The manifestation.
Yeah, so Jesus Christ is from the Middle East, and they are not blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
Right, but even Jesus Christ himself, when his mother, at some point he disappeared and then began his ministry, and they kept looking for him, and when they found him, and they say, "That's our brother," or whatever, he says, "Look, those that are my brother are XYZ. He's disowned being pigeonholed. He told you who are his brothers. You know, you heard me the other day now, obviously. This is a silly analogy, but I put myself and I say, hey, so you gave me a choice between, John Lukuku was here, between South Africans and Southwesterners. I said the South Africans are my brothers, right? And the person just couldn't believe it. I'm not going by geographic proximity in that case. But as Christians, to make my point, though, what I'm saying is that how are you going to let your salvation be taken away from you because of your ignorance of understanding the looks of Jesus Christ? Nobody knows.
Master, let me interject you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So salvation, what's the meaning of that? What's the meaning? What's the definition of salvation? I don't understand.
Salvation
sorry, Pansat. Before you give that definition, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. Hand over to Rational Mind, and then you can carry on the conversation. Super chat from AB. Thank you, AB. Of course, we know we always mention Ayo. No different today. And Ayo always just unloads machine guns at it. So that's Ayo rattling it off right there, and still Ayo at it. Joining Ayo is Alexander Gomez, and then we mentioned with regularity. Prince Daddy, of course, we mentioned him with frequency. Olatunbosun or Shunleti, so he comes in fairly with some regularity now, we have to say. Kulata, when he's not on the screen, he joins us via Super Chat and then Skulata. Prince Daddy inserted the commentary there asking where Bishop was. Bishop turned up, of course. Ola, at that case, Seraphine, when we were mocking death, but apparently he was right. And the final word to peace who comes in to fanboy Enigmatic Conde. So that's all of that. Keep the conversation going and keep the super chats rolling. Keep the conversation then under the guidance of Rational Mind. Please listen to him. Rational Mind, thank you.
One man, before you go, let me say something. One man, when we want to start having this kind of discussion, please don't let us be putting people that are very religious to be the moderator. I can submit myself for that, please. No, I'm not talking about Rational Mind. Rational Mind is not that religious. I'm talking about some people like Thermos. So they're not that, they don't really understand what we're talking about.
You like Thomas.
No, I don't hate him, but for
no, she's saying it's too biased to be impartial on that topic, is what she's saying.
Exactly, one man. So if you want to put people like me, people like Mike, yes, it's fine. I can be a moderator if you want me to be.
Yeah, but you don't have the levers, but not the liver, but not the courage, but the leverage, how to get people in and out and then short.
Okay.
So
you will teach me if you want.
Yeah, so if you are willing to do it, then I'll onboard you. But let me bounce. Rational Mind acknowledge you there.
Okay.
So let me answer this very quickly.
Hold on. Okay. All right, carry on.
All right. So obviously the word itself, in generic terms, it means preservation or deliverance from harm, ruin, or loss, right? That's generic, salvation from save. But in our own, in the Bible, where it's more prominent, that's what you associate it with. You have salvation is the great work of God. I refer you to Jonah 2:9. Chapter 2, verse 9, in which he forgives sin and gives eternal life to believing sinner as a free gift of his grace, as well as Ephesians 2:9, right? So forgiveness is needed because all people are born sinners. And in Christianity, that's what we believe. It's natural thing, right? But there are 5 steps to salvation with the Bible. You hear the gospel. For example, in Romans 10.
Are you a pastor?
No, I'm just a Christian. And so in Romans, faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. That's Romans 10:17. So we know that you have to hear the gospel.
Pastor, if you want to discuss religion with me, let's go deeper. I don't like people referencing the Bible. I don't read it. I don't believe in it. So if you want to really have an intellectual discussion with me, then you go with the flow. If you start quoting the Bible, you will lose me. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know wherever you're quoting from.
I understand.
Do you understand?
I do understand, and I agree, and I take the challenge.
If you don't mind.
Let me just land, because I was giving 5 steps.
Let me land. Pastor, can you make it real quick so that
I'll make it quick, because I said 5 steps, which means when I give one, there's 4 remaining. So I'll be done with it. But so, Dubsi, I really would love that, because when I will have to do it in a manner of learning and understanding, right? It's very important, because there's nothing about reading the Bible should put you off. You're not forced to. To answer your question, I have to go grab some things to buttress it. I'm not just pulling out my ass. Do you understand? It's there. Now, first one, like I said already, you have to hear the gospel. 2, you have to believe in Jesus as God's son, because in Mark now, chapter 16, verse 16, that's easy to remember, says, he who believes and is baptized will be saved. That's a great thing. You know that if you do believe and you baptize, you're going to be saved. So it's like math. You got 5 things to do here. So you got to hear. Now you got to believe. Now you have to repent of your sins. Right? That one is in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 30. God now commands all men everywhere to repent. Now you have to confess your faith in Christ and then be baptized. That's it. And you've got it. What do you want? Every other
Pastor, you see, you know you're a very stubborn man.
No,
I
let me
told
hear.
you just now. I said I'm not interested. Tell me some other references. It's as if you're going to a school, university now in Canada. Then they say you should do an assignment. Then you start quoting Wikipedia. You know you're failed already.
That's
So
true.
in this kind of discussion, you don't bring the Bible in.
Okay.
Use some other stuffs to prove to me there's Jesus Christ. Use some other stuff
Oh,
to tell
okay.
me the
Okay.
reality of
Okay.
Christianity.
Yeah,
Don't
we
start
would.
quoting what I don't know because
No,
I don't.
no, I
You
understand.
are
I
losing
understand.
me in this discussion.
I
Let
know.
Ola speak, Pastor. Let's
I've
hear from
stopped.
Ola, then we
I've
continue.
stopped. But let me
Let's
before you
hear
give it
from
to
No,
Ola, I just want to say I was
Pastor,
answering
just
your
a minute
question.
now.
I was
Let
answering.
me answer her. I'm not
Okay.
going to quote Bible for her.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Look at something, Dopsy. You have a situation whereby everything you do, oh, you should go and bath 3 times before you eat. If you do not bath before you eat, it's a sin. Oh, if you're a woman, if you are go through your period, if you touch someone, it becomes unclean. Now look at the burden of those the law they used to have on ground. You understand the burden? That means that if you go through all those work of law, there's no way you are going to be saved. Now, what did Jesus Christ bring? Now, let me tell you something about that work of law. That work of law alone can give someone mental health. It can give you mental fatigue because it can bring personal condemnation. But now Jesus Christ now came and said, okay, you don't have to worry yourself. You just have to obey just 2 laws. Love your God with your heart and with all your mind. What on?
So unless
So
you're
it's
still
simply
going back, you're still doing exactly what part. Hold on. You're
wait
still doing
now.
exactly what Pan said. Hold on.
Did I mention the verse?
Hold on.
I didn't mention the verse
Let me
now. I
talk.
just
Let
have
me
to.
talk. You talked about some other law. Some people are observing. Am I amongst them? I'm a Yoruba girl, for instance. So you're talking about some people from their own tribe that are observing some kind of law that doesn't concern my forefathers. So what is my business with them now? Why are you so bothered about what they're doing in their own country or in their own culture? How is that my business, Ola? What is what's in the Bible? You can't touch anybody if you're on your period. Is that part of Yoruba culture?
Okay, Doopsy, what's your profession
Part of
today?
Yoruba culture.
Doopsy, what's your profession
Now,
today?
wow.
May I ask you, please, what's your profession today?
I'm just who I am. Just talk. I don't want to tell you anything.
No, what
just
do
talk.
you do? Okay, let's assume
I don't
you
do
are into.
anything.
Okay, let's assume you are into healthcare or computer.
So are you saying Gypsy is a full-time housewife?
Yes, you are kidding.
Okay. Now it is.
Personal mind, master.
Now, Doopsy, So Doopsy, you came to Canada through aircraft. Is aircraft part of of Yoruba culture? You went to school. That subject you read in the school, are they part of Yoruba culture? There's nothing wrong in borrowing foreign culture as long as those foreign culture deliver values. So saying condemning because we feel Christianity is foreign culture, and because of that you don't see value there, we have to talk of tradition. Then let's go back to tradition and start living in the mud house. Let's start using cutlass and hoe to go to farm and reject even using car. Don't let us drive car. Don't let us use fanciful doors. Don't let us use designers. Let us just be doing our own local local.
That is what we call a straw man argument, Ola.
It's not a straw man argument. If you can adopt, it's not a straw man argument.
It is, my brother.
If you can adopt something from foreign culture, then way of life, which is Christianity, is what you want to refer to foreign culture. And now, worshiping God through Jesus Christ is just a way. It's just a way. Some people, they believe they have or their own another way. So if you believe in Jesus Christ, then you want to follow that principle as we follow principle of Newton principle, as if we follow Archimedes, as if we follow Faraday's, because all those are principle in the different professions. So now, when you
So
say
no, Allah, the question that Dupsy is asking you as an African man, don't you have your own way of
Show me,
looking at
Baba. It's a strong man
that?
argument.
Is
Don't
the
lie.
question she's
I just
asking
went
you.
up the point.
Why are you
You're
adopting
talking,
other
Baba. He's talking
other
about
people
science.
culture?
Baba,
okay,
People
okay,
culture?
Baba,
talking
we
about
we
science.
have our way, we have
Study your
our way of farming now. Baba, we have our way of farming. Where are we
Let me
no,
talk.
no, forget about farming. We are talking purely on worshiping
We
God.
can adopt others' ways of life.
You
It will
and
work
then
for
you adopt
you.
that one to override your own. Does that make sense?
What? Oh, that's why I make
Does that
an
make sense? So
example.
their own God is superior to your God. Is that what you are saying?
Oh, okay. I can't go to.
Let me quickly say this.
People go to hospital today. Why not, Baba? Why not to
Oh, that
Let me
argument
quickly
is
say
don't
this.
put up.
It's a strong man argument, Baba. Let me say this.
I
So
can't
he's
go.
talking
What
about.
I'm trying to say
So
is
Allah, this will be just now. When you confirm Masoroni.
this.
So Baba is talking about science now, evidence-based. Baba, if you go to the hospital, they give you Panadol, you feel fine the next 2 hours. You'll be able to, testify to that Panadol that this Panadol is working. Doctor, thank you. But this Christianity now, no evidence. That's what they shall lie. And talking about the evidence, Baba, evidence, so this science you're talking about, we believe in it because it's evidence-based. But this thing that you said, excuse me, let me talk. This thing that you're talking about now does not have any evidence whatsoever. The evidence. So you're comparing this to science that has evidence? Something that doesn't have any evidence. Jesus Christ died, was in the grave for 3 days. Evidence.
Dupe, let me ask a question. Dupe, can I ask you a question? Now, my question to you is this: Are you a traditionalist? That's one of the questions I want to ask you first. Are you a traditionalist?
I'm not. Kí ló dé tó wá ń sìn òun torúkọ fẹ́ bá mi sọ̀rọ̀? Èwo ló wá yí lóhùn ẹ bá wà romantic ayé ìjà rẹ̀. Má sí òun fún mi jọ torí ọ̀nà.
Romantic voice wo ló fi ń béèrè question yẹn? Lóru ọ̀gànjọ́ ẹ máa wo bí national mighty sọ̀rọ̀.
Wọlé sùn bàbá. Wọlé sùn. Kí ló fà á sí romantic voice?
Wọlé sùn.
Lucy, do you believe in God?
No, I do. Let me ask him. Let me ask her. Now, do you believe in are you a traditionalist or are you just like atheist or what?
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm not a traditionalist. I'm always saying it. I believe in God, but I'm not a religious person. I say that all the time.
So what's your beef with Christianity or Islam?
I don't have any beef, but when people will start, to talk like the way Allah talk, that this thing we have to believe in it because we believe in science. We go to the hospital. We believe in Newton. We believe in this. That is not the same argument here. Everything about science is evidence-based. But this one, you got to shalaye.
I responded to you, Dulcie. I responded to you. You said it's a foreign that they imported it to us. I said, okay, if you are saying that we should stay by our traditional way, then you should not adopt aircraft. You should not even use tractor for farming. That's what I'm saying. So how come that religion is what you are looking at? Because I told you I'm a Christian, but I think Christian is a way of life, not a religion. And that's what I keep preaching every day. So now it's just like, okay, you say we want our way. When someone with headache, you go to Onishegun, you should not go to doctor. Now, when you say something is evidence-based, how many evidence do you know if you are not a doctor? What doctor will know through the evidence? You don't know. The same way someone that is a Christian, you would
know now. What are you talking about? Have you ever you haven't been to the hospital before? You haven't visited the doctor before?
Is it everybody that knows?
But the doctor will explain to you. Ola, hold on. But if you have
it's evidence-based now.
Hold on. See that this what at this point you've given a very good example of a doctor and a patient. Now a patient goes into to see a doctor, and the doctor is trying to tell him or her, explain to him or her or them as to what is really wrong with them. Mind you, this patient doesn't know what is wrong. The doctor knows. So if Christianity tries to explain something to you, it's because it's based on rational thinking. You have to be able to see for yourself and hear for yourself. Because like Pastor was trying to talk to you when he was telling you about salvation as the Christianity talks, is that you have to hear the word. So that word, it has to be explained to you. It's not just gullibility, whereby you just have to just believe whatever, or believe even though you know you don't know. No, it's not a blind kind of thing. So true Christianity has to be based on some kind of knowledge that is based on fact and based on evidence found in that Bible, in that book. I know you don't like hearing the word Bible. So my point is this: if you go to a doctor, he will explain to you whatever is wrong with you. Same thing as if you want to become a Christian, you have to be taught. Things have to be explained to you what's expected of you.
No, rational mind, you don't get what I'm saying. The
Okay,
doctor will explain to you before administering the medication or doing a particular surgery on you, Abby. So I said you will see the evidence after that. That is what I'm saying about science. Okay, if for instance, you have something that's wrong with you, then you went to the doctor and the doctor gave you medication, right? So after that, you're going to be well. You'll feel fine. You'll be able to testify to that medication that you were given this, and you were after taking the medication, you've been feeling fine after that. That's an evidence-based. You have evidence for that. Do you understand what I'm saying? But for instance, somebody has cancer now, like breast cancer. Then you go to the church. Then you start using the anointing oil to rub the place, and it's still, not healing. So there's no evidence for that. But assuming you go to the hospital and they operate on the breast and you feel fine, that is what I'm talking about. That is evidence-based. You don't need to shalaye too much. You just need to key into it, do it, and you see the result.
Let me
Do you
put it this way.
understand what I'm saying?
I think I get your point. Let me say something to you. Let's say we talk about people like Hitler or people like all this past U.S. president, even like in your country there where you live in Canada. We're not alive when people like Hitler existed, but we have history books that were written about, even pictures of them. But how do we know? It's based on these books that they were written, or history that is more from mouth to mouth kind of history, or what we read from the book. So the same thing when people talk about Jesus Christ, that he existed. There were people that were alive, eyewitnesses that were alive then, and they saw him, and they wrote his history down for us. Just the way they write about Michael Faraday, or they write about Hitler, or other people that lived centuries ago. Or we talk about
I'm talking to you. Make argument. Money in evidence-based. Why? There's evidence for it.
That's evidence now. Is that not evidence enough for you?
No. Evidence is when something has worked for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can actually testify towards that thing, that this thing worked. I'm not talking about Jesus. Anybody can come at any time. Even Shango came, or Yagonwa. Do you understand that? Okay. But I'm saying that this thing has to be working so that you won't be shalaying too much. If I come to you tonight and say, I'm not feeling fine, I have a headache. If I say take two Tylenol, do you understand? So if you take that Tylenol, you will feel fine. Then after some time, I ask you, rational man, how are you feeling now? You say, I'm feeling better. Thank you. That is testifying towards that thing. That's an evidence. So you have that evidence in your hand. So some other day, you're going to argue with somebody that will come down, Tylenol is not working. Do you understand what I'm saying? But when you go to the church and they give you anointing oil or holy water to drink, that headache might not go. So people have to be shalaying that your faith is not too much, you're not praying very well. You have to stand up at the middle of the night to pray, 3 a.m., 1 p.m., do you know, too much of
I understand you now.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get your point.
That's what I'm saying.
Rational mind, just give me 30 seconds before you continue. Sorry. You see, Dupsy, just the way you said it works for you. We that we are Christian, we know what we feel. Where we know the peace of mind we feel when we follow all those principles. That's exactly as you can have your own experience, the same way we can have our own experience. There was a time I was going through a lot of mental torture. I just attended church one day, and the pastor made some kind of preaching and was able to establish even some fact about it. Do you know that that day, the fear was eliminated. So whether you believe it's spiritual or not, whatever, or you don't believe, it works for me. So those people that it works for, there's nothing you can say to them. They know it works for them. Babalawo knows that whatever they are doing works for them. Onishegun knows whatever they are doing works for them. So what works for me might not work for you. So
Okay,
you
so
cannot say how I feel.
Yeah, so let me tell you something. So when we have 10 people and they're going through depression or they're down in their spirits, probably they are depressed. So when the 10 people goes to the church and you're amongst them, only you will be healed, the 9 won't be healed. Just wait, just wait. But when you are depressed, you go to your therapist, you go to your psychiatrist, they give you a particular medication or they give you something to help you with that. Or even talking to your therapist, or not even taking any medication. Helps 9 out of 10. Do you understand what I'm saying? Compare it to religion when it's just 1 out of 10. And they will tell you that Allah that has worked for knows how to pray, knows how to approach the Father, knows how to shout. But for the science part of it, when you go the science way, it's going to be a lot of people that saw that healing. So it's evidence-based. It's not like your own that is 1 out of 100. Just like the pastor that one man played, that you're going to see money in your account right now. Let miracle money come. Do you know somebody will pay money into one of that accounts randomly? 1 out of 1,000. And that person will claim that prayer worked. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got
That
your
is
point, but
religion for you.
that's magic. We are not talking of
This is
magicians
magic.
here.
You see, Dupsy, Olajonisu, you see, one thing you need to understand is that we've had so many charlatans that are coming to Christianity, and they've given Christianity a bad name. And in fact, they brought a lot of confusion into Christianity. That's why a lot of people, like people who are Islamists, Islam, people who practice Islam, they sometimes talk about the Christians, about the disunity among them. Well, they should also look at themselves when they say that too. Then let's just leave that as a different. But let's just talk about Christianity first. Now, the people like that pastor we just saw, that one man brought up here, is that the work that Jesus asked them to do? Jesus never said, "Oh, you people, open your plate, bring out your plate. Food will enter your plate." No, he never did that. So you see, a lot of people, they've deviated from what the person that they should follow his example, which is Christ, Jesus Christ. They never follow his example. They are doing their own thing. Somebody called them guy man. All these pastors now, they are all guy man. They want to guy anybody they can guy, just to sell themselves and make their people see them as somebody who they should come and worship with them at their church. It's all about marketing themselves and all of that. So you see, that is why people like you are skeptical about Christianity as a whole, because when you see people who claim to represent Christianity like this pastor, and you see what they are doing, which is entirely different from what you must have read about Jesus Christ, it starts making you wonder that what is going on. And you see, not just him, so many other pastors are doing the same. Like I think Zita was talking about one that was talking about he has a phone number to God and he was calling God, and everybody was like screaming, "Hey, the pastor!" You see, for me, let me just deviate a little bit. Somebody was saying here, why is it that some people are demarketing the country? You see, when you have a population that is very, very unemployed, like Nigeria, where a lot of people believe to go to see a pastor or see, like somebody was Zita, was saying that a pastor is now both a teacher, a medical doctor, a banker, or as we see in that case of that pastor, and all of that. So, which is why a lot of people go to religion. They look for solace. They find solace in religion because the government is not providing them. Like, okay, here in America, somebody was saying, why is it that you don't see Americans, they market their country? Because Americans don't care. Americans, they rubbish their country. If they have to rubbish their country, they will rubbish it. But because a lot of them, they are gainfully employed, they have to bother with paying their bills, paying their credit card, or paying their house mortgage. They have to work. Where would they find the time and sit down on Twitter and be tweeting? But when you have a population of about almost like 200 million or over 150 million people in abject poverty, they don't have anything. All they do from morning to night is to sit down in front of Twitter and phone and to be tweeting and to be talking about how the country is not good. So what do you expect? When will the whole world not know what is going on in Nigeria? when we live in a digital age, whereby people can always send tweets or send messages online, and people will see it across the world. So when people talk like this, you wonder where this whole thing is coming from. So we need to understand very properly, put things in perspective, that the reason why we have the problem in Nigeria is that we have a population that is unemployed for the large part, for the most part. So religion is a way where they find solace now. Go see pastor pray for them to get, why shouldn't the pastor to pray for you to get a job? Even in society where we live here, you can go to any local government or any city hall, you can put your name down. If there's any job, they will look for a job for you and you get a job. That's a system that works. So you see, as somebody was saying, you see, it's like the politicians and the religious people in Nigeria, they all work in cohorts, they work together to make our people just, I mean, like just worthless kind of people. Yeah, is it what? Something like that. So anyway, so but you're in there. So
no, don't see rational mind if you beg boy Yoruba right from time. Rational mind. I don't understand Yoruba right from time, to be honest. No, rational mind even understand.
Session if you share case me.
Rational mind, well, not some people want to.
What's your case me? They ain't got sorrow.
Yeah, she dey get Ìjẹ̀ṣà àbí Ẹdó ni ẹni àbí Àpò Yorùbá.
Mama tó bí mama mi.
Rational mind.
Mama tó bí mama mi ọmọ Iléṣà ni. Ọmọ Iléṣà ni mama tó bí mama mi.
Àná mi tẹ̀ wá ní ẹ̀ ò tẹ́ pé Iléṣà ni ẹ̀ tó wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ń sìn.
Kí ló sọ?
Rẹ̀mí níbo la rẹ̀ wá Iléṣà o.
Ọmọ Iléṣà ni wọ́n.
Kí ló tó ṣe mẹ́rin àti rational mind kò dúpẹ́ àti rational mind òǹdó náà ti wá jealousy alábòsíá kí ló mú ẹ̀mí àti rational mind pọ̀ fún?
No, okay.
Rational mind
no, don't see.
Kí ni orúkọ mi tó jábọ̀ ti rational mind?
Ọmọ Òkìtìpá lè mí àwọn ọmọ Òkìtìpá rẹ̀.
Èmi ọkọ̀ ta sí ẹ rational mind wá lò bó.
Ẹ má fi session yìí ṣe. Ẹ má fi ṣe session mi náà. Ẹ ká sọ̀rọ̀.
Inú ẹ̀ ló ti ń ta sí mi o.
Ọlá.
Kò mátà náà.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ ibi tọ́rọ̀ wà.
Ọlá ní sùúrù ṣó fẹ́ gbà ìyàwó níyàwó ni nǹkan tí bá gbà ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ nìyẹn nǹkan tí bá gbà ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ nìyẹn kò má gbà ìyàwó níyàwó àbí.
Àbọ̀ Ponsat fẹ́ ti gbà lọ́wọ́ rational mind now rational mind dẹ̀ dákẹ́ látẹ̀kọ́ before that time.
Mi ò tí ṣetán pẹ̀lú.
Ẹ̀rù bá rational mind lẹ́ni ẹ̀rù bá rational mind ni ó mọ̀ pé Ponsat burú ó yà sápamọ́.
Mi ò tí ṣetán pẹ̀lú wọn ni.
Èmi níyàwó ńlẹ̀ ìyàwó mi wà nílé mi báyìí.
Bàbá tí
ìyàwó wa sọ pé ẹni níyàwó kejì ni àbí àwọn
bàbá tí
ìyẹn ò dífà àlè.
Ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ yàwó mẹ́rin ní Báíbù ní Ọlá? Ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ yàwó mẹ́rin ní Báíbù?
Wọ́n máa fẹ́ yàwó bàbá tí wọ́n fẹ́ yàwó àwọn.
Ok, ẹ jẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀
ká má wà láwùjọ. Ó máa bàjá ni a máa lu fúnfún.
Let me talk so that we are not rowdy. See, I'm not ready for Dupsy yet because if I'm ready, tí rational mind bá débẹ̀ mágùn ni tí kí ló rúkọ tí bàtà bá débẹ̀ mágùn ni. Ṣé rọ́bù pa ni?
Ọlá kúkúrú kú àrẹ.
Kúkúrú kú ni fún wọn.
Ṣé mo ní Christian ni ẹ irọ́ ló ń pa fún ẹ.
Ìgbàgbọ́ òní kéèyàn bá ṣòro léèyàn.
I have you on tape tonight o. Wow.
Òun náà ní ká má ṣòro lé.
I'm a Christian anyway. Let's joke apart. That was just for the night moon anyway.
Lọ́jọ́ wọn ni àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n máa lọ sí chọ́ọ̀chì wọ́n máa da òróró sórí.
Never mind. Bishop gan ṣe tó mú kọmọ kan gbà yẹn náà. Bishop church gan ṣe tó.
Òun náà ni.
In fact, there was a time tí mo gbé tó yẹ pé the olórí awo of that place, if he started praying for you, You'll be shocked. And that Oloriawo was attending CAC before they forced him to become Oloriawo. But if that Oloriawo started praying like this, you say where you they go church every day, you don't feel complete too. So the thing is, one thing about religion is it is personal. It is personal. So, but we know that we have some religious marshal today, and that's why they are pissing people off. I can understand. But Christianity as a way of life is the best thing that can ever happen to you. You can take it home. Don't because of those people that will be telling you that if you don't pay tithe, things will be tight for you. I don't know where I don't believe that. For me personally, if I need to give, that is going to be between me and God, not when you threaten me, not when you threaten me with either cause or whatever. I don't go with that. When you start using Christianity to create fear, I doubt it so much that God sent you. God is not supposed to send you to rescue someone and now be training that person. So if you look at the story of that pastoralist that left all the remaining 99 lambs and went after one, you understand, and still show love. If you look at the story of prodigal son, there's no way where there that God started threatening people, especially in the New Testament. So if you want to bring someone to your fold, don't threaten. Okay, why are people running away from Babalawo today? Yoruba will say Babalawo tó ṣe àfẹ́ẹ̀rí fún aáyán, òun ló ṣe àrìnàkò fún ẹdìyẹ. The same Babalawo that will tell you, say, okay, but they tell you, okay, I give you this jar, so nothing will conquer you. The same Babalawo can still go to another person and say, oh, I'm the one that is okay. This is taboo. Go and do this thing. You will capture that person. So people believe that those people with black magic, especially when you don't understand, you tend to be afraid of them because as they help you today, if you fall apart with them tomorrow, they can do bad things to you. But
so your pastors don't have the same character, Abby? They don't. If you want to live on Edeko today and you are a pastor there, it won't cost you, Abby. If you want to live at Edeko today and you're a pastor there, you're invested there already. You want to take your investment out, they won't cost you. Abby, there won't be any problem there. You are joking, Ola. You are a joker.
I got your point. But Christianity preaches, what Christianity preaches is that everybody has equal access to God. You don't need to go through your pastor. Now, the problem with our people now is this. When they have problem now, they'll be looking for necromancer. You understand? If I get that word very well. Because it's not everyone that call themselves a prophet that are prophets. Some of them, they are necromancers. Some of them, they are one with one kind of magic power or the power you cannot explain. When you start patronizing all those people and you submit yourself to them, because Bible says that to whom you yield yourself to, you enslave to that person. When you start yielding yourself to a particular person, then you enslave yourself because the person controls you with all he knows. But if you want to face God on your own, you want to pray to God on your own, that even if a pastor is preaching to you, you just say, okay, no, you are not the author and finisher of my faith.
Can I ask you a question? Hold on. You said necromancy. So your text says you should not contact the dead again. But in the African culture, talking to your ancestors is one of the things we do. So are you saying, I mean, personally, you should not contact your ancestors? I mean, according to your text, the Bible. Are you yeah? Because it is clearly against necromancy, but we celebrate that in our culture. So I just wanted to know.
Okay, I got your point. But it is what I'm saying. If you can do something now, assuming I come to you tomorrow now and you say, okay, you do something for me and say, I'm going to get 1 million. Maybe as I step out, I get that 1 million. Babati, I'll be scared of you. Because you that you gave me that 1 million, you know how to change, and I can lose that 1 million at the same time. So that means you have a power to manipulate. I'll be scared of you because I don't know the secret of your power. I will rather stay with the one whereby all of us have access. If I pray and it works for me, then I'm okay. But not for me to go after someone to pray for me. At the end of the day, maybe little thing like this, you say, okay, I made you, then I will break you again. That's what I'm saying. That is why.
Ola, sorry. Let me. I just want to ask you, if you pray and you think that your prayer is answered, don't you think it might be maybe by chance that the thing ordinarily will have resolved on its own even without your prayer? Because what Juicy was saying earlier, let me tell you, if you are, thank God, you read science, and if occurrence of an event is not something that you can predict, it's not scientific and it's not evidence based. So if in a gathering of like 10,000 people, somebody now claimed that he asked for something from God and immediately he got an answer, it's just by chance. That is a probability.
Thank you,
But when you have, a situation whereby you let's say you have a disease like malaria, and we say, okay, this is an antidote, this is an anti-malaria, and when 100 people takes that anti-malaria, you can be rest assured that over 90% of 90 of them will get well from the anti-malaria. And then you say, okay, you subject those 100 people to prayer, and maybe 1 or 2 of them will say, okay, I'm okay. Probably even those ones might not even have malaria, and they will claim that, okay, it's a prayer. So all these things that we attribute to God, we attribute to prayer. Can we really say it's power of prayer? Because you cannot then you said something earlier that you are passing through some emotional problem, and you went to a church and that pastor preached to you and you got better. That is not a prayer. You can get that one. It's a psychotherapy. You can get that one from anybody. It's not a matter of being a pastor or God or whatever. So, but for you, you believe that church that you went to.
I disagree with you.
Okay.
I want you to learn that topic, but I disagree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
No, let me even respond to
Hold on. Let him land. You can land. Go on, Simba. But I disagree with you.
So what I'm saying is that therapy that you got from maybe from the preaching of that particular pastor that day that made you, is just like a state of your mind. You believe in something, and the man actually twisted your mind, and borrow me that language, what I can use just to change your mind to your belief towards that thing, and you feel that it's from God. I don't think that one is from God. I don't think it's from God.
Can I respond now?
Okay.
Don't forget that the same me that I said I went to church, that I was troubled, and the pastor preached to me, and I feel better and I felt great. The same myself told you again that when I was younger, religion not almost caused me a lot of mental health issue. You understand? Because maybe those people that were preaching to me that time, they didn't have enough training in what they were doing, and everybody was just preaching whatever they like, without caring for my own tender soul, tender heart that could not even comprehend complexity. You understand? That's one of the challenges in the religion today. But then we have a mature pastor, someone that is well trained in a doctrine, that was able to say something that demobilized all those things that was troubling my heart. I was not necessarily saying it was maybe I don't know how to talk. Yeah, it could be psychotherapy. I'm not disputing that. But the fact that the pastor is knowledgeable enough to even pass that across without me going to hospital or going to a psychologist, that one was okay for me, because I'm saying that in the church, that in Christianity you see today, a lot of things comes with Christianity. You understand? One of those things that comes with Christianity in our society today is that if you are a new immigrant here and you don't know where to go, you go to church and you tell them, oh, you just stand there, you don't have anything. Churches here, they will give you a lot of things. Mattress, if you don't even have accommodation, they can go to the extent of giving you accommodation. They can start to help you looking for a job in this environment. It's totally different from somewhere whereby you have some people that are not Christian, that the God didn't send them, that they send themselves just because of their own belly, and that we use everything to confuse you. And those are the people we focus on mainly, that we think they are Christian, that because of that now we now say, okay, anything religion is bad. No, that's what I'm trying
But
to
Ola,
separate.
Ola, even if you get help, if a church assists you in getting accommodation or whatever, you cannot attribute that one to. It's just like, to me, it's just like any organization. You don't need to be religious to do that.
Okay.
So there are so
Yeah,
many things that were attributed to religion which are not actually religion.
wait,
They are just basic
Simba.
things of humanity that anybody can do.
Okay, Simba.
Yeah.
What I want
Can
you
I
to
can I chime
what
in,
I want you
please?
to understand, please, Daddy,
Ola,
just give me a minute.
Ola. Okay,
No,
Ola, can you
just a
stand
minute.
that?
Let me
Can you not
round
stand
up.
that within 1 minute so that we can allow other
Yeah,
people?
I round up. What I want you to know is this environment, whether you talk of Canada, US, UK, where you see all those social responsibility, their society, their law were derived from Christianity. That's what I just want you to know. So whether you want to attribute it to something spiritual is another thing, but the principle of Christianity, love your God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. That's the principle they use to build their society. And they are following that principle. They've not
Ola,
bastardized it.
those things are not Christian principles. Now they're just basic. It's not a Christian principle. You use it, but it's not just exclusively Christianity. That didn't come from Christianity. Love your neighbor as yourself, and do no harm to anybody else. And those are not Christian laws or principles. It's just I don't know why you're.
It is.
That's the basis of
It's not.
Christianity.
It's not
No,
exclusive. It's not exclusive to Christianity. Is what I'm saying. Like it's not
okay,
like
it's not
you
exclusive.
made
Okay.
it up. Yeah. No, that's my point. So it backs up what Simba was talking about. Things that you think is exclusive to Christianity is really not. So
Well, you might say that maybe because you've not really take a peek into that book they call the Holy Bible, but then
you have no idea.
oh, okay, but
You
maybe I
have
don't have no idea.
have
But I mean, you
no
sure speak like somebody who have not. I'm not no disrespect, my brother. I'm just saying you sure speak like somebody who does. Maybe probably you not really take a real deep peek into it.
let me just say you have no idea. So let me just leave it
Oh,
at
okay.
Well,
I'll go-
rational mind, you have no idea. Let's leave it like that.
Okay.
Um,
So what do you want to say, Prince Daddy? How do you want to come into the topic? Go on, please.
yes, just like Babati said, being charitable is not exclusive to Christians. No doubt about it. But like Madame Dupes, she has a lot of wealth of information and knowledge about God and spirituality. But every time we have this conversation, I try to separate between the practitioners of Christianity and Christianity itself as a way of Christ. That's the problem. See, I believe that if anyone is able to reach that point whereby they understand the Bible or God or Christ himself, they have a better understanding of how to relate to people and how to go about their belief, quite frankly. The problem we have here is, when we talk about Christianity, come on, Babati is a doctor. If I done what you guys call it, your medical coat right now, and walk around even in the hospital, all people assume that I am a doctor, whereas I have no knowledge or practice as a doctor. I can pretend to be a lawyer. I can pretend to be anything. But the problem is that we look at these pastors and all these people that we call men of God, and we and I think at this point in time now I'm beginning to think that the problem actually is not these practitioners of this religion, but rather the people that are lazy, especially the Christian people I'm talking about, that are refused to be Christians, and that's why they are easily deceived and told things that are not true. Many Christians that sit in the pulpit every day, they don't have no clue about the Bible or how things work. They are more enamored with the prosperity Christianity. Okay, that's what they're all concerned about. These people are greedy themselves. They are as greedy as these pastors that deceive them. See, that's the problem. See, again, you have to be able to separate these practitioners, these people that call themselves men of God and this and that. And quite frankly, let me tell you, many of them initially were called, many were not called. Just like if we look in the Bible, there were people that were saints or prophets that went rogue. These things are not new at all. They're not new at all. So that's why we have to be You have to know this Christian thing you're talking about. When you know this Christian thing that we're talking about, things are much easier to relate to people. And truly, the commandment that the true and only commandment, so to speak, that Jesus Christ gave, love your God and love your fellow neighbors, would truly resonate with you. This again, running up and down, pointing finger at people, deceiving people about calling bank the name of banks and all this other somebody has God's number and all these things. You're not even going to pay any mind to those things. Those things are totally irrelevant. That's why I'm free to talk to anybody, be a Christian, Muslim, a non-believer. I love to talk to these people. I even though Madam Dusa says she's not a Christian, but I'd love to listen to her and talk to her. It doesn't matter because I know my relationship with Christ. That's the bottom line here, which is love. At the end of
Me,
the day, it's all
me,
about love.
I just love your voice, Prince Daddy. Your voice is too sweet.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Madam
Mama,
Dusa.
mama, mama, ko alobe jemi ba, eh? Prince Daddy.
So
Mama,
no,
fi
no, no.
time,
It's
mama, fi time, mama, ko alobe je.
not like that rational mind,
Yeah,
but
Jealousy to paiku, jealousy to paiku.
ẹ̀rù tí ń bá mi ẹ̀rù tí ń bá.
Jealousy to paiku, mo
you
ṣe wà yẹn.
jealous. All right,
anyway.
we're listening. Go on, Baba T. I mean,
So,
Prince Daddy, brother.
So yeah, so quite frank, that's why it's always great. Sometimes it's not like people that live overseas abroad are like smart or anything, but the difference to the people that live back home is that we have uh, more experiences and a better frame of reference when it comes to a lot of things. Not because we're smarter, because those people too, if they were in our position, they too will be as smart as we are, even smarter. So the point here is that I truly know when people talk about these pastors, how many of them are charlatans, while many of them are like deceivers. And that's why you got to go back to the New Testament when Christ said at the end, when the time comes, at the end of everything, all these pastors and this prophet will come to Christ. Hey, Christ, no, we did your work. We healed the blind. We did this and that, and Christ will tell them, "Get away from me. I don't know you people." There's a reason why Christ put it there. Because you're doing God's work or you did a miracle doesn't mean you're truly a Christian. It's beyond that. At the end of the day, the bottom line of the common denominator is being a loving person, loving your neighbor and loving God. So when we get to that point, really, when we separate these people, just like you said in the book of Matthew, the tares and the wheat. It's going to come to a point that these two will be separated. Quite frankly, people should. I think I was asking somebody not too long ago. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, that is Christianity a lazy man's religion? It appears to be so. Quite frankly, out of all the religions, Christianity seems to be like an easy lazy man religion. But if you truly are a Christian, there's a lot of work to be done, and that's why people don't want to be true Christians. They want to go to the pastor to pray for me. They want to go to the prophet to pray for me. You know, but Allah was saying earlier, unlike this, traditional, no, not to talk about traditional believers, but unlike many other religions, so to speak, they are like the only communicator or the arbiter of their relationship with their God. But in Christianity, you don't need no pastor, you don't need no prophet, you don't need any of them. You have the right given to you to talk to God directly through Christ. You don't need anybody. But at the same time, we do encourage people, Christians, to fellowship together. That's part of being a body of Christ. But you don't need nobody. See, look, check this out. Let me wrap it up with this. There's nothing any pastor or prophet can tell you that you, the individual, cannot verify yourself. Because guess what? God Himself owes it to you to tell you if it's true or not, whatever a prophet or pastor tells you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think there are other topics. I don't know, but very soon I'll be bowing out because I need to go play football with my tomorrow. They're inviting me to come play
O
football.
sì ń gbá football ni lọ́mọdún
No,
mélòó?
I mean, it's been
Arúgbó ara.
it's over 20 years I played for football.
So you so 20 years you've not played and you want to just go jump in
Well, I
without
just want to see if I can,
no.
yeah. Trying to
You
see
know,
if I can.
you must stretch first now. You must
Yeah.
first stretch so you don't
Well,
you don't
yeah.
break
So, but
any.
then I must Laura boot lane, so
Ha.
that is an Adidas boot I'm going to buy. So anyway, yeah. So
All right, that's good.
yeah. So I don't know what you people have to say about this um, this issue about the kidnapping of those people from their school hostels in Zamfara State. Does anybody have anything to say on that?
When did that happen
Can you
again?
tell us what happened so we know?
Oh,
I didn't hear of that.
yeah.
Nobody. I don't think anybody
I
was
think it's
there.
Sarah reporters and other.
Bros, can to continue? Ẹ̀gbọ́n tó fẹ́ kán lẹ́sẹ̀ yìí at 60, you still go play football like pity you. Doctor.
I mean, there are people.
How soon does Carlos form at age 60? If someone at 60 breaks leg, does Carlos form easily?
Don't do like what I'm saying is like let him stretch first before you go into the game. Just stretch first, you know.
Yeah, I was trying. I was doing a little bit of exercise.
But see, don't advise him. You know, rational mind is always
You know, Shelley now. I mean,
nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe lọ́la náà ló máa lóun fẹ́ ṣe ẹ ṣáà ti mọ lóyún tó fẹ́ ṣe
me now. I mean,
ẹ ṣáà sọ ẹ ṣáà ti mọ lóyún tó
mo
jẹ ẹ
kàn sọ
ṣáà
pé
ti
mo
lẹ̀
fẹ́ lọ
dìde
play football ẹ̀ dẹ̀ sọ pé
ẹ
mo
bí
kọ́
o jẹ
lẹ́sẹ̀
fẹ́ lọ play
mo
football
kọ́
wọn kọ́
lápá.
ṣáà tún wáì ní dídọ̀
Afẹ́
ẹ máa
ẹ̀pẹ́
lọ
ṣáà ni.
sí
Afẹ́ ẹ̀pẹ́ náà ni.
ẹ ṣáà máa wò ó ti yín ọ̀rọ̀ rational mind lẹ́wọ́ mú le tó
Mi
yín
ò lè kọ́
àti
lẹ́sẹ̀
wọn
mi
lè
mo
pé
kọ́ lápá.
medical doctor nìkan kò tí lọ sí medical
Máa
school
wọ boot, máa
nìkan.
wọ shin guard, máa wọ gbogbo ẹ̀.
Your grandchildren needs your leg.
No problem. I will play. I play with my granddaughter sometimes. We play guitar.
I'm even thinking whether he's supporting Chelsea and he want to watch Chelsea on Sunday and not knowing that he's even
No
talking
problem.
of.
I mean, I would. So now the Zamfara issue was
Yeah,
that.
can you tell us? Yeah, just give us a brief first so we know. Yeah.
Yeah, the Zamfara issue was that these Fulani or we call terrorists, they went to, well, maybe not Fulani for terrorists, but some terrorists, but they said they are Fulanis. They went to Federal University of, what's that Federal University in Zamfara State, and they went and kidnapped 25 students. I think they said 5 of them or 6 of them they ran away, like the same template of what happened during Buhari when they went to kidnap those kids from those federal government college, that federal government unity school in Castina. That same template. So some people escaped, like just like these keyboard girls too. Can you see that pattern? Some people will escape, they go and tell the story. I mean, so you can see that pattern. Like the keyboard girls, they kidnapped some of them escaped. They came to Toba to tell the story of how many people were kidnapped. The kids from that Unity College in Zamfara State that made headlines during Buhari time, during that pandemic. I'm sure that during that pandemic lockdown, and those kids, some of them escaped. They came back to tell the story. You know, that same pattern. You know, so I don't know, and I don't know what's going on. What are the military doing? Have anybody seen that news? Apparently, none of you guys have seen that. We're all concerned about Tinubu and everything, right?
Okay. So I think they say 6 out of 24 abducted. Maybe they've got 6 of them. Nigerian troop rescue 6 victims. They said they rescued 6 victims already. You see, one thing is this in that country, like I keep saying, I think we should be thinking of how to do this separation of power of states, security outfit, and let every region go and manage their region properly. So, and don't use resources coming from A to take care of B. Why did I say that? Is this, if we don't use resources coming from A to B, and once people are no longer having access to free money, I think everybody will do what is right for a state in terms of security so that they can boost productivity. So to me, I just want the current government to step up and try to do something, because it's not about sending soldiers after these people because alone, creating job. In fact, one of the best way to solve insecurity issues is just to create job aggressively, because when you create job aggressively, the arming of the criminals they will have less people to use for their evil purpose. So it's unfortunate we've been battling with this thing now for like a decade. So we can't keep saying that soldiers should go and be ransacked. We should improve on how to deal with them, so and we should be able to uncover all these movements before
But
they
then,
actually happen.
Ola. You see, the thing is this: how can I understand the whole thing of the everything centralized in the hands of the federal government, which is one of the one of, I think one solution one way about we can go about solving this matter could be decentralize the whole thing, let each state control. But then, now look at what happened in Niger State, where the federal government, they said Tinubu's government said, okay, they're going to use military action on those terrorists that killed those soldiers, Nigerian soldiers, and then the governor of that state had to go and tell Tinubu, say no, we and you know, in fact, I saw the his press conference that he gave to newsmen. He says no, we're not going to attack them, we're going to appeal to them. I mean, like how does that even sound when these governors, especially these northern governors, they're pandering with this, they are treating these guys with kid gloves instead of them to use military force in getting it, because you don't negotiate with terrorists, because when you start negotiating with terrorists, that is what you get, the kind of things you're seeing going on in that country, whereby they feel they are very powerful, they can always negotiate with federal government, they'll make them come down and negotiate with them. Because if Tinubu said he wants to use military action because of what they did by slaughtering our army, and the governor says, no, you cannot do that, you escalate it more than that, so let us just handle it, we'll talk to them. I just don't know what is wrong with some of these northern governors, the way they reason. I don't know what planet are they from. So what do you expect Tinubu or any of his government to do when a state governor is trying to, like, because if he used military force, it could backfire on him. Because if the governor is saying that no, we cannot do that, could it be that the governor also is involved? I don't know. It's, you see, if we don't get things right in our country, we continue going in these circles. That's why I say it. Because if the governors are not on board with the federal government, if the federal government says this is what I want to do, you should support it. But when the governor says no, no, we'll pay them off like what they were doing in Casino at that time, when they were buying them Okada. I mean, is it Okada? They were buying them, giving them money. I mean, I just don't understand these northern governors and their way of, for me, it's just, I think they are the reason, they are the main problem. Even though if you decentralize it and you have this kind of governors that cannot make decision, I don't know where we're going with that. Go on, Ola. I just want to push.
Sorry, quick question for you guys. So you think that the governors are baiting and protecting these guys, but for what purpose? But why do you think they do that?
Okay. Ola, you want to say something about that, or you want me to just say my?
Not necessarily, but you know the fear of those governors is simply because they want to. Some of them because they want to hold on to power, because we don't have any evidence that the state governors, some states, so the state governors are condoning them. We don't really have that evidence. But one thing that can be constitutionally possible is when they are having some kind of military action in those states, if things escalate to a particular level, the constitution allow for state of emergency that will make the governors no longer powerful, that even the National Assembly can even take the control of legislation in state. So that's where some of these governors think from, because they don't want a situation whereby assuming that you have a president that is not going that it doesn't have good relationship with the governor. So they don't want a situation that they can come through the back door and just use that one to oust them of power. That's why some of them, in my opinion, that's why some of them are so proactive that they don't really want that thing to start with. So I don't personally think they are condoning them, except we have the story, we have the history of where they use them for election, and as of now we cannot establish that. So to me, that's why I'm still suggesting that if states are managing the economy and they see that these criminals are not allowing the economy to grow, they will do something. But when you are still going to get money from oil that everybody is focusing on Niger Delta oil to come, and the VAT from Lagos to be distributed.
But they
Of course, they will do that.
recently, they said Agbado people. I mean, the Agbado people were saying it that they said when I say Agbado people, that's the way I want to classify the whole Tinubu people. That Tinubu
No
supporters.
problem.
Yeah. So I just want you to understand. I'm not trying to be derogatory in this instance. I'm just trying to classify the whole Agbado people that support Tinubu. So my point is this: they said, I think was it a Kulata? Who was that person? Was it even you or somebody came here and was saying like, oh, yeah, now you see what they are doing now in the Southwest. The Southwest are doing their own Southwest development. I've always championed that thing on one man here, platform here, that we should just go create our own commission, like Southwest Commission. We have a think tank of guys that will be thinking of how to industrialize Southwest and urbanize places, open up spaces, and start building homes. Let me not go into all those details.
But you see, but you see more of it
But
happen.
they said, oh, this is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, it says they said, oh, Tinubu has already decided it already. The Southwest governors they started. When you're like, we hear a lot of things from this Tinubu government. At the end of the day, it turns out to be just some kind of propaganda. I don't even know where they're going with this. That's what I heard because they said Southwest governors they've started their own. They started their own Southwest Commission. They've gathered some people together that will be doing economic, some economic. Was it Ogbeni or somebody like I said that? I don't know. I'm not saying to say this, but I know somebody said it was more like a Tinubu person. But then at the end of the day, what are we saying? I'm not even. It's just all about noise every time. They just say things. Oh, he's going to meet Biden. At the end of the day, we don't say anything about meeting Biden. It's going to be like, you cannot govern a country with propaganda now. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. It will manifest itself. I don't get it. So for me, that's how I see it. I don't know if you guys have a different view on that.
Well, so
what they call that Southwest Commission? I think you are talking of a DAW commission.
the Dawn Commission. It came from the Odua Investment Group.
We're talking about the old time. We're talking about recently. They said recently they did one recently.
Yeah, that's
the Dawn Commission. Yeah.
So what are we seeing from there? Because if you have a commission like that, they should be able to like think tank. They'll tell the Southwest governors, these are areas you need to invest. This area we need to invest. This area we need to open up.
No, let me explain to you. Let me what it means. Those our region, the Southwest region, they have investments already. That came from Odua Investment Group is pretty much owned by the Southwestern states. So they already have investment in.
We're not talking about Odua investment. We're talking about
no. Let me tell you where it came from. So I'm trying to tell you. So when you say they should know where they're going to invest, they already have a template for what they want to do. What they now have as an advantage, hopefully it goes through, is that a man that comes from that space understands the importance of having regional system in terms of like economic collaborations and stuff like that. So they already know what to do. It's just doing it is where we are now. And do we change the laws at the center to make it easier for governors and local government chairman to implement, to make it happen? That is just where we are right now. That's what it boils down to. Are they going to change the law at the center to make it easier for somebody from Oyo to say, I want to work with Ogun when it comes to power? I know Buhari did that for power and rail, and you're saying that we need to do more. Okay, so let's look at what is on that exclusive list and see what more we can have the state government or as a region take care of. But do we just let them freestyle right now, or do we change the laws? I say we need to go further as a country. We need to actually change those laws at the federal level to make it easier for state government to work together, because there are still some bottlenecks that we've not resolved yet. So in some sectors we have done that, but we need to look at making this easier. So just to clarify with Rational Mind, they know exactly what to do.
But then I don't know if somebody wants to say something, but let me just say this. Then you listen to what he said at the NASDAQ when he was ringing that bell, the closing bell. He said that we've made everything possible for you to come and invest. I mean, like, do you know that these people, they read? Like, okay, for example, now you want me, I want to go to Texas now. I want to go to some other state. I want to go and invest. I'll have to read up on Texas or whatever state. What are the laws? What are the tax laws and other things, the investment laws there? I mean, how can I pull out my money? These are the things you need to find out. These investors, they read. You can't just go there and be telling them stories when you've not even put your house. Do you know how much? Do you know how much dollar is trading to the naira as a few hours ago? Almost 1,000.
1,000, yeah.
1,000. My
I
God.
actually don't mind.
He only just said that, and then the dollar just crashed. I mean, like naira just crashed in Nigeria.
Because they didn't trust what he was saying. You can pretty much track investors' confidence based when your top guy speaks. Like in America now, when your reserve chairman speaks, you see what happened to SPY and the market the other day. Because when they talk, if people are not buying it, you're going to see a massive sell-off. If they believe into it, you will see buy up. But what this is the mistake they are making, national mind. Even the problems you have in Nigeria, electricity, security, all those things can actually be a selling point to investors. So people thinking that, oh, let's resolve our power problem before we bring in investors. No, you can actually make sure that that part is a key selling point to investors. Like, okay, we have this problem, come solve it. So it's not about the ideal situation for an investor, because even in that problem, it's an opportunity for an investor, right? They see an opportunity in that problem. So you need to convince them that we have all these problems, but amidst all these problems are opportunities, because the more you can solve our problems, the more money you make. That is what the government is missing so far. They're trying to paint this Eldorado picture that is not really working. Make them realize we have all these problems, but in the midst of that problem, the more you can solve those problems for us, the more money you will make. That is what they're not doing well.
Exactly. That's you put it right. You put it very well. Yeah. Go on.
Rational mind. Babati has actually said it. You see, when Tinubu said we've made everything possible for you to come, right? I think he was not necessarily wrong. What has been putting some investors off Nigeria before is just because of our selfish exclusive list. That's why, my favorite examples are the broadcasting sector in Nigeria and the telecom sector. Immediately, they deregulated the telecom sector. What happened? There was no electricity when MTN, when Econet, when Globalcom, when they came to Nigeria. No electricity. And yet they still managed to operate. Even without electricity.
But at what cost? But at what cost?
Wait, now, of course, telecommunication is cheaper in Nigeria than South Africa.
At what cost? At what cost?
Telecommunication is cheaper in Nigeria than South Africa.
No. It's still even though that it's true that we've developed when it comes to telecommunication, but the way it is done in Nigeria. Okay, let me ask a question.
You said that World Cup, you are changing the goalpost now. I'm telling you that even despite the fact they produce the electricity themselves, they don't have central electricity. Cost of telecommunication in Nigeria is cheaper compared to South Africa.
Hold on. Well, I don't know much of South Africa, but let us use.
Dangote doesn't wait for electricity.
Hold on. Your large Johnny's compared to what we're here, you and I, we can use a phone unlimited for like a month. You only just pay for a whole month. You get unlimited data, unlimited text and call like that. But in Nigeria, you pay by the something. You pay as you go. You pay as you use. And then if maybe we hold on.
Why in Nigeria I do postpaid?
And that's what I'm saying. The cost of doing business in Nigeria for those telecommunication. That is why they have to pass it down our people on that. Because normally, if they have access to electricity, they don't have to burn. They don't have to burn fossil fuel to be able to power their equipment around, like their masts and all those things around, And they don't have. I mean, I know of places where they say some houses where they say they have. I mean, some properties they rent from some family. Their house, they put mast on top of their house. What kind of thing is that?
Okay,
so the cost of doing those business is just insane. How do you expect people to come and invest? Go on, please.
Okay, wait. See, we can always improve. But what is obtainable at this time, we can always do it too and allow. Now, even when dollar was very strong in Nigeria, when our currency was stronger, the cost of calling per minute was far more expensive than the cost of calling now. I think it's 12 naira in Nigeria now. and you know what $12 amount to, compared to when you were paying 50 naira in 2001 and 2002. You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is this: electricity is not an excuse for some investors not to come to Nigeria.
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Rational mind, let me learn
I don't.
now. At least
All
I'm
right, go
giving
on.
examples,
Okay, go
and
on.
you are still telling
Okay,
me
go on.
that no.
It's just because when you say electricity is just so
Okay,
true.
if the telecommunication people waited for electricity today, Nigeria we don't have electricity today. We don't have fiber cable being laid to data center in banks and companies in Nigeria today. Because the thing is this: even though there's no electricity at the way you want, there are problems there to be solved and solution to that electricity that is not available to still meet the economic need within the economic space of that country. Whether now the MTN in Nigeria, where there's no electricity, they make more than South Africa, where there's electricity. Not only that, they make more than South Africa, you understand, they sell cheaper in Nigeria than South Africa, despite having the cost of business as heavy as the cost of business is. Because this thing, we have to be trade-off between the economy of scale, our population. So it's not a straight thing there. Okay, look at the situation. If Dangote should wait, there will be electricity. Bua Cement should wait, there should be electricity. And Lafarge should wait.
Ola, you remember that Lafarge is a South African company. And when
I'm telling
this
you.
Lafarge South Africa has a problem, it was Nigerian money, Nigerian Lafarge that they used to build South African.
I think it's France now. Say Lafarge is a French company.
Sorry, guys. Lafarge is not French or South Africa. No. I just want to correct. Lafarge is from Holland, Netherlands. Sorry.
Oh,
okay. Wherever they are from, the fact remains that while people are complaining of electricity, you understand, some are still establishing. Now we are complaining of electricity, and yet Dangote still managed to say to try and try import Ojo, and it's reviving. We are complaining of electricity. We have this Anambra guy that is Innocent Monto is still producing in Nigeria. Whereas the like of Labour brother, they ran to Ghana just because they promised them tax holiday. You know, if I were in position of government, I would just tax them, because if Dangote, if all other companies could survive in Nigeria, then they should find a way. Okay, if you want to wait for electricity, the banks in Nigeria should not be running. So if you want to wait for electricity, everything in Nigeria should be granted. See, let us just phrase this thing. The only problem I see so far, why we don't even have electricity we are talking about, is because of the exclusive list. And they've taken that in a way. And I'm expecting that within the next 10 to 15 years, the situation will totally change. In our lifetime, the time is coming.
After most of us are gone, right? After most of us are gone.
No, okay, Ola, you remember what there was a guy, Ola, there was a guy that came here and was talking about one project in Benin. I don't know if you are on the platform that day. Somebody made mention. I think was it Remy that made mention that there was in Edo State they used to have 24-hour supply, and then that guy from Edo came out to come and debunk what Remy Coker said, and it was actually true. There are some areas in Benin where they have this private company that was supplying them electricity. Then the next thing that the guy will say is that, okay, how many people can afford it? But was there 24 hours electricity? The answer was yes. You understand? So if you can have some pocket of people who are investing, the people that can subscribe will subscribe, and they will have 24-hour supply of electricity.
Exactly.
So no, I'm just backing what you are saying now. Now that they have removed it from the something, there are so many people that are interested, and they will make a lot of money from it. So rational might come and kill him. We can even form, and if you have the means, it's going to be a lucrative.
I cannot. Hold on. Let me tell you why I cannot. A country like Nigeria, where the rule of law, you cannot. People buy justice. They buy. Let me not say justice. Well, maybe justice or judgment in their own pseudo or should I say so, their own kind of judgment. They buy, let me say, they buy judgment.
That's just
Not
assumption.
justice, but they buy judgment. So you see, hold on.
That's assumption.
What are
When
you
something
talking
doesn't
about
go
now?
our way, we believe people
That's
bad.
assumption. I mean, haven't you? Hold on. Haven't you hear legal luminaries like this man Falano and some other people? Do you know the kind of case some of them they handle of people whose farmland or their properties are being taken, all because they want to do this their illegal mining and all of that. That he has to fight for them. I mean,
illegal mining.
Illegal mining, yeah. Illegal mining. And hold
eventually.
on now. And these people, they went to court to get some kind of judgment to evict them from their own land. But he has to now go and fight for them. In the country like that. If some people come here and they talking
did
about...
Femi Falana win after fighting for them? That's the question.
You said what?
Did Femi Falana win after?
He said he won the case. One of the cases.
So did he bribe?
So why did you not say there's no rule of justice?
Oh God, these guys. Arguing about me.
No, you are the one that said it's based on what you said now.
He won. Yeah, he won. Hold on.
Did Femi Falana buy judgment?
He won. Hold on. Oh God. Hold on. He won the case. Fine. If he had not done that, if they had not involved him, this is how they would have slapped him in the face and slap those people in the face and get. I mean, how many people? Even my own dad. We have a bitumen. We have a land that has bitumen. Now they've taken that land from them. Normally they should pay no royalty.
Who took the land?
The government.
The government owns the land. All lands belongs to government.
You see, that's the problem. So
what is the problem? Government cannot take land from individual.
Hold on. Yeah, they cannot take land because if they have to do that, then you have to compensate us for doing that. And to be very, we don't have any company. So imagine people who wants to come and do business in Nigeria and they're hearing things like this kind of chaotic things that are going on in Nigeria. How do you expect them to bring it? Okay,
you exaggerate the situation too much. Some people are doing business and they are making their money. You are just making it to look as if it's impossible. Why are you doing this?
Hold on. But boy, you don't start this the marketing Nigeria. We're having a conversation here. Because that's where I know that's where you're going with your conversation. Why am I doing what? What are you talking about? You're telling me why am I doing the dollar is $100, I mean 100 naira, I mean 1,000 naira to a dollar. What are you talking about? You people who just come here, you want to trivialize everything in that country, like everything is working perfectly in that country. All because you Simba, you are enjoying.
Ola, let me come in.
No, Remy, please, let me respond to him. I don't want us to go beyond that law area. Let me tell you something. I still remember from my citizenship education that if man is not to be compared to Africans as a last resource to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. I've never forgotten that statement since my 100 level when I learned that stuff. See, we have court there. That is why we have category the level of court. Because they know there can be miscarriage of justice at a particular level, then you go to the other level to appeal. Then, when you are saying some people got judgment, another person now went ahead and fight. Does that mean that every miscarriage of justice is now because they bribed the judge? So the question is this: why I asked that did Femi Falana bribe them when they won the case too? So even government can even take, so even police can give you a ticket and you still go to court and you still win the police. It happens everywhere. It's not as if we now have to. That's why I'm saying that we must have our evidence.
This reasoning. I mean, I'm not trying to load my reasoning on anyone, but sometimes when people argue the way you argue, it's like you people just don't have. You're not in touch with the reality in that country. Because if you're talking like this, that things are working like the way you people are making it sound, then why are we having this huge problem in that country?
If things are not working, why did
you and I listen? You and I gotta go and be a witness. Even Kulata himself, I said it here, that we all went to Nigeria to start a business. We could not function. Tinubu is asking people to hold on. Your needs to know. Tinubu is asking people to come back home. How many people will come back home? You know how many Nigerians are in diaspora that they have this money, they want to invest. If they bring their resources to that country, but do we have the atmosphere? Do we have?
Never mind. Hold on.
You gave us one here the other day. You were talking about your project, your pet project or whatever project you said you were doing in Nigeria. How far is that project?
Well,
Me?
the Nigeria factor will always play.
Nigerian factor. And then you people told me
No, it's not bad, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you. Listen to me. Tell me where you want Nigeria to come back home with their money, right? But do you have a Nigerian Chamber of Commerce for diasporans? You don't have any. So where are they going to go to know what they like? I was showing a list of investment list of the top 25, 27 items that the companies in Nigeria need for production, and sugar, sucrum, things that we can do as diaspora and invest in and make money are there, but you don't have any liaison office for diasporans when it comes to real investment. So because if we discuss investment in Nigeria now, we always assume that it's foreigners. You tend to ignore your own that can come together with funds to help out here. So there is no coordinating office for investment for Nigerians in the diaspora. There's none. So until you can get that seal, because trust me, if Ola knows that the government in Nigeria has this office or whatever that will work with him, Ola will be the one to find a partner in Canada. Then we will find somebody in Finland. You will find people to bring. So the flying to India, flying up and down, you don't need to do that. Your diaspora should be the one doing that for you if you bring them in. It makes it easier for you.
Yeah.
Because they've lived in this country for years. They know who can do what to help them in their own country. Use them as an asset. You cannot just ignore your diaspora and say, "Oh, we're going to there for fun." I'm like, I just like sometimes, man. Come on.
See, Baba T, I agree with you. But what I'm still saying is this: we can't be using electricity to be the yardstick.
No.
If you are using electricity to discuss small scale business, it's understandable. Because see, thing is this: you cannot meet all demands all the time. So you just have to meet the demands according to what you have on ground and what you can meet. What we have on ground presently, are we even maximizing? No. That's what I'm saying. We can't continue to give excuses. Okay, we are talking of Dangote that monopolizes market now. People forgot to mention, they used to forget all those businesses that Dangote tried and failed. They think, oh, because it's succeeding in cement, oh, because Dangote failed in so many businesses too, and in so some of his businesses. Now, like the Unilever now that ran to Ghana, that I made an example, why can't Unilever find a creative way of doing something? Because Obasanjo, there was a time that Obasanjo made this thing easier that, okay, any company that will be investing in power to support this industry in excess of 1,000 megawatts, that whatever you are importing is duty-free. You find out that there was a time that a 1,000 megawatt generator was far cheaper than 500 kVA generator. So why won't you go and import a 1,000 megawatts instead? So
no.
1 megawatt. Sorry, 1 megawatt.
The way you argue this, Olajo, let me interject you a little bit. Sometimes the way you argue stuff, sometimes I don't think maybe you put into consideration some other factors. Now, when you are expecting every businesses to rely on, because when you say that we don't really need energy, that is electricity, to power our factories. I mean, recently I was in Europe. I toured so many countries in Europe. I saw a lot of industrial complex, industrial areas in these countries. These countries are not countries that don't have natural resources. All they sell is their technology, their ability to produce certain things. I mean, so my point is this: these countries, they have electricity in abundance. And you can see that electricity powering all their factories, all their ways by which they produce stuff. And then you're here telling us that we don't really need it. I mean, how many of these factories in these countries, like in Frankfurt, that
He did not say he did not need it. Now, how can you say it? He didn't say that now. No. You are misquoting him now.
What did you say? What did you say? Please.
He said it cannot be an excuse. He didn't say you don't. They don't need it.
Why is not an excuse? Okay, listen.
Okay, rational mind. Wait,
I
wait now.
guys, I differ a little bit. I'm saying that even that power itself is an investment opportunity for
It's
some.
an
It's an
opportunity.
investment
No.
opportunity. You cannot be running on generator. Let me get something. Do you know the impact on the environment when you start running generators?
Rational mind, forget about a party. Let us even discuss what we have on ground here. So you can use that. Okay, Simba now is running fishery, is running poultry. It can give an excuse of electricity. And today, poultry is still a small scale, it is a small to medium scale business.
But how does Simba run his poultry?
Wait now.
Simba, can you tell us how you run your poultry? You use a generator, right?
No, I don't use generator.
What do you use? What do you use?
I use solar.
Oh, okay, good. That's a cleaner energy. There you go.
You see what we're saying now? He still managed to provide electricity for himself. If every like okay, we are talking of we are okay. There was a time that it was only 90. We gave excuse from now to making galaxy way years, and yet nothing happened until we deregulated. Our music industry didn't get, our Nollywood and music industry today didn't get, they are not just where they are today just by, just because. No, it was because of the policy around broadcasting.
Ola, do you know that all the Dangote factory supply electricity to the local community because they generate power in excess?
Go and ask how is Innocent Motor generating power to do what he's doing. So we can that because what I'm saying, we still have large scale business. Forget even we know that medium and small scale they are not doing, but all those things we are importing now today. There are some large scale investment that can put that in this.
Imagine everybody. Hold on. Imagine everybody is using solar panel everywhere, every house, every. You see, it's you see when people argue like this. For me,
hold on. Are you saying we should wait for electricity is okay before people start investing?
Of course, we need it. Hold on. You cannot be running on.
MTN will have stated our electricity is okay.
The impact.
All these are Nollywood artists and all these things they should have.
When was the last time you were in Lagos? I was in Lagos some few months ago. When was the last time you were in Lagos? The way Lagos is. Hold on. If you go to Lagos, look at the drainage. The kind of things that people throw into drainage. You will see generator parts or all kinds of parts of.
My brother, that is what I'm saying. That those things that you're talking about is an investment gold mine. Like trust me, it's an investment gold mine.
It is.
So
it is. But we don't know.
If you can clean up drainages and you can make money off of it by getting maybe monthly dues from the market parks and from government.
I don't even think, but you cannot even see. You cannot do my rational. You cannot see generator parts inside drainage.
Oh my!
Because we have a lot of scavengers. Let me tell you, we have a lot of scavengers. Exactly. So and we have companies in Nigeria that actually that buys those things exactly and melts them.
Okay.
So it's not something that you see for free anywhere.
Hold on. I'm not saying for free. I'm just saying just only.
Even anybody that has a generator that is not functioning will not go and throw it inside the drainage. It will sell it.
Where did they keep it? Have you seen Lagos? Have you seen generators everywhere around where people live?
He will sell it. He will sell it. Rational mind, don't go that route. Nobody will go and throw generator inside drainage. It's an asset. He will sell it.
Hold on. You said scavengers now.
When they will motorize me, get the power to power the company. Okay. If you keep complaining, as you complain today,
you cannot. No, listen. I will support.
Invest in Agbara in Nigeria.
I will not support.
In Nigeria, and we see.
You know, rational mind. We are not saying that we don't need electricity. Do you understand? Get us everything that you are saying about Nigeria. We agree with you. You understand? But we cannot be using excuse. If you are taking excuse every time, we will not do anything. That's why we are trying to tell you. You just continue to give excuse.
I try to give excuse
why foreign investors not coming?
Telecom people they are using generator to
power.
Can
I say something? It's not about because we don't have power. That's not the reason they're coming. There is more than. So let me give you an example.
It's our policy. That's what I'm trying to explain to
The
Rational Mind.
ability for you to take your money out when you invest is a major reason.
That's another reason. That's another
Look at
thing.
what is going on with the airline. So you cannot just say because it's power and that's the reason it's not coming.
Exactly.
No, that's not.
That's one of them. That's not.
Yeah.
So you know, and you see what he even said it recently. That one now, they said they give them how many? It's not less than a month now that they will clear all those people that they see that are unable to repatriate their money, especially the handlines. Within 1 month, they said they have to repatriate. They will give them the forex. So
that is major.
do that.
That's major.
Simba,
yeah.
And is that one is also in preparation to encourage other people. It's a signal.
Hold on.
It's a signal.
Hold on. Let me probe you on that.
No, let always give people benefit of that. Let us wait till the time they give. Why is, somebody said something, you say you don't believe it. Leave him until when they give the time lapse.
Why will I believe when I've seen the evidence of what they've done already? Now let me give you an example.
Oh,
hold on. Yeah, I understand. Say you don't like me. Don't like me.
Give you better, right?
Now, they borrowed 300. Hold on. They borrowed $3 billion from African. Is it one of this development bank in Africa? I don't know. I don't think it's AFDB, but I think it's one of those bank in Africa. And then the $3 billion. The $3 billion. They gave it to the so-called fuel subsidy that they said they've removed. They were giving it. It was NNPC that borrowed that money to be able to cushion the dollar that these people need to be able to go and import fuel or refined product from abroad to Nigeria because they need that money. That money is depleted now. Now they have to go and borrow more, right? Look at how dollar now. Dollar has skyrocketed now. Naira has gone down. That's buying $1,000 and $1,000 into $1. And you're telling me all these things. Where are they going to see the money to pay these airlines or other people that want to take the money
Rational
out?
Mind. That
When
dollar
already borrowing $3 billion.
dollar you are talking about now. It's even an opportunity for Nigeria. Let me tell you one thing. You see one thing that we do not appreciate in what Tinubu has done about that Naira floating. It's just because we are looking at it from the point of short term. If we floated our Naira for a very long time, all those Buhari gangs that use that thing to make money for themselves, it will now be possible for them. And all this airline that we are saying they are not taking their money now today, they will have find a way to take their money now, because when you are selling your products, you consider the market rate, not the subsidized rate that the government is going to give you. So by the time you are selling your tickets, you know what you are doing. And at a particular point in time, the Naira must have come to an equilibrium, just because the government is no longer subsidizing. It will come to a particular equilibrium that they will be able to do their things. And mind you, that's not the only factor.
They care more about stability, not the rate necessarily. If it's just stable, even if it's a one, even if it's 1,000, you don't need it to come down. Just keep pegging at some maybe. Yeah.
So that you'll be able to plan around it. That's exactly what we are saying. We'll be able to plan. You'll be able to plan around it.
Right, my friends.
If you are supposed to say,
Nigeria is a mess. It's a mess.
Wait, Rational Mind.
It's a mess.
If you were supposed to sell your ticket,
I'm not saying it's entirely Tinubu's fault. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying it's a mess. I'm not seeing anything being done for us to see.
The government.
There's a light.
Now you say you don't see anything being done. Come on. That is anything.
Nothing being done. It's all propaganda. All I'm just saying is just propaganda. You cannot rule a country with propaganda and expect it to work. But we shall see. People are saying they're just new now, right? They never reach out to
give them a chance first. Give them some more before you can actually say that. Rational Mind. At least
Fatah is here.
No. Listen.
Fatah is here already.
Give them some. Hold on. Give them some.
Everything that Rational Mind says.
Guys. Hold on. Usually, just I base my own assessment on mine is every 6 months. So every 6 months, I'm going to evaluate the government. I'm going to assess what they're doing and make my opinions. But just jump in and say they can. Give them time first. 6 months. Then we can have this.
There's a policy. You see, the problem here is this: there's a policy conflict of policies here. You see, the policy.
Like what exactly?
Hold on. You cannot expect your money to be strong when you are not producing. Somebody's saying that in the comment section.
Right.
You need to produce. What are we producing? Even the oil that we're producing, we're trying to even export.
We know that one already now. We know that we already know that.
You didn't allow us to explain, but we are not producing. Do you allow us to explain?
You
say what?
didn't give us any chance to even explain anything.
Go on.
Rational, sorry, no vex,
Go
no
ahead,
vex,
Fatai.
brother.
Go ahead.
I just want to speak 1 minute and go. Rational Mai or anybody, please. Me, I don't like all these people. In team okay. I don't know all these people. They say the thing now. Age they go. I don't like all these people because wọn kàn máa bà image èèyàn jẹ́, wọn máa yẹ kí wọn máa pariwo kíni.
Image
All
wo
these
ni now?
panstat and all of these people.
Image wo ni?
All these people, I don't like all these people. Wọn yẹ kí wọn kàn máa pariwo.
Fatai, sọ tó fẹ́ sọ àmọ́ tó ń bínú lé lórí.
Mi understand what don't so.
Àmọ́ tó ń bínú lé lórí. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
Káwọn máa jump lèmi lórí. I know they like am o.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ náà?
Kí ló dé? Bolo Bobo ní this guy of with diarrhea of mouth. Maybe they control in diarrhea of mouth too.
Who be that?
May know they get in my conversation because
who be that?
Oníkálukú more o mi ò ní nǹkan tí èèyàn fẹ́. Anybody know? Everybody know is I know myself. I know wetin dey trigger me. I know they like.
Fatai, Tani, who is the person?
Or at least they ní kí lórúkọ ẹ pàǹsá tàbí kí náà porúkọ ẹ.
There you go. Why you lórí nítorí pàǹsá àti torí ọlọ́pàá ló fẹ́ fún rẹ lápá attention.
Adìyẹ funfun ọmọ rẹ lágbà kí ló dé. I know everybody know more. I know they like places where they say every time you go èèyàn nílé mo lè sùn látàrí gbogbo nerves mi kọ wà up nítorí.
Why kí ló yẹ tó yẹ.
No, really, I know the vex because gbogbo bí mùlàgùn.
Can you even see Fatai cannot even express himself. He's so angry.
Calm down. Take a deep breath first before you even talk. Because calm down. Because he's serious.
Kò tiẹ̀ tó wá jẹ́ kó lè complete statement ẹ̀ ó kàn sọ̀rọ̀ in phrases.
Oníkálukú ló mọ rẹ̀ tí gbogbo bí wà ti di pé bóyá mo láti máa bínú gbogbo ara ó máa ṣe mí lára bá kan for a long time. Ó máa take me a while to calm down.
What Pastor wanted to achieve is the exact thing you are doing now.
Oh, exactly.
You see one thing.
Hold on. So that one for solution. Chaos in the color. That's the kind of thing. I want you
don't say so. Don't say so.
No, I'm being honest. Coco is not constructive in terms of okay, we have a problem. Let's feel it's always
it's a provide solution. Maybe the solution is not what you want.
No. Okay. If I'm discussing with you now, listen, and you have a viewpoint and I have a different viewpoint, then we work together and say, okay, let's achieve something together. That is the whole point of the country of people discussing. But brother, that's not. Just don't take it that serious. But I don't know why you're getting worked up. To be honest with you.
No. I don't even have somebody doesn't even need to agree with me. You know, you might have your point that we have a different point of view and we don't agree. We never meet. We never compromise. It doesn't matter. But speak your own. I speak my own. Which one is that my being? Or you say you are jumping around by jumping around? You think I don't know what.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you what makes me angry. You know, whenever I want to make some presentation, and I know that my presentation, if you don't allow me to land, can mistake people, and you don't allow me to complete it. That's why you see me shouting sometimes, and I can tell you. Wait, Fatai, and do you know one thing that used to get me shout sometimes, that because even one man would not even help me to even get me through too. So over time, I outgrown. You know, I try to outgrow it so that I don't care again. Because two things: it's either I say that thing or you get less quality statement from me. Because even though you are not seeing my face online, I still want to make sure that I don't mistake people. That's the type of person I am. If you are not going to let me speak, then I will keep quiet entirely. That passage you see, there was a day it got to my nerve. I was basically shouting, but later I just when I meditated over this, I just say this thing, Pansat is not worth all this trouble. So the next time whenever he's speaking, instead I just find a way to laugh and just have some kind of comic relief. If you want to
But
go,
I get your point. But I get your point, but it's two ways. It's not only I grow up because of him. I will become a different person. I am who I am. You should call everybody. When you have control in diarrhea of mouth now. In control in mouth diarrhea.
See, it's like you want a man in the delivery ward.
He's the mouth of elderly.
Patai, why can't you come when he's on the platform and come and face him and deal with him?
Yeah, exactly.
I know. No,
kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀, kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀, kí ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀?
No, the problem is we one man allow them to talk. You understand? Everything will scatter. So everything will scatter.
No,
so,
but I just say Ola, it don't be to face me. I know Ọlọ́run nìkan ló tó bẹ̀rù. Kò sí kankan tí wọ́n bẹ̀rù èèyàn. I mean, when I say
no. If you are fighting when one man dead, that means you are disrespecting the host of the
Simba, so I know what some Xanax is from Patai, right? Simba, so only what prescribe some Xanax is from Patai, right?
To calm his nerves.
Hey, now this one is in a hand.
Fatai, do you know people that get on my nerve mostly here? Number one, rational mind. But over time, I'll find solution to his problem.
Really? Yes, I get on your nerves. I didn't know that. I thought you and I were body.
Because when
rational mind. Rational mind, do you ever listen to yourself? Don't you know that you are one of the major abusers on this platform?
I didn't know that.
Rational mind. For me,
you are my ball, but I find solution to your problem. So I don't have any issue with you again. I know you.
The way you talk, rational mind, the way you talk, even before your opening statement can put people off. You say, what is this guy saying? What are you people talking about?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me apologize.
No. Over time, we've understood each other. So that's the thing. So I just have to see. Let me tell you one thing.
We don't take you serious again now.
Rational mind. Even one man used to get on my nerves. Even one man used to get on my nerves. I've got a solution to that over time. So the thing is, I try as much as possible.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel we're just bantering. I'm bantering you. I'm not really.
No.
Rational mind. Actually, rational mind. Actually, rational. My own issue is not even that. Like rational mind overstretches the point. I think for me, the way I understand it, though, this is all rational mind is over. Sometimes it overstretches the point, but I don't think it's not like the way this guy. You will be jumping. Won't let you talk. You put some microphone, some enhanced microphone, and overpowering you with I think by overpowering your voice. I don't think rational mind is trying to overpower your voice. I think you just want to stretch the point. I don't know where rational mind is stretching it to. But I wouldn't even have okay, maybe sometime, but not so much of a problem there. But this guy that you just want to muzzle you down, you're not going to muzzle me down. You're not going to muzzle me down.
His mission is to disrupt you now. His mission is to disrupt you, and he's achieving that once you give that room. That's why sometimes we say, okay, let us give Passat his own all the whole time. Let him talk. There are some people that when Passat is talking, they will not ask questions. They just want him to talk.
You're talking one man leave and let him talk, make him speak his mind. It's not a problem to speak his mind. It doesn't because there's nobody. I know they follow in journey. It don't be a problem to follow his mind. But everybody has a point.
Someone spoke to me on this forum one day.
My own problem. Don't try to you want to overpower me. Overpower me for what? Speak your own, I speak my own. Why are you trying to overpower me? We don't lead to this. That's not my problem. Why are you trying to overpower me? If you want to overpower me with meaning, not by you want to wrestle me down or sorrow. Me, I know the freedom of speech. Let me talk. You don't talk your make I talk my own. But you say you want to use it's another form of autocracy now. You know, you don't want somebody else to
one day.
You want to overpower somebody else. You want to overpower, you want to shut somebody up. You don't want the other person to speak. But that doesn't mean that what you are saying has meaning. If you don't allow the other person to counter you or whatever, you are trying to overpower them. It doesn't mean what you're saying has meaning.
But Vatai, do you look at it like, you know, here on one man's platform, the majority of people that have the most voice here are the Agbadorians. They trump. Hold on now.
There you go again. I knew it. He can't help himself, man.
Rational mind that is talking. You understand? See. Let me tell you something. You are the one that one man gives most chance here.
No, don't say that. No.
I know that. No,
Enigmatic and what's his name? Enigmatic and
no. See,
and the Agbado people here.
No, if you want to talk about people that one man give priority, there are some people you give priority on this platform. Rational mind, Baba Jali Koko, Ekene, Ogbeni, those are we know them now.
It's because it seems like you are very
so and then there is northern affiliate also. By the time you see all those northerners, one man will be shivering. Azan, Ribadu. No, I don't want to escape Ribadu. Ribadu has to talk. He must not go. And he can give him 2 hours to continue talking. And then Ekene will come and will be lying. Ola, Ekene will come that my battery is about to run down. Now every time his battery they run down. Every time.
See, Babati can say sometimes for almost 5 hours, won't say anything. You understand? Simba hear me say, but you, Ekene, Uptown, what's the Des? If when Shaki Father used to come here, Ogbeni, Zita, those are the people. In fact, the Ribadu and this other guy,
Azan, Mohammed.
So where you want to see, don't even see. You won't be fair to one man if you will say one man is giving time to Agbadoria.
No.
You are not Agbadoria.
I speak because I know.
You are one of one man's favorites.
It's because
you are one of one man's favorites. Forget it.
Hold on.
So
one man you can say. You're honest, one man try to be balanced because he knows that you Agbado people have more voice than we. Hold on now.
That's not true. We are not being fair to one man. That's not true.
We are in the minority here, so he tries to balance it by giving us voice too. So that doesn't look like
not a minority, even the number of you that you are here, do you know how you power? See, if not because of people like Ogbeni and sometimes people like Enigmatic that we just go crazy with everyone like this thing. Honestly, the obedient were dominating.
Nah. I don't believe that. I don't believe what you just said.
Okay, let me tell you, you are obedient.
Ola, what happened yesterday morning? Yesterday morning, they are the one that dominated the platform yesterday morning now. When Vin and Co, man of prestige, yes, now Ekene, Des, Tony, there are like 6 or 7 on the platform.
I'm telling you, people like us that
I think where Rashama is speaking, I think he's speaking to the number in person, like the people he called Agbado. It's like if you go to the other guys, Dr. Damages, they are more obedient. I don't want to call them what enigmatic calls them.
Obedient, yeah.
I don't want to call them what enigmatic calls them. Let me just stay with obedience. So I think where there is actually if my own opinion, no, I don't really have a problem with all of these people. Understand? But I just have I never like it in my life. People trying to wrestle me down. I never like it. Maybe that's the only thing that can. But if you like, speak all you want and speak. But let me speak also. That's just it. Let me speak. You don't speak.
Pastor won't allow you to speak. Or don't even bother yourself. You see, the best way is just to play along with Pastor. Just say, you know, Fatai.
The more to be interrupted, the more prolonged the lie.
Fatai létí lọ bí etí àṣàkẹ́. You know, me, I don't listen to what people talk. What is
people they talk. What is the
Ashakele? So let me
like Baba go.
Hey guys,
like my favorite. So if you want me,
please guys, I can't fear the National my door because tomorrow my to the bottom of the guy. I'm concerned. Take your blood pressure medication.
Rational mind doesn't want Adura of you and Badorian.
No, I don't want your Adura because Adura ain't penny.
Ẹgbẹ́ ẹ má gbá bọ́ọ̀lù lọ́la ẹjọ́ ẹgbẹ́ ẹ má lọ gbá bọ́ọ̀lù.
Wọ́n sọ àwọn ọmọ àgbà náà ló ti jẹ́ ewo for mouth ewo.
I mean, bóyá ká rán rational mind àti Ajálẹ̀kò sí rational mind. One man àti Ajálẹ̀kò kan bá bẹ rational mind kó má gbá bọ́ọ̀lù.
To be honest with you, rational mind, to be honest with you, I don't think it's a good idea for you to jump into a spotlight without having played in that long.
So what would you say?
No, no, maybe you should get somebody that will be able to do CPR for him. So that if you go there with ambulance.
Just play few minutes. Don't play the full game. Don't play the full
game. Let me listen to the doctors here in the house, Simba and Babati. So what would you suggest, you guys? I should not play a full time match.
Yeah, don't go.
No, if you are not used to doing exercise, it has to be introduced gradually.
I have mountain bike. I ride my mountain bike most times. Yeah. So so gimana lọ kọ́ lẹ́sìn àbí.
Àbí ṣé kò ṣe àbáwọn irú àwọn mọ́tò tí tó lọ gùn ní Latvia.
Ọmọkọ́mọ àbí.
Ọmọkọ́mọ.
Ọmọ tọmọ eré burúkú ṣe àbí. Ọmọ eré burúkú ṣe.
Àgbà máa ní dára bàbá yìí rọra ṣọ́ra yín.
Àwa ti wá àwa.
Ṣé àtàtúntì méjà o because.
Ó ti ṣàgbàdéwé rational man ó ń lo ṣàgbàdéwé ni.
Ẹ̀kọ́ máa ń jayé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Tó tẹ bá wíìn lótò lọ́la pé ọmọ kan máa lọ yọjú pé ẹ̀rọ ọ̀mọ́lẹ̀ o.
Kò sí problem kò sí kò tó ń bọ̀ látòkè tí ilẹ̀ ò lè gbà.
Kí lè gbà mọ́.
Not to the west o. It's not Africa. Come on, pé bóyá be careful with all this.
Ọjọ́ tó ń ti sọ̀rọ̀ against the ban jẹ́ gbé the ban.
Ibi child support la máa sọ. Àmọ́ sọ child support. Ibẹ̀ lọ child support náà ni.
Àníkẹ́ má lọ ta sí underage à ń sọ fún yín.
Rational man, you are used to it. How many child support you dey pay? How many child support you dey pay, rational man?
Èmi.
To how many people?
Well, mi ò.
Ṣé àwọn tó mọ̀ báwọn tó mọ̀ Fatai?
Kàbẹ̀ lórí
àwọn tí mo mọ̀ pọ̀.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé rational mind ó ti di sí Ronaldo. Ó ti di sí Ronaldo.
Spread the seed yẹn káàkiri ni.
Oníkẹ́ máa bí tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì máa rẹ̀ sí àbí.
Àmọye wọn ní Europe báyìí.
Ẹ máa bí tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì máa rẹ̀ sí àbí.
Ẹ̀wọ̀n náà ni ká máa bí tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì máa rẹ̀ sí.
Just a minute, please. Rational mind, please introduce another topic. Otherwise, let us go to the background so that
because
we don't.
guys, I don't know. I need to shut down myself because I need to.
Then shut down. Let us go to the background instead of.
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
Okay,
Ola, do you have access to it?
Fatai, calm down. Calm down.
Nah,
Calm
do
Maybe I'll just leave the studio, and you guys, I'll end it here, and then I'll just leave the studio. You guys can continue in the background.
Just end it straight, and we will stay on the background.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Fatai, thank you so much. I had fun talking to you guys. All right, guys. I think we're going to be in the background. I know we have to end the streaming here. One man will be back in a few hours from now with more hot topics and more things for us to discuss about. All right. I want to say good night from here, or good morning. It's already 12 midnight here, and I would say shalom, as they say in the Jewish people say shalom. Let me end it here.